to notice injustices and wrongs that don't exist. So, for example, if you're one of these race warriors, it's like, I'm gonna fight racism and like, BLM, and you do it in all these ways. That's woke because you're perceiving a justice that's an injustice that's not really there anymore. It's not actually true that blacks are treated differently than whites. I would argue,
A kind of argument to that. I agree to what you're saying. The whole what do they call it? What's the word? Not exactly diversity hire. What is it?
DEI.
DEI, all that stuff. I kind of agree with that. The whole idea of like, hiring the best man for the job. But at the same time, there have been cases of like, people being discriminated against race. I always use this as an example. This kind of like doesn't deal with DEI or whatever. But me, like I'm brown, right?
Right.
This one time I do Uber Eats for delivery, right? So I do it in downtown. I'm always like in like high end, like fucking like luxury apartments and shit. And this one time I went to deliver to this apartment building that had a fucking elevator person that clicks the button for you and shit. Yeah. And then I got on and it was like this like he looked Mexican, but he looked like later generation where like the type that only speaks English. He looked at me and I guess he automatically assumed that I only spoke Spanish. So he looked at me and he goes, like in broken Spanish, a cuál piso vas? Like, a cuál piso vas? Like, oh, which floor are you going to? I mean, I kind of laughed, for like a second. I just looked at him and I'm like, oh, what happened, bro? And he was just like, nothing. What floor are you going to, man? And I was just like, oh, like 5th floor. And he's like, oh, yeah, cool.
See, that's insane. Like, it makes you wonder, like, what's going through that guy's head?
Do
you think he's, for example, a racist?
No.
Or you think he's trying to overcompensate
That's why I use that as an example, because me personally, I didn't see that as racist. I just saw him, like you said, trying to compensate for what he saw.
What he perceives,
perceive. It's not that he meant it like in a bad way. I didn't get offended. Like I said, I laughed at it. It's like, haha, like it's funny. But like, leaning to your point, there are those people that would have gotten offended, would have been like, oh, what do you mean? I don't speak English? And it's like, dude, calm the fuck down. Like, he didn't mean any harm by it,
and I think there's other problems there too. I mean, there's that scenario, I'm gonna be straight up, man. I mean, I'm a racist, all right? I recognize that races are different. I recognize that
I
people
can
are
respect the fact that you openly say it.
Yeah, I'm a racist. I don't think that, like, for example, if I was to go to a bar and I'm I just sit down. I'm not looking at the guy next to me. He's wearing a fucking. Let's say he's wearing a Golden Road hat like me. I'm like, oh man, you hear about the fucking game the other day? Oh yeah, he starts talking to me, right? And we start having a great conversation. And then I look over, and then I see he's black. Do you think I'm gonna be like, ooh, he's black? Actually, never mind. You're black. No, I'm not a racist in that way. Like, it's got nothing to do with like me assuming things about you. But if you do fall into behaviors that do go into that stereotype, I'm not gonna be like, oh wow, this is totally. Unrelated to something. I do think that there's a cultural issue with some people.
In your defense, Don, you were a witness. I'm kind of glad you brought this up. In the car, we were literally talking about that. I told him, I was like, not to sound racist, but I kind of understand when people are like, oh yeah, I'm a nationalist, like, I was using England as an example because we were talking about like the European Union and Europe and all that stuff. There's people over there that say, I'm not racist, I'm just nationalist. And it's like, in a way, I understand that, like, for white people in this day and age, it's more demonized, like you said, it's more demonized for them to be like, like I said, it's going to sound very racist coming out, but I have white pride. I have pride in like my pride in my roots
and my cultural...
Yeah, it's more of like, I have more pride in my culture and my roots rather than like, fucking... oh, I'm racist, you know, like for example, me and my girlfriend, we talk about this. We're like into like rockabilly and like so I guess you could say Southern culture, and a big part of that is like the Dixie flag, you know, like the
Confederate flag.
Confederate flag, yeah.
Right.
And me personally, I don't see it as like me. I like it, you know. I kind of want to buy one of those.
It's a rebel symbol.
Yeah, it's a rebel symbol.
It's a rebel symbol.
There's those people that say, "Oh, it represents racism," but no, like, yeah, I understand that kind of thinking where it represents being a rebel. You know, yeah, some would fight for slavery, you know, some whatever, but at the same time, they've seceded as a nation, so some of them really did. I guess you could say, like your way of thinking. They didn't really care about blacks or whatever. Yeah, they consider themselves racist. But if they made friends with, like, you know, a black person, a Mexican person, whatever, they wouldn't be like, oh, I automatically hate you.
Yeah, you wouldn't cut someone off because of the race. Like that.
I understand that train of thought completely. And yeah, like, there really are those people that are, I guess you could say, sensitive when it comes to all this stuff. When any like slight little thing, they could like fucking look at it with a magnifying glass and be like, oh, you did this because of this, and you did this because of that. You know?
And the thing is, with white nationalism and white supremacy is a rising, you know, thing. It's very much reactive. I'm sure we all remember. I mean, if we were paying attention to like the news for the past 10 years, BuzzFeed, top 10 things that white people can't do. Top 10 reasons why white people suck. You know, it started off as this innocuous, like fucking
comedic,
almost comedic, but just kind of shitting on white culture.
Yeah, I get that.
White culture. What even is white culture? White people don't have culture. This whole kind of talk, you know, and then it turned into DEI when they started to notice, like, okay, we're actually gonna start, you know, accepting whites at a lower rate, you know, just to boost up the numbers, the diversity numbers. Okay, well, fine. And now we're in a situation where in South Africa, the white people there, they're being attacked, and the way that people look at it, that disagree with me politically, they're like, I don't care. Fuck the white people. Let them die. Let them fucking die. But what they don't know is that those white people fucking sustained those damn countries. You know, Africa, for example. I didn't know that maintenance wasn't a word apparently in the African vocabulary. Did you hear about that? Apparently the word.
No, I didn't hear about that.
I don't know if that's even true. I hope Ray. I want Ray to confirm that for me. But apparently the word maintenance in African culture or language doesn't exist. Maybe he's fucking fact checked me on that shit, but that's kind of telling, man. That's very telling. But I think it is scientific too.
Damn it! Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we gotta go.
I'm going Mr. Bubbles now.
You almost fell in the pit.
He almost. Damn it!
You good? Oh, no, I'm alright. I just hit my foot on the damn stair.
Oh, at least you're good. Yeah.
Got him.
Let me get
What is
that.
this? What's up?
Oh,
thank
There's more stuff back there
Alright, I'll get it right now.
in the trunk. I gotta go pee.
I don't know if this bag was part of it or.
Fabio, thank you.
No problem, yeah.
Get the rest.
You should wait for the whole commotion.
Oh, dude, thank you.
Hey, Ray.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You ever put it? Potatoes?
Just in the kitchen.
Was there anything more missing?
That's almost everything we see.
Alright, what's up, Nadine? Quick question.
Let's do it.
Okay, I heard that apparently maintenance is not even a word in the African vocabulary, languages, let's say. Is that true? Is there truth to that?
I wouldn't know.
That's allegations.
Africa's a big continent.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's a continent made up of different countries.
Not only that, colonized by different countries too. The west is Spanish, the north is French, the east is British, and so is the south. There's some Russian and Chinese influence in there, but not as much. But as for their languages, That's a lot of different languages we could be talking about, man.
But
We could be talking
apparently,
Swahili, we could be talking Rwandan.
Did I
we could
tell you
talk
with the Disneyland thing?
Talk
When I
Arab.
yeah,
When
no,
I went to look the ride-
I'm just saying that apparently,
When I went
just
to
the
ride,
word maintenance does not exist
it was
as
me,
like.
Donovan, Vanessa,
So what though?
I think that's kind of
one
telling.
guy and his kid.
I think it's been the point has been because
Well,
I was making
anyway,
the point with him
I was giving the kid
that
the chance to fly the.
it's this
the
whole
ship.
idea of colonization. In
I
Africa,
didn't wasn't
bro.
you know being,
like
I'm on
I don't think it's
Yeah,
the
it
worst
could
thing
be
in the world,
like, hey,
man.
kid, move.
This
yeah.
colonial
But the kid
shit
didn't want
in
to
Africa.
fly it. He wanted
I
to
think
be
take on
one
the
that
white
would
man's
be
burden.
the gunner. So I said, shit, yeah.
As much as I don't
always
agree
wanted
with
to
it
fly
as a
the
concept,
plane.
I think it's a reality,
Yeah.
man.
So I got it.
Let's also break it
I was
down
all happy when I got it.
to civilizations, right?
Stupid kid.
When you have a civilization of people that
What's that?
have formed
Oh.
a society in which that they're comfortable with, who are we or the international world to say anything about that, right?
Well, yeah.
Let's just we're staying in Africa, right? Let's use Africa as an example. If you have a civilization that has made structures that sure aren't made of stone and steel, but out of wood and fat, but it serves every societal function that our buildings do, what problem is there? You might call it uncivilized, but I call it very efficient, as you don't need carbon emissions or heavy construction to make the same structure. Let's use something like banks or education for an example. Do you really need an elaborate building for education? And do you really need an elaborate building for banks or hospitals? You get me?
Hospitals, yes.
Well, no, I wouldn't say so necessarily, but I'll get to that in a minute. Furthermore,
Wait, counterpoint to that, I would feel like bringing in like things like colleges or hospitals and things like that.
The car is open, right? Yeah.
I'll
go right now.
It's different because in
I told
the
you.
U.S., for example, we have
Oh.
privatized, like, education, privatized healthcare. For the average person, somebody that relies on like a government like, program or whatever, it's
Or do
very
you want this
different
one?
getting medical care from like a
well, see,
public
that's
hospital
supporting that's
rather
supporting
than like a
his.
private hospital.
I actually
That's
kind of
according-
agree with him. The functionality of the structure actually is kind of moved between cultures. Like it's a room where you teach people. Like, for example, for school, right?
Yeah.
It's a room where you teach people. Does it have to be made out of, as you said, bricks and steel, or does it have, or can it be made out of fucking mud? At the end of the day, the structure still serves the same purpose. I think the whole point in bringing up the whole idea that maintenance is not a thing in African culture
Huh?
is that
What's that?
I'm gonna grab
it applies to farming too, like farmland. You're not maintaining your farm.
There's one
There's
over
no
there
concept of maintaining your farm. You got this
Coaster.
these cultures that have mostly been hunter-gatherer societies because they haven't really had to adapt. I've actually argued to him that white people, when it comes to systems,
You don't want those guys.
You don't want that.
white people are better at systems
Yeah.
and governing and like saying you do this, you do that, because they had to survive through the winters. They had to have some fucking strategy to survive.
Came back.
The Africans, on the other hand, they had everything provided to them. They had resources galore.
No.
I would say-
Hold on. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Right.
Wait, but the Africans, for a minute, for a very split second, they had, resources and everything like that. But then once the Europeans saw what they had, they were like, okay, we could go in there, take over these people.
But
kill
wait.
them off.
For the sake of this conversation, let's keep it in the post-colonial era.
Yeah.
Because not all of Africa's problems are colonial problems.
Yeah.
I think it's important to note that.
Sup, Alex?
That most, I wouldn't say most, but a lot of
And Drake
Africa's
and Nulfo.
problems are self-inflicted. For example, I brought this up to Hector during our conversation because Hector made a pretty good point and said that Africa has never produced a car. And so I looked into why that is, and a lot of these African countries, because their government is set up differently than ours, it's more about keeping relations with the government than having to provide a consumer-friendly product that sells. So their idea of
Counter argument, You say Africa hasn't produced a car? Tesla. Elon Musk is South African.
Okay.
Do not forget that.
That's
And
a
the
fair
post-colonial era. So
But-
Elon
but-
Musk, as a South African, has produced a car.
French
Africa,
sympathize.
therefore, has produced a car.
That's
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, but
that's
that's
fair.
South
That's fine.
Africa.
No,
That's
either
fine,
way,
that's fine,
Africa
but
as
it's
a
still
continent,
Africa.
we're talking about it
If,
together.
okay, the Pontiac GTO and the Pontiac G8 from the 2000 series are Australian models, but we don't call them that. We don't call them what are they called over there? They're brands. We call them Pontiac. We just rebranded them. You get me? So we got an Australian car in America. So if an African car came from South Africa from a South African, doesn't that mean that that car is a South African car?
It's hard to argue, man. I wouldn't lead with that
I feel
argument,
like
but
I
that's
have a strong argument in that.
that's I
In the
can't.
sense
It's better
that,
than my whole American.
he's not just some South African like, oh, you know, he moved there at a young, no, he's from Africa, he's South African, so Tesla's
So
are
him as a
African.
South African has created a car.
I guess you could argue
Think
that
about it,
South Africa is part of the McCarthy family,
Don't mind.
but all I'm saying is,
I wanted to grant them.
That dude was a piece of shit.
Where's Elon Musk?
I finished my sentence.
Oh,
Piece of shit.
oh, my boy Caillou?
Yeah, is that? I feel bad. Is that his name?
His actual name is Edgar. Edgar, yeah.
That's a Navy veteran. Respect his name, bro.
Elon Musk Jr.
Dude, he does look like Elon Musk. That's all I'm saying.
What time is this? Hector anywhere close to coming? Because I want to start a conversation with Medina.
Oh, no.
10 o'clock. Oh, Nick is here.
Oh, okay.
Let me go get Nick. Nah, Hector hasn't said nothing. Someone hit up Hex.
What?
You got the munchies? I don't want to be drinking a lot.
Ain't got shit.
Hold on, let's go to the board
There's
real
still
quick.
stuff in the car.
Let's go to the board.
You can cross mine out. We already discussed it. I mean, it's just a quick, short one.
The
Well, let me ask you, what do you feel about Mexico?
Watch
About
out.
what?
Talking about what?
Oh, it's bigger here on the screen.
Okay,
Making its own car.
Going on in Mexico, right?
Because, okay, Medina was asking this question on the chat, and he wanted to bring you into the conversation.
Yeah, I didn't catch up. I'm sorry.
My personal opinion,
Okay.
is that Mexico is the real land of the free. You get me?
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, we're off to a good start.
Yeah.
I believe that though Mexico has a cartel problem, which we can agree that it does,
It does.
I still believe that the Mexican government is the example for Latin American countries.
Wait.
Whether that be Central or South America, I think that Mexico is the best example of a Latin American country.
One thing in favor of
Maybe the only other third would be Argentina.
me and my dad were talking about Mexico and stuff, and like him growing up over there, and then we ended up talking about like land and stuff. Like, you know how like in every Mexican family there's always that whole terreno dispute.
Yeah.
You know, that land dispute of like, oh, who owns the land back in Mexico. I was talking to him and I was like, well, over there in Mexico, like if you build a house, like if you own land,
Cross mine out.
like does the government tax you? And he was like, no, it's yours. Like it doesn't matter. Like
but it
compared to here they tax you for your house, they tax you for your land, they tax you for literally every little thing.
Yeah.
If you got money,
But
then
that creates that.
Yeah, that's the disparity. If you have money, obviously, who cares?
yeah.
But like let's say any average Joe like us, let's say right now randomly you were to come into a plot of land, you know, build your house or whatever. Somebody's gonna come to inspect the land to see how much it's worth.
And in the United
Somebody's
States-
gonna come to inspect your house to see how much it's worth.
And
Somebody's
in-
gonna come to inspect the neighborhood to see how much the value
But
of the
in
land, house,
the
and
United
everything is.
States, also, just
Too much
because you
bureaucracy.
own the land doesn't mean you own the mineral
And
rights.
it's so much.
So if there's oil on your land, you
What did I
don't
say?
necessarily
What
own
did I
it.
say?
Yeah.
Too much bureaucracy.
Okay,
Yeah.
This
perfect,
motherfucker's bringing up
perfect,
mineral rights.
perfect,
I was just talking
perfect.
about
Okay,
land.
okay. So going back to Mexico. Mexico culturally is more of a communal place. It's more of a community-based area than the United States, which is a more independent formed country.
Yeah.
Because of that, though, yes, Jason is right that the land dispute is a lot more easier. I also opened the conversation that danger is a lot more open too, because it is up to regional government like Narcos to determine that. To be like, okay, well, yeah, the government isn't taxing you, but if you want to stay safe, if you want to stay safe, give me money.
Yeah.
You know?
Counter argument.
Just buy them off, and
Wait,
then you'll get all the
wait.
freedom you want.
Counter argument. There are some pueblos and like, you know, smaller villages in Mexico where they've literally fucking formed armed militias
Yes,
to fight
yes.
off
Los
the narcos.
Zapatistas.
You can build your own
Los
army
Zapatistas.
too.
Yeah.
No, yeah, exactly.
No,
Good.
that's part. That's part of.
Chiapas,
Wait. We were literally talking about guns and everything earlier. Over there in Mexico, who the fuck cares if you have a
If you
fucking
got money,
You got a
and
gun, you got a
there
gun.
you go. You
If you
have
have
a
a
gun.
gun,
you got a gun.
you buy it.
You
Who
got a gun.
cares?
You got a gun.
Yeah.
Medina also, Los Zapatistas in Chiapas, their regional government. Let's emphasize that it's a regional government, but their regional government is only 2 years of a term, and once you're done with those 2 years, you cannot run again. And not only that, but they run a very socialist government, one that actually works regionally though. Regionally. And we're talking about armed rebels against not only the government, but against the narco-traficantes. You get me? Oh!
There
Hey!
Hey, man. Thor's here.
ATF is here.
Howdy, my boy, howdy.
You have
How
stuff
you doing?
to
How you
come
doing?
to.
Oh, give me the keys. How's it going, man?
What's up?
Octavio.
Claudio?
Yes, sir.
So you get your truck to work?
One time I think.
One
What's up?
time, for sure.
He's got his truck.
You got his truck?
How's it going, Nick?
Good, how you been?
It's always good, man. Here.
Yeah, you're about right. But you know one thing in Mexico though, if the government wants you, well, they do it here
You can have
too.
all the
Robert?
freedom you want as
But
long as you have money.
let's
Oh, no, it's,
exactly.
well, 80-pound pistol
let's
crossbow.
compare apples to oranges here. In Mexico, you can in fact buy
Just target
private
shooting.
property at a young
Backyard,
age,
you know.
depending on the career that you have chosen. Especially if you're working for public services or for the government. In Mexico, you have a higher chance of owning a home than you do here. That's why a lot of gringos are moving to Mexico because of that opportunistic growth, right?
Well, not only
Because they
that,
want, they want wives to.
It's not well, okay.
Well,
The wives.
Passport
Okay,
boys. Passport boys.
I'm glad he mentioned the wives because again, it's a cultural difference where the United States has more of an independent thinking, where women feel that they not only are entitled, but that they own the show, that they rule the show. Whereas Mexico, it's kind of like I'll provide for you as long as you do your part. You get me? You do you, and I'll do me, and we
oh,
can
they
do
brought
it
everything
together.
in?
We'll be happy. Yeah, happy.
My
Those potatoes, you got it?
Medina, my stepdad.
That's what he
owns-
wants.
My stepdad owns property in Ensenada, down in Baja. Right? He was an American truck driver for most of his life. I love the man. He spoiled me as a stepson, even though he didn't have to. But this man, after years of working in the U.S., goes down to Mexico and establishes himself nearly overnight. Whereas here in Los Angeles County or Greater California,
Good Lord.
you'll be lucky to do that. You can't even buy a fucking house.
Yeah, no, that's why a lot of white people get
That's
mad
Alex and
at Mexican
Uncle
immigrants because, like,
Dracula's
people
homie
like
island.
me that are, I have Mexican parents from Mexico, but at the same time, I'm a citizen here. A lot of times they'll, send their money back to Mexico, and that's
He has
what
a
a lot
problem
of
with
white people don't like.
He has
That,
a problem with But
they send their money back.
counter argument to that.
Economy.
Counter argument to that. Like I've argued to Medina. Yes, that is true. And yes, that inherently makes them
Is that
less
what you're like?
patriotic.
No,
Wait. But at the same time, like I've argued to Medina, if you're here in this country living for more than 8 years, you're already a citizen in my book. Because at the 8-year mark, you've already been taxed so much that whatever progress you would have done to the U.S., you've already done within those 8 years.
Wait,
You come to the U.S., would it make a difference, Medina, if an illegal immigrant came and donated $2 million to the United States and said, boom, there, can I be an immigrant now?
Wait, listen.
I don't
You
want
mean-
to. I don't want to wave the
wait.
flag. Citizens, sorry. I don't want to wave the flag. I don't want to adjust to your cultures. I don't want to adjust to anything. If they donate $2 million, are they citizens?
No, listen,
right?
listen.
No, right?
No, 'cause
why?
Wait,
we need a
guys,
similar-
Wait. Jason has a point.
This
Jason
is
has
a
a point.
perfect. Thank you for saying all that. You're gonna prove my point. All right.
He's got a gun.
America as like inception, like from its inception, it was a capitalist country. We fucking seceded from the British because of taxes and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
From a capitalist standpoint, me working, getting taxed for my money, and whatever I have left over, if I want to send it to Mexico from a capitalist standpoint, fuck you guys. That's my choice. You know, I worked for that money. I got taxed for that money. Now, if I want to fucking burn that shit, I could burn that shit. If I want to send it back to Mexico, I could send it back to Mexico.
Not only that, but you're working here.
Exactly.
You're still taxed.
Exactly.
Any job you work, immigrant or not, you're gonna get reduced. You're gonna get taxed.
That's why I said thank you
yet,
for making that argument.
And yet, Medina, East Los Angeles, one of the greatest producers of income in the local.
Let's hold that point about East Los Angeles. By the way.
Okay. East Los Angeles, one of the greatest producers of the localized 5 counties. What counties are there? Boyle Heights, Montebello,
Southgate.
Monterey, Southgate, and El Monte.
Vernon.
Vernon 2, if you want to count it, though I count that differently. But okay, Vernon 2, 6. If you look at those counties, East LA produces a lot of fucking income. Why? Because we have good restaurants, because we have good cultures, we have a museum, we have open businesses.
It's a major tourist spot.
Not only that, because of movies like Blood In, Blood Out, people want to come and see these places. And yet the money doesn't stay there. It is always taken elsewhere.
To support Ray's point, I live by King Taco in East LA. Like the people say it's the first one. The one on 3rd Street. People say that it's the first. People say that it's the first one ever built, but technically it's the second one. But at the same time, I'm always over there. You always see different ethnicities, from Asians to whites to fucking Indians to like black people.
Yeah, like
all going.
Yeah.
East LA really does produce that amount of like tourism,
Furthermore,
where you could argue that they make revenue off of that. You know?
Furthermore, in an article from the Pasadena newsletter that I read, they didn't want to be compared to Los Angeles. They said, we don't want street vendors
We're our own city.
Because street vendors this and that and that. And I'm like, what do they have against street vendors? Cheap food at reasonable prices? Yeah. You want us to go to gentrified restaurants and spend a lot of money for what it amounts to $10 worth of tacos?
I feel bad for the street vendors too, that like when people want to buy food, like something from the street vendor, they say, oh, do you accept Zelle or Cash App or stuff? Like they have to like add,
exactly, of course.
They have to
adapt.
To be fair, that doesn't have to do necessarily with what you're saying. That has to do with more of like stepping into like a new age of technology.
Well, hold on.
That's a technology barrier.
Hold on. Before we get to that.
In a way, it does have to do with what you're saying. Like, not all of us have access to that type of technology, but at the same time, give it some time. That's gonna be commonplace.
The norm, yeah.
Look at HD TVs. Fucking before we all had to deal with CRT, fucking big ass, clunky ass TVs, and in the span of like 10 years, something that's literally smaller than this is worth less than like $500.
Yeah, but he mentioned before, like people who watch the movie Blood In, Blood Out, they want to experience that kind of lifestyle. But when they come here, and
you see the reality of
it, like it's not.
Well, I had an ex-girlfriend,
and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
I had an ex-girlfriend.
I don't blame them, but
they want to buy a lotte. Oh, I don't have cash. Do you take Zelle or like?
But this is when like the only you're gonna go again. I don't want to cross into.
No, go ahead.
The only thing is what I don't like is that people don't follow the rules.
Okay, we'll get to that. I had an ex who, because I was from El Paso, Texas, thought that it was still Tombstone down there, and that we were all gunslinging cowboys in a dirty old town. But I mean, that's not the reality of the situation. But to go back to what I was trying to prove to Medina here is that if we're talking about a Republican mindset, a solely Republican mindset, then something like street vendors isn't a problem. If anything, it should be encouraged by the Republican Party as it limits government intervention, but it also gives opportunity to anybody, individuals. You can agree, Medina, that anybody can and will be taken advantage of, right? So if you can, in a capitalist system, if you can, then do. Right?
Yeah, but then you got the Department of Health and whatever safety thing, like inspecting all these street vendors.
We're getting into bureaucracy. We're getting into bureaucracy. Motherfucking Robert F. Kennedy swimming in a lake that has shit, literal shit in it.
To be fair, at this point, I agree with inspectors checking, public benefits to make sure everything's up to code, everything's good. But at the same
But
time,
no, that's the state wanting money from the vendors. They
Yeah.
go, oh, you
Renee!
want to sell here? Pay me money.
there's a thin line between bureaucracy
No,
and
dude,
making
yeah,
sure
man.
shit is all right for the public. You know,
Right.
like it just
You
depends.
need the inspectors because you know people could start selling you donkey
Yeah, I
meat
know.
out there,
I mean, can't you expect
or
it by
dog
by
meat,
looking at it, though? I
and
mean,
you need those
No,
inspectors
to
check
be
this out.
fair.
Yeah.
French
Oh,
Renee.
Renee.
I'm gone.
Oh, hey.
Came all the way from I saw your Budweiser hat, dude.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
bro?
I
I
do.
was wondering what happened to it, bro.
It's not lost, man. It's safe.
Oh, thank you.
I know exactly where it's at. Don't thank me. Say fuck you, asshole. I'll come in and bring it.
No, it's alright.
Don't worry. And be careful. You got a crossbow.
You get right there.
Oh, hey, nice to meet you.
Going on.
No, but the thing that bothers me most is the health inspection.
Shit.
Like they're going on after street vendors that's making more because they're not getting taxed.
I was
on it.
literally worried about you.
Like, so they want to pay money to the state so they can make their money off of it.
It's the old conversation about weed. Remember when weed had first gotten legalized, that was the concern, is that eventually corporations would get a hold of it to tax it.
Yeah.
They didn't want weed legal because they couldn't tax it. Now they can tax it, and now what has happened?
Wait.
It has caused a reduction in the value of weed.
No.
You go to big shops, they're gonna charge you more. You go to these small black market shops, you get an $8, $10, $20, you're out of there.
Not to sound too much like a square. You brought up the whole argument of weed, but one of the big worries about legalizing weed was it being easily accessible to kids. And I mean, when I was in high school, shit, I fucking took my pen to school every fucking day.
don't
I was
say
being
that.
Wait, listen. Like I said,
Weed, you can still buy weed on the street.
Don't cut me off. Like I said,
Order. The gentleman from East LA has a point.
Wait,
Yeah.
listen. All right, I'm not saying. Like I said, not to sound like a square. Fuck it. I smoked in school. I did all that shit. I'm not saying anything. But at the same time, it really did make it easier for kids to bring it into school, to have it on themselves. Shit, I have nieces and nephews that are in middle school and high school. Those motherfuckers are smoking already.
Counter argument.
Yeah,
Counter argument.
cans, flour. My mom got mad at me once because she knows I smoke, right? And at home, she found an apple with a burnt, like the hole. Yeah, and she came at me talking about, oh, you're smoking around the house. I told you not to do this. And I was like, hey,
Well,
not to sound fucked up, but that's one of your
When it
nieces.
fills up,
What's
that
one of
means
your
it's really
grandsons
it. When it starts counting
or
down, it's
granddaughters?
already
Because I don't smoke around here.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are learning about that shit. Yeah, exactly.
But wait, to answer your question, Medina. Me personally, I don't think a child or a teenager dealing with drugs in school is the problem. I think that the school not realizing this, that's the problem. You get me? If your students,
Yeah, you have to admit.
if your fucking students are bringing in bud and alcohol into your classes, I think that says a lot more about the school than
Not
it does
to
about the
incriminate me too
students.
much, but
I
I
think
bring
it does.
plenty
Yes,
of contraband to sell. and
yes, he's
distribute
right.
in school.
He's right about
And
these bud and
like I
Their own
said,
vendor.
me, I never got. Luckily, I never got caught for anything.
You gotta
Neither.
activate again. So
Neither.
double click the circle button.
it's still going. It's still going. He just didn't finish it.
No, I heard it vibrate.
Oh, you heard it vibrate?
I never heard it vibrate yet.
I hear everything.
You like it vibrate?
Medina,
The middle button?
are we
Circle button?
friends?
We're friends.
Circle
yeah.
button, circle
All
button.
right, cool.
So my gripe with all your point,
Go for
your
it.
whole point.
Please.
This is my gripe.
Go for it. I'm ready.
Assimilation needs to happen.
Why?
You gotta work this.
Because the only reason you guys do not care about assimilation of this community is because you see it as your community. Do you speak Spanish?
Yes.
Do you speak Spanish? Do you speak Spanish?
That's
Do
right.
you speak Spanish? You don't speak Spanish. Do you speak Spanish?
Yes.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
Do you speak Spanish?
I don't know. I can barely really talk about it.
Jim, do you speak Spanish? All right. So half
Well,
of
he's
you guys.
Irish. That's not fair, man.
Okay, but half of you guys don't give a shit about this issue because it's your community. You don't give a fuck. You know, people have to deal with each other. So if I am going to a street vendor and they don't know a fucking lick of English, how the fuck are we supposed to do business? I point maybe?
Well, that's the point.
Wait,
One of the
wait.
points I say that you
Dude,
a lot of Hispanics-
that's
Wait, no, listen, let him
that's
finish.
the
Let him
only-
finish, let him
that's
finish.
the only rule that I do believe in fairly because I don't care what Hector says. that you need to speak English here. It's not only for it's for your good and for the community's good. Because the person could get burned, you know what I mean? The other person gets burned, says, oh, the white boy comes over and goes, es $15. And then the the white guy goes, what do you mean? $15? What do you mean $15?
There's no communication.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Babble.
That's why you have.
And then the same thing can happen in the reverse too.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what I'm kind of trying to point out. You can't go to fucking Mexico, speak English, and make everybody fucking speak English.
Order.
I gotta make my point. I gotta make my point.
Wait, everybody, sorry, pause.
Yeah, pause.
Nick, as an outsider, I appoint you to judge of this conversation. If it gets to the point where you don't understand or they're getting excessive, you call order.
I'm catching up because I know I came in the middle of this.
You call order. If something doesn't make sense to you or anything at all, you call order. If we start talking about something you don't know,
Like
call for context.
Listen,
Call for
It's
context.
real
making
quick.
sense. I'm with Medina on this.
Yeah, well, I'm
right.
with you guys.
Well, I'm not. Well, hold on.
Hanging on to that whole idea of, oh, okay, walking up to a vendor, he doesn't speak English or whatever, right? It doesn't matter if he speaks, Greek, Spanish, fucking African.
Have you ever seen a Greek person around
listen,
here?
Wait.
Yes, I have.
Here, hold on.
I have.
You have?
I really
Okay.
have. I really have.
Okay.
Okay? Counter argument to that. It goes back to what I said about capitalism.
Right.
It doesn't matter
You wanna
if he
sit there?
speaks Greek. It doesn't matter if he speaks Arabic.
Or any,
He's
yeah.
the one that decided to set up a shop. You.
It's
as
funny,
a
I work
consu-
with an Arabic.
Wait.
You have
Listen,
your options.
listen.
You have your
You as a consumer decided. Hey, you know what? A fucking a gyro. What the fuck is a gyro? I'm gonna go check out that guy's shop. If you
Gyro.
walk up and he speaks nothing but Greek, are you really gonna get mad at him for setting up a shop selling his own culture's food, and you as a consumer walking up to him?
Well, that's the same thing when you go to.
What's up, Carrot?
Wait. To supplement my thing. Okay, in the 90s, it's one thing where you don't know the language. Fuck, I'm fucked. But in 2025, where shit like Google Translate exists, where you could just literally translate a whole sentence, click translate.
That's new.
Why do you have to do that?
Wait,
Why do you have
listen.
to do that just to communicate?
Listen,
Maybe
listen.
shouldn't they learn the business
No,
language of your
listen,
country?
listen.
Yeah.
Wait, but if
Wait,
you're conquering
wait,
other
wait,
nations,
listen.
shouldn't those people have the right to
No,
exist?
wait, listen.
No one's
listen,
saying that.
Wait, Order.
I need to
Respectfully,
interject here.
order. Wait, no, listen. Wait, listen.
We've got into this subject in past
So many
meetings,
times, yeah.
Hey.
and it's always the same argument. And the subject I've brought up many times is that in this country, English has never been the official language.
Yes.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. French and Spanish exist too.
That's such a disingenuous argument, though. All of our documents are written in
In
English.
Louisiana,
Man, I
are
see
we
your
just supposed
point.
to ignore all the French people
You
that
go
we
down
have in
south.
Order.
Which of the Louisiana documents written in
Order.
French?
The man with the
Nick,
microphone
order,
is speaking.
order.
The man with the microphone is speaking.
Everybody speaks French down south, like places like Louisiana. Go up north, people speak nothing but Norwegian and German.
And French in Quebec.
Yeah. You go to the East Coast, people speak Italian.
They're allowed to.
Come down.
Hey, ¿qué sucede?
They're allowed to as long as
Yeah,
they're
that's
here
what's
with the
what's
order.
Go up north
Yeah.
to San Francisco.
If we're in a situation where
A
we
lot of
can't do
people speak
business,
Filipino.
we're having
Tagalog.
bro.
But okay.
Wait,
You have
listen,
a choice, though.
wait,
You have a
wait,
choice
yeah.
to go buy elsewhere.
Can I make my point?
No,
Make my
as a
point.
merchandiser,
Wait,
a work
no,
merchandiser, I have to go to several stores. I don't know what the fuck Jose at El Super is trying to tell
listen.
me.
Exactly
But you
what
have
you're
a
saying.
choice to
Wait.
move on.
Can
I don't have a choice. I have to work with them. I have to say, hey, where am I supposed to build this display?
Yeah, that's what it.
Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? One time this guy got mad at me because
You
I
have
was
a
fixing his
phone.
display.
You have a phone. You can translate it.
I don't have time to be doing all that kind of shit, bro.
Has anybody been
Why do I have all these
Why do
fucking
I have
closets?
bro?
Because
The time it takes you to
you
make
don't
a
want to
phone call-
assimilate.
In the time it takes you to make a phone call, you tell me you can't just translate what that man is saying. Wait. I worked at a museum
all
and
the
I was able to
signs are in
translate all those
Chinese or
guys.
Korean or Japanese.
Yeah, you go to Monterey Park, you can't understand one
Okay.
bit of all those restaurants.
I don't like that.
And you're going to tell me that English has to be the official language of the United States?
Yeah.
No.
Why do they have
What did you learn your journalism career in? What language were you taught in?
I'm taught in English.
Okay, so is it not irrelevant? Is it not relevant to that? This is the like in the United States of America. This is the communal language that we all speak.
But
By the way, language is just one thing.
You brought up education. Wait, he brought up education. If he has some kind of thing that would help him in education with that Spanish language or German language, fuck it, any type of language,
Well,
he could use it to help him.
when I was in
you know?
college, you should have seen the United Nations of,
Yeah, he
of
could use it to help
nationalities that attended that college. There were Buddhist monks and nuns.
I was okay. So let me give another example. I was in the student site council, so I could see the budget. They showed us all the budget of where all the money was going. Half of the budget was going to English as a second language fucking students, because they had to be accommodated for because their parents didn't assimilate and they didn't fucking make their kids assimilate. So now their kids not only are falling behind in school, but we're spending all this fucking money just to teach them.
Wait. It's not that they're falling behind. One of the bigger arguments between non-English speakers is that, oh, you think I'm dumb just because I don't speak
No,
English.
I'm not arguing
saying
that.
that.
I'm not arguing that.
No,
I'm saying
wait.
that in an English-speaking country where most of the people speak English, you go up to a random person in this country, 99% of the time they're going to be speaking English to you. You know, maybe except for around here because it's a fifth column from Mexico.
Wait.
don't know about this.
Wait. To counter that argument,
Whittier
wait,
Boulevard.
listen. I was in downtown
Right.
on 6th Street and
Uh-huh.
Olive. If you know, that's by Pershing Square.
Of course,
right
I
in
work
the
around
heart
there.
of downtown.
Yeah.
This one black dude looks at me. Like I said,
Uh-huh.
black dude, like straight up black dude, like between imagine the homeless guy. He looks at me and he goes, "Hermano, soy cubano. Que no tienes dinero para darme." I looked at him. I was like, "Bro, you speak Spanish? What the fuck?" Like. It blew my mind that this guy looked like some average African American, and this motherfucker only spoke Spanish. You know?
Black Cubans.
Yeah.
But, you know,
That's what I'm saying. To counter your argument of like, oh, you go anywhere, oh, except around here.
but if let me ask you something. If he's a
downtown.
black Cuban and he only speaks Spanish, him being black actually doesn't mean anything, or Cuban.
Okay.
If he only speaks
Okay.
Spanish, he's only relegated to fucking. I mean, of course, English-speaking people will probably. I don't know. I guess
And
they'll
on
give
top-
you money,
to count-
but they can't communicate with the dude. Like, there's no helping the dude outside of giving him fucking whatever he wants.
No,
But
but
why is it
to be
necessary?
fair, I'm not in the position to help him. But let's say, oh, I was some millionaire or whatever. I would have offered him that resource as a Spanish speaker to be like, oh, like, what do you need? What
But
do
you
you
know
need
who
help
else is
with?
good Spanish
Whatever, you
speakers?
know?
Asians. Like you go to a
No,
Chinese
wait,
restaurant.
wait,
You go to a
listen,
Chinese
listen.
restaurant, you ask for like they'd be like, oh, que chamen, que
Listen,
arroz, que lo
listen,
I'd be like, dude, they're
to
really
support
good
your
at
to
Spanish.
support your point, this Metro PCS over there in East LA, there was this Chinese dude, straight up Chinese, like I said, like slanted eyes, everything Chinese. This motherfucker could barely speak English, barely speak it. Like I said, barely speak
That's
it.
Pan Americanism
And then
right there.
he looked at us and he goes, wait, it was me, my mom, my brother, and everything. He was like, ¿saben hablar español? Perfect Spanish. This motherfucker spoke perfect Spanish, but he couldn't speak a lick of English. And that's what I mean.
Because
He's
they
only-
encounter a lot of Hispanic
That's
community
not
people.
good, man. In
Why
America,
not?
where we speak fucking English,
Why don't he
Wait,
get the
listen,
translator
wait.
and speak English?
Wait.
And they don't do that.
Listen,
they're
listen.
not. No, they don't.
From
Instead,
the capitalist,
Like you're saying about that. Mostly everyone has a cell phone. Okay, they can do the same thing we can do.
Counter.
But most people from another country,
Wait.
they won't get the damn phone,
Listen,
and they'll start
listen.
speaking in Spanish, and especially
Wait,
be quiet.
Wait.
My turn still.
Andrew and Jason and anyone with final thoughts, we want to move on
Well,
with
I
the
haven't
subject.
finished.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
I haven't finished. I'm saying that they do not want to use the technology to learn. They're stubborn. They don't want to. I had another in case in point, my ex-father-in-law, he was in this country, I don't know how long. He didn't want to speak any English. They made him speak English to get his citizenship, but he's still and persistent not to speak English. And you have all the resources to learn. You know what I mean? It only benefits you. It benefits the culture.
Thank you.
Wait.
Well,
No, let me speak my.
I just have a short point.
Okay.
You're right.
Then Jason.
It doesn't cost anything, and it benefits you the more. Why can't the consumer learn the language?
No,
Wait,
no,
listen,
no,
wait,
Ray.
order.
Look at what
Let me
Big
speak.
Black Man
Wait,
42
no.
says.
Okay.
Let me speak
Look
my
at what
point.
Big Black Man
Wait.
42 says.
He has to go.
Oh, wait, let me speak my point. I feel like I have a really good argument. Alright, you're talking about he brought up not wanting to learn the technology, and that goes back to what I said. People think, oh, just because they don't speak English, they're dumb. No, they could understand the technology, but just
Come
because
through,
they
Dracula
don't
kid.
speak, English, that doesn't mean they don't understand.
Yeah, but okay, Jason, in Mexico, if an English-only speaking person was there, they would be seen as dumb. The problem isn't them being dumb, I agree. It's them not fucking learning the language that's being taught.
Order. I'm not finished making my point.
Final point for Jason, then Medina, then we move on.
The whole point,
We're in our final points now. We're moving on to a different subject.
I brought that up as a side thing because he brought up the whole technology thing. Like I said, people think that they're just dumb, but no, they're not dumb. They could understand technology but not understand English. But at the same time, from a capitalist standpoint, this Asian motherfucker is smart as fuck because he knew as a skill, okay, I don't know English, but I know Spanish. I'm not gonna go to fucking Echo Park or Silver Lake to open up a Metro PCS. I'm going to East LA where everybody speaks Spanish.
Where they won't
where
adapt
I'm gonna
to
fucking
the
be able
country.
to use that
You
skill
go to where
as
the
an
market is.
asset.
That's
You
the
know?
capitalist mindset.
Wait,
Are
listen.
rebuttal to that?
Wait. Let me finish.
We've been on
let me
this
finish with
subject too long. We have to move on.
Let me finish with this.
Jason,
My Spanish-speaking
final
parents
point.
would much rather go to that Metro PCS where that Chinese man knows how to speak
It's
Spanish,
capitalist.
where
It's
he can
capitalist.
go help them, and he's
It's
gonna
a
go give
capitalist
them.
argument.
They're gonna go
Bring
give
your
them
closing,
their
bring your closing.
hard-earned
So-
money. So yeah,
Alright.
that's my closing argument.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
We made a lot of good points with that subject.
Why are you surprised?
But I think we need to move on.
The next topic?
And something totally unrelated. I made a list of topics in my notebook that we didn't even get to last week, so let's get to at least a couple of them. Does anybody here use Wikipedia?
Nope.
Once in a while.
I hear Wikipedia's all like, they change it all the time.
Anybody can change
To be
it.
fair, they policed that really like good. So like where if an inconsistency happens, they fucking moderate it.
Okay, the
for
point,
hours.
the point I
crowdsourcing.
wanted to bring up was that I heard a radio show the other day, a professional journalist, he said that if you bring up anything controversial on Wikipedia, you will get scrubbed immediately. And
Exactly.
I can see that. I can see that.
And they won't even know your name. Even if you're not an internet quack or podcaster, even if you're a college professor or a NASA scientist or a professional, you will get scrubbed from Wikipedia.
Well, just like
We need
just like we saw with 4chan, a lot of the moderators are .gov email addresses.
He owns them, but go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm sure 4chan was infiltrated, especially after 2014, 15, 16.
Okay.
I would argue that.
What's 4chan?
It's an internet chat room board.
To argue that 4chan is a lot of shit posts, so even if
I
they
don't know
were
anything about
government, like, don't get me wrong, I feel some of them were government, like, agents, trying to infiltrate terrorist organizations, but to be fair, most of the people on 4chan were, like retards like us, that just share
Well,
memes,
you want to say you're going-
Well, this is what happened. They were shit posting a little too close to the sun, and the feds were like, "Oh shit, there's an actual problem here." A lot of the 4chan shit posters, what they would do is that this is how Pepe the Frog became a white supremacist symbol.
What?
I'm serious.
Yeah,
They
the frog is a white supremacist
they sent these shit posters sent memes of Pepe the Frog in like Nazi uniforms and like doing all these gross shit.
Listen to the man.
And journalists reacted to that saying, "Oh, this is a problem. Oh, 4chan, there's actual white supremacists." Oh. And that's where this whole Nazi, white supremacist on the rise narrative came from. Because shitposters were like, you know what? Fuck you guys.
No, he
You
will
guys
not divide
are the
us.
nanny state. You guys are Nurse Ratched.
But yeah, some social media platforms, if you share a pepper meme, that one like dumb frog meme, they'll literally ban it. Like they'll take it down
What the
for
hell is
hate
that?
speech. Like
the hell
it's
is that
dumb.
frog
It sounds dumb
It's
saying
a
it.
meme thing.
Yeah,
back in
it's
the-
a meme thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's like literally something so stupid. But it goes back to like the whole censorship and stuff.
I know
But yeah,
what
they
it is.
just
Like an
take it down
icon.
as
Yeah.
well. That's what I'm saying. It sounds silly,
I have
but
Pepe in
that's
my
a
car.
good point. Like, yeah, that really is something that happens. It's crazy.
What?
A good thing I don't live on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
I play games, but I don't go into the chats.
You still live on the internet.
Oh, I do a lot of things.
You like porn?
I go
You live on the internet.
Just
We do like
I'm not
that
gonna
every
deny
day,
You
bro.
know it. You know
I
it.
try to limit.
No, no, you don't. No, you
I like how he says
I know. We all know it. We know you know.
I tried.
I don't limit that shit. I'm
I go maybe once every 2 weeks.
Hey, so
Oh, what was it?
Medina, before I forget, I'll start off with the superstition argument.
Ah.
All right.
Happy birthday, soda. Go ahead.
See, hold on. Before we start though,
Who's birthday?
this is kind of
Whose
on the
birthday?
same vein, and I think Jim's kind of tired of the
Oh, happy
whole.
birthday.
This is a hard one to do today,
It's not. It doesn't have to do with immigration.
but it's.
necessarily.
I think it's still the same vein. So it's just like
Okay, then let's keep it up. I'll keep it objective. I'll
it's
keep it objective. I can.
all right. All right.
So, if I may open the floor, Medina, you've argued in the past that many of these Latin American countries, if not all of Latin American countries, cannot be trusted to run their own government because of their superstitious beliefs and their superstitious traditions. Am I understanding that correctly?
Oh, that's kind of.
So no.
That was kind of my point. I think my point
That's
more so.
critical.
Hold on. I think my point more so was that I do think that the Latin American people are more superstitious as a whole.
Can agree with that.
100%.
And let me give an example, because I think it's always been brought up. Well, how come you don't like south of the border immigrants? They're Catholics, right? So they're Christian too. And I disagree, because I think that their Catholicism is more of a superstitious. I know.
He did warn me. So
I
yeah.
warned Ray, bro. I told him like this is the same
This
vein
is my,
of like.
This is my debate topic, so I'm just.
So the only so for example, the Hispanic people, the way that or the Latino people, the way that they react to Catholicism is like, oh, you have to do your Hail Marys, you have to do your Tuco and the good, the bad, and ugly. You think he gives a shit about Christianity, but he still did it because he was fucking superstitious.
Of course.
And on the surface, it's like, okay, well, what's the grand issue with that? So here's how it actualizes is you have now it's just okay, the kukui.
Okay.
Who's a kukui? The
Boogeyman.
kukui.
He said that shit, I got scared immediately.
Well, the kukui is the
Trump.
narcos. We're not gonna do anything against. Oh, you can't do anything against the
Wait,
narcos.
Kukui's a narco?
Now there is that the zapatitos you
Boogeyman.
said, right?
Zapatistas.
Zapatistas. Now, I like that. About I think there needs to be more of that, but I don't think that there is enough of that, despite it being justified because of the superstitious culture.
I'll put a point on that, but okay.
Right.
That's being
Now,
hypocritical.
well, hold on. Now, let me make my.
I'll just say that I'm not gonna get into it. Go ahead.
Let me open up my opening argument here.
Let me
Is
get
that-
more munchies. I
When
don't
we
wanna
look
be
at
drinking that much.
Latin American and as an extension, even Asian cultures, Latin Americans as a whole in their culture have seen this dragon, and we're just going to use the dragon as a metaphorical sense here, right? And they see the reality as the dragon, just like Asian civilizations do. Latin Americans and Latin American cultures is all about accepting the dragon and living with the dragon as is. In this sense, they feel that reality is nothing but an illusion that one must come to terms with and exist with. Whereas Western societies like that of Europe have conquered the dragon, have said any man can slay the dragon, but that's not where the tragedy comes. In European or Western folklore, the character can undergo immeasurable odds and overcome them, only to find the tragedy was waiting for him at home this whole time, because the problem wasn't the dragon, it was himself. In Latin American countries, we see that they make peace with this brutal reality of the world, whereas Western civilizations are diluted in their philosophy. Because of that, the abstraction that Latin American people perceive, as you have said, a superstition, are not abstractions, but literal interpretations of the real world around them, rather than fairy tale fictionalizations of a world that does not exist, like we see in Western cultures.
Well, speaking of Western cultures and what we see in Western cultures versus the Latino cultures or just any other cultures, let's bring any other culture into it. You brought Chinese into it. It was a Western culture that created this liberal lifestyle that we all enjoy today. You know, it's I've always said that it's the Magna Carta came out of Europe. The whole idea of overthrowing the king and revolting, all those philosophers came out of Europe. The Enlightenment thinking, you know. The arguments that are used today against the West from people who we have colonized, they're using Western arguments that were, they're Western arguments. Like, is it fair to take people's stuff just because you could? That's a Western concept of like, hey, maybe it's not.
Are we just supposed to forget Confucianism in China was no different than European philosophy, and that isn't of European origin or ideology.
Confucianism wasn't the norm. Like you said,
that's another thing.
Back then, pre-colonialism, Eastern, pre-Western world, it really was that idea of like, you can take over them? Well, fuck it, let's take over them.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you had people that would push for peace and things like that. For the most part, most governments and most superpowers they didn't care. Yeah, they would hide behind Catholicism, Christianity, whatever. But for the most part, they would care more about land, more about resources, things like that. They wouldn't care about the people that were already living there.
Not much has changed. Not much has changed. No, not much has changed in that regard. But to say,
and then again, like you said about land. They're saying somebody brought this up a couple of weeks ago about the fire. I just heard this that happened over there in
the Eden fire, the Altadena fire.
The Altadena fire. Somebody said that the big corporations are going to come in and start getting land grabs. It's happening.
Yeah, it was almost immediately too.
Yeah. It has to do with what you're talking about, land.
Before we move on to land grabs, I want to make something very clear about superstitions. Americans are very superstitious too.
Okay, about what?
Aliens. You stupid motherfuckers.
You
stupid motherfuckers.
I have a story to blow your fucking This is a whole side point. He's bringing up aliens. I have a story to blow your minds, but keep going.
It's no different. The government is involved in UFOs, in other space travels that we're not even aware of, right? But we say aliens. We literally say aliens for our fucking excuses.
Well, okay, I'm hearing you
exactly. That's our cucuy. That's our American.
I'm hearing you out. How do we react to that?
How we react to
How
it.
do we
Sensationalism.
react to that?
It's insane. You look at the big
listen,
newspaper.
I know, but the American
Wait.
people have kind of become
American
dull
people,
to it.
he's
They
about
were-
to tell an
listen,
alien
listen.
experience.
Yes. Can I speak? And when I say this, I say like I'm 100. Believe me or not, I don't give a fuck. Like what I'm saying is 100% true. But just listen. This was happened like back in like 2008, at most maybe 2009. I was like 8 years old at the time. From what I remember, I was indoors. I was, like I said, like I remember it clearly. I was playing GTA 4, you know, fucking on the PS3, whatever. My brother Tony was outside talking to his girlfriend on the phone, and then my brother Michael, he was on his bed, just chilling, you know, like whatever. And then from outside, we hear Tony go, "Holy fuck! Hey guys, come out, like real quick!" And then we're like, "What the fuck?" And we go running outside, and he's just like, "I swear to God, the fucking sky just changed colors. I swear to God, like just wait, hopefully it happens again." And we're like, "What the fuck? You're fucking crazy, you know?" I don't know how to explain it, but just imagine rolling clouds in unison. Like it wasn't like fucking uneven or whatever. Like in a straight line from east to west in a straight line. Just imagine like a big blanket of like they look like smoky clouds almost. And I don't know if you guys know like highlighter colors like yellow, orange, purple, things like that. It looked like straight up highlighter. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the candy fruit roll-ups.
Yeah.
They look like those colors, like fruit roll-up
In the
colors.
sky.
Like red, purple, yellow, orange in the sky. In one straight line from east to west. Just whoosh, orange, whoosh, yellow, whoosh, red. And then, like I said, not gonna lie, I started crying because I got fucking I got scared. I started crying thinking, not even boy. I immediately went to aliens. We're being invaded. What the fuck is going on?
It's no,
And,
it's
yeah,
no
fallen
different.
angels, yeah.
It's our fucking government fucking doing
And
some
then every
weird
time-
tactics on
every
this
time I
kid.
bring it up- Listen.
It's the FAA!
Not only do I remember it, my brother
Don't ask the
Tony
FAA what they were doing
my
in New
brother
Jersey.
Michael
Don't ask the
remembers it,
FAA what
and
he
my
was doing in
sister
2008.
Jessica, we all remember it. My brother Tony, he jokes around like, "Oh, shut up, that didn't happen. The government came and told us that didn't happen." But like.
Because it didn't happen.
We all remember. We all remember that shit, though. Like I said, we didn't see anything fly. We just saw the whole
colors.
Like I said, in unison. It wasn't like, it spread further. No, in one straight line, like a straight line, just went.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that can do that.
Can we be real though?
I looked up.
Look real.
Look, this was 2008.
I looked up
This
solar
was
flares.
2008.
I looked up anything. Fucking, you know that Tesla launch that happened a few years ago, where like people saw the light in the sky.
Yeah,
just the
that's
stream.
right, that's
This
right.
wasn't a single stream. This was the whole fucking sky. Like I said, as far as you
You
can
know what
see
it
east,
could- you know
as
what it-
far as you can see west.
You know what it can be?
I don't see how I'm denying that though. I don't think
Order. Andrew had a point.
You know what it can be? The Northern Lights.
No.
In Los Angeles? What point was made?
I looked that up, and the Northern Lights, to counter your argument, the Northern Lights are literally just a section. Just imagine,
It moves sometimes.
it moves, but it sways.
But
It's
sometimes
it never goes.
it can be.
No. As
But
far
we
as
have
I
never
know,
seen
wait,
the sunrise down
Ray,
in Northern Lights down
listen,
here,
wait,
man.
shh.
They did. They came
Wait,
one time
Ray,
only once.
listen.
But did you see them?
Wait, no,
No,
counter
I was
argument.
doing something else.
Listen, as far as I know, there have not been any sightings of the Northern Lights. Like I said, as far as you can see east, as far as you can see west, just a straight line.
It could be a reflection.
It wasn't reflection.
We're getting too much.
This is what I mean. This is superstition. This is American superstition.
Like I
I
said,
actually seen the
Okay, but how do you react to it? That's the
I
Look,
cried.
how he reacts to
I've
it.
seen a
I
lot.
got
Just like my
scared.
grandma.
What evidence is there that it's aliens?
As far as I know, it could be an unreported solar flare. But since I've looked it up, I've looked into it. There's nothing that I could find. As far as I know, there's some fucking
Probably
aliens.
the government.
doing some
Message from
shit.
above.
Or the government doing some kind of shit that we don't know.
Don't ask the FAA.
But-
Don't ask that man,
like
bro.
I
Don't
said,
ask that.
like I said, believe me or not, fuck you guys. I know what I saw. I have witnesses.
I believe you.
I believe you.
I just don't think it's aliens. I just think it's the government.
I've seen the UFO.
Hector, your argument. What is it then?
I don't think. I just think it's a. I honestly, to be honest with you, 2008, I saw a flying saucer once.
Fuck,
Literally,
dude,
right
you
over
didn't
here.
even fucking
Right?
tell me, bro.
Deadass, no, like that's why I'm tripping out because I remember I was a kid. I was like, what the fuck is that? I remember my neighbors was like, yo, that's a UFO, and I was like, no way. But honestly, that was just something so long ago. But to this day, I used to think it was aliens, but now I'm convinced.
Not sure about Elon.
It's just another United States aircraft. Exactly.
Well, what I saw when I went hunting way up North California, we were I'd say about 100 miles from San Francisco. We were in the mountains, way out there. And I was going looking for deer. With a gun and everything. And then I stopped and I checked out looking at the sky. And all of a sudden I see these 3 lights. They're like this. And they just go like that. And then they stop out of nowhere. And then boom, boom, they just flew across the sky faster than shit. Boom! I mean, faster than anything. And it was way too damn high. And the light was too big for no
gravitational proportion. No, it seems like shit out of the fucking Star Wars.
Doppler effect too. You're seeing what was, not what is.
As a kid around 2008, like what? I mean, I never experienced or encountered any UFOs, but when I was a kid, I got so scared thinking like UFOs looked like this. So, like it was at a county fair or I don't know some fair, and I thought
Aurora.
I thought these were fucking UFOs.
There's an SR-71.
I thought these were considered UFOs. Like what the fuck was that?
10 kill streak right there.
Aiden Black Ops.
You saw classified Project Aurora.
You know what? I might have seen that too, because one time we were coming from Vegas, and I was watching the horizon. Way out in the horizon, I seen this little thing going, flying as fast as you could believe, going like
That's
this.
so loud, like super heavy.
I mean, super fast. No fucking airplane going like this. You know, from way out there, you would see an airplane, but it would be going like this, like barely moving. But with the horizon, this thing was flying like this, and then all of a sudden it stops and it goes back the same way in the same straight line. I see that on the fucking horizon. I was like, no way, that's no fucking airplane. That's no fucking helicopter. And way high in the horizon, going like that, going like at least, I'd say 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, like what I say, I'm in the belief that I don't think aliens exist, or not the way that we think they do.
Yeah.
Because another Western superstition, Nathan, are vampires. By the way, rich people that take all the silver or take all the gold and they suck up all the people in the land.
That's real.
Counter argument. No wait.
It's because it's about rich people.
No counter argument. The belief about vampires and bloodsuckers and people needing to take life of somebody in order to exist has existed for millennia.
Time immemorial.
Hey, but here's a different
concept. I would argue that Dracula as a Bram Stoker as a Western writer popularized that idea, but it's like with zombies. Zombies have been existent since since African.
Zombies.
Wait.
Zombies is a Haitian culture thing.
Haitian.
Different topic. We're getting off topic. Look, vampires. Look. I understand your analogy. Here's us. The West. Wait, the West. See, the difference between what I'm arguing is that
we gotta ask Jim about vampires right after.
These people would be scared of the vampires and they wouldn't face them. Other people, non-Western people.
Who's these
non-Western people?
Which are
non-Western people.
Asians, blacks.
I think the Japanese are Western people. By the way,
Last time I checked, the Caribbeans in the West.
The West Andes. Are we talking about the West Andes?
Order. He brought up Japanese people.
The Gooks?
Motherfucker.
Oh!
Wait,
wow.
Japanese people are some of the most superstitious, traditionalist
That's right.
people
That's
ever.
right. That's
No,
right.
no,
That's
from
right.
Japan still has their culture. Japan still has their sovereignty, but in practice, they were a Western nation. When it came to all this global fucking questioning of COVID, Japan was at the forefront, saying like, "Hey, maybe we should,
What's a Western nation?
And that voodoo.
You want him to define it?
a country that pursues liberal ideals, science, you know, truth, reality, you know, justice. You know, I'm not saying Japan's perfect.
I would argue that Japan has existed long enough to not be considered a Western culture.
What are you talking about?
No,
Japan?
it has, but
It was
it's
far
been
east.
westernized.
China's older than Japan.
No, yeah. I'm
My heart goes out to you.
Hey, I heard there's a conspiracy going on that there's 3 Elon Musk.
Hey, he's
not
here.
one. There's just one of them. I got one of them. But no, honestly though, Medina,
The West is Van Helsing. That's what I was gonna say.
Excuse me?
We fight the vampire. That's the difference. We fight the vampire.
But you guys are also on the
But that's the
vampire.
problem.
And also, I
Tragedy
want
isn't
to
the
Black Man 42.
Wait,
Real quick. Black Man 42. English is from England. I just want to let you know that. All right, it's predominantly. That's right. That's Spanish is from Spain. That's right.
Spanish is from the Latin language.
How did I
We're Romans, baby. We're Romans, baby. Hey! Roma, baby. Roma.
As a journalist and an occultist, I've looked hard into these 2 areas. Okay, we'll talk about
Sorry, good.
we'll talk about zombies first. Zombies actually do exist.
They do.
Somebody brought up that they exist in the country of Haiti.
Yeah.
Okay, if anyone years ago read the book or the movie, Serpents and the Rainbow, what they do down in Haiti is they get poor people, underprivileged people.
Exactly.
Sometimes they're people who are outcast from society. They feed them a combination of botanicals, sea creature venom,
Exactly,
frog
yes.
venom,
That's what I was about to bring up. Exactly.
and they put them into a stupor, and they fall. Their vital signs reach a point where people actually think they are dead. Okay, in the country of Haiti, they do not use in the embalming process like they do in this country. In this country, you're not coming back from the dead because you're full of embalming.
It burns you.
Yeah.
Burns you out.
But in other countries, if your vital signs are gone, they will bury you. There was an article in the news
They're back.
just a couple years ago about a woman at her funeral
Yes.
in South America, and she rose up out of her casket.
Shut the fuck up!
Yes.
Fucking lying.
She
No,
rose up out of her.
Her heart rate slowed so much that when they
It's
tried
been
to
more
look
than
for
one
it
incident.
for a post, they couldn't find one.
Yeah.
So they were like, all right, let's just fucking bury her. And then literally right in her wake, she like fucking sat up and was like, what the fuck is
I
going on?
got one.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, because they don't
Thank you.
have
My age, she volunteered at the USC Kirk Medical Hospital in the mortuary, so they put the dead bodies in the freezer. And she said that one day she was on shift just chilling, and then out of nowhere she heard boom, 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 boom. Hey, I'm not dead! Hey, I'm still alive! Let me out! Let me out! So then they let this guy out of the freezer, and then he was fine, and then
Thank you, Drac.
sprung back to life. And then this guy said,
Wait, was shriveled up.
And bombing fluid and all, that motherfucker was a demon.
Wait, he got back and he said that God had told superstition, that God had told him that it was not his time. This guy went on to build 3 temples and died of natural causes.
What year was this?
Oh wait.
But this
A
has
lot
to
of
be.
shit happened in
What
that
lot of shit happened?
Wait. I wanted to bring it up before it got
But let Jim finish. Well, so what is this about? South African or what is this practice? What was it called?
Haitian.
Haitian.
Basically,
Yeah.
what they do.
You're gonna see the movie The Serpent in the Rainbow.
Wait. If you guys have played Grand Theft Auto Vice City, you're familiar with that game?
Yeah.
When you do the Haitian missions, that's basically what they do to you. They put you under a spell. They like put poison and all this shit on you, so that they, you're in the
More
more
Mason
like
shit.
They'll be like, hey.
Oh yeah.
Video game.
Go do this, go do that, and then that way, you're more, how would I say, you're easily
Controlled.
yeah.
Well,
That's why they
and-
call them zombies.
And the man who wrote the book Serpent in the Rainbow, he was a scientist who worked for a pharmaceutical country.
Shut
For
the
a company.
fuck up, bro.
And what the pharmaceutical company wanted was for him to go down to Haiti
And get that-
and find out
Yeah.
how they create
Something turned off.
I'll get it.
how they create a zombie,
Thank you.
make somebody's vital signs disappear, and they believed also that they could revive a person through the use of
Isn't that MK Ultra though?
Yeah, no,
botanicals. But what he found out was that there is no way to revive them. What
I was gonna
happens
say that.
is that the drugs kind of wear off, but you come back in a zombie-like state. You're
Dazed,
super-
you don't remember
yeah,
shit,
yeah, you're dazed, you're screwed in the head, but you come
It's
back
like you blacked out,
and
basically.
and you're easily controllable.
Yeah.
So
I was about to say that, they thought that it was some kind
So
of
like a
like
Frank-
It's MK Ultra.
they thought it
That's-
was kind of
that is
cheap.
MK Ultra.
But no, it was literally
Order.
just
And
like
if people come this way, and that's the way it is. They're all
the only
fucked
reason
up.
why I bring up like Vice City is because that's like the only medium that most of us understand that are familiar
Whoa,
with.
hold on.
But
The
like
word-
literally, this was used in real life, like in a sense of like, oh, I don't like this fool, I'm gonna fucking mind control this guy to kill him, and shit like that.
Well,
shit
the
like
word-
that was in Haiti,
The
like
word
it's
zombie,
crazy, but it's real.
the word zombie
Yeah, get it
comes
going.
from Italy,
Don't
and it
get-
means
don't get-
controlled
you're gonna
person.
get
It doesn't
sick.
mean
Yeah,
undead
it doesn't
until
mean
it gets
undead,
to the
yeah.
head.
Shut the fuck up. Does it really?
Originally, zombie, Z-O-M-B-I.
Hey.
George A. Romero.
That fucking worker.
No, George A.
Hey.
Romero. George A. Romero, his first movie was called Zombie, and he was inspired by that to go and make Dawn of the Dead. But zombie means controlled person, and it was only when it got to Haiti that it meant undead controlled person. Zombie means influence the controlled person.
To counter that, I don't feel like it when it got to Haiti, but I feel like once it got to like the colonizers in Haiti, they had no way to explain
Well,
it.
that's
so
where
they
you
were
get
like,
some of
oh,
that
it's
voodoo
like this
shit, 'cause
motherfucker's
a lot of that comes
undead,
from Haiti.
you know?
Also,
So, yeah.
Hector, argument for you to bring up because we're always about the theism against atheism argument.
That's right.
It is believed by many theological scientists that religion was created around 5,000 years ago to combat the gods in order to level the playing field and to give humans the authority to combat the gods, whether that's Hinduism, Christianity, or any other theistic religion, is the power away from the gods and into our hands. So the story of Old and New Testament isn't necessarily a lesson, but a transfer of power from God, a tyrannical power, to people. Because when you compare Christianity to most of the old world religions, it is actually a very liberal and promising and a nice religion where you can be a certain type of person and still get by. You get me? You can be sleeping around, you can be a criminal and still be a Christian. But at the
You
cost,
still have that chance of salvation.
exactly. But at the cost of knowing that you are inherently going against God.
How did we get into that?
I just wanted to throw that out there at Hector.
Okay, I
Like
don't
I
know.
said,
I
that's a
wasn't
very
prepared for
good
that.
point.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
wasn't.
very good point.
Did anybody?
I wasn't prepared.
Has anybody
Curveball.
read the theory that LSD, the drug that was
Hell
popular in the 60s and up into the 70s when I was in high school, it was actually developed as a truth serum
Yes.
to make to administer to prisoners. And
Soviets.
Yeah.
So
It is
McCarthy.
not written fact, but it's pretty much known like through word of mouth.
Well, not
that
only
LSD,
that,
the LSD
Vietnam
was
War.
created by the government as
It's
like,
a
you know,
funny
a
synthetic.
lab. Yeah,
It's
it's
synthetic.
synthetic.
Synthetic,
It's
yeah.
created by the government in like the 60s, the 50s.
The
and all
guy,
that.
the guy
Yeah.
from
Like the
Grateful
Ultra.
Dead, he was
Jerry Garcia?
Jerry Garcia. His dad was in the CIA,
Yeah.
and he was the one that peddled around acid to San Francisco and Hayden Ashbury and all that. 'Cause-
But when you lie, when you're on acid, you feel guilt, like immeasurable guilt.
well, you feel a lot of things when you're on
Well,
I
acid.
never
emotional
tried it.
high,
What are the side
but
effects
it's
of
hard
That's
to
why it's
lie.
used as a truth serum, because it enhances
It's hard to lie
feelings.
because you feel guilty
Yeah,
inherently.
yeah,
What are the side
exactly, you know?
What do you think of that story though? That was put out as a truth serum. Do you think that's a cover story?
I think
I
it's a
don't-
cover story.
Because there's so much more that you could experience with LSD.
That's true.
When you get into the psychedelics,
Wait, no. Considering the fact that the dude who
only
created
psychedelic
LSD said he discovered it by
Only
accident.
that- I
He
would only
said that
know
he was
the-
handling these chemicals and that like he didn't think much of it, but then like literally like a bit after handling these chemicals, he was like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on?" And that's how he was able to synthesize.
I don't know how much I believe the accident excuse when it comes to scientists and alchemists and chemists and all these people, especially in the 1950s.
No, wait.
Yeah.
To counter that, in the 1950s and the 60s, they did not give a shit about anything. These motherfuckers were handling plutonium and radioactive materials
Right, no,
with
of
their
course.
bare hands.
But they knew exactly the effects of what they were doing.
No,
Just like when they did the nuclear bomb, they
thought they
knew
knew.
exactly
They
what they
thought-
were
that,
doing.
no, that's true. I think it's possible
When
they
they-
could have
no,
discovered
wait.
it. It doesn't change the fact that it.
When they first threw the nuclear bomb, they had no idea if they were gonna rip a fucking hole
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
that's-
ozone layer in the atmosphere and then the burning of all of us.
I
were-
think
that was a legitimate fear that they had.
They
But
had.
they were
They
like,
had
you know what? To end
equations.
this war, we had to do this.
Hold on, before we move into that subject, did anybody here see the film that came out many years ago? It's called Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah, that's a great line. Classic. That's a classic right there.
It was about a guy who was
Tim Robbins.
he was a mailman,
With Tim Robbins, yeah.
and he was a Vietnam War vet. And then he has war buddies who keep having these strange hallucinations. Then one day he runs into this nerd who tells him, "Hey, I produced LSD during the Vietnam War, and they put him in prison. And then the government took him out of prison and said, "Hell, yeah, we can. We'll take you out of prison if you develop
Later,
a
Jason.
strong
Thanks for being here, man.
drug for us."
Catch you later, man.
I'll see you, man.
Yeah, it was good.
Okay,
Sorry,
We'll
no,
sing,
sorry, no.
we'll sing
You jamming already?
Yeah, I
Glad
have to
you're
go.
able to
Yeah,
come
yeah.
there.
Thank
Alright.
you for being like that.
Of course,
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
He's wearing high mates. You're good.
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
We went to that concert.
Holy
We
shit,
went to
kill
that
pot.
church.
we're gonna be doing
I'm gonna chat something like your Los Santos house.
That's you.
Thank you to the chat.
I haven't realized it's the Los
Right.
Santos set.
Bye bye.
What
Come
you're
back.
saying, Jim?
Okay, so what happened?
I'm gonna go sit over in my chair.
Spoiler alert: was that the main character was under the influence of this drug, which was called, I guess, Jacob's Ladder, and he imagined a whole life after the Vietnam War. His whole life was imaginary due to the effects of this drug.
It's a badass movement.
Yeah.
It's a badass movement.
And it just makes you think, what kind of drugs is the government experimenting with that could...
But wait,
Yeah, we can all be imagining this meeting here.
to add on top of that, again, Medina, it's the acceptance that reality is nothing but an illusion. So to make peace with it, the whole conquering of the dragon is nothing but an illusion because the tragedy doesn't come from the dragon. It comes from within. The knight may slay the dragon, but he'll eventually go home to a fair maiden that is unfaithful, to a kingdom that has collapsed, or to a family that no longer recognizes him, as we saw in Odysseus, as we saw with Eros, as we saw with Minos, and so many other Western mythologies. Hercules, at the end of the day.
They all have their problems. You know, people have their problems. I think my whole thing with that, I guess you're going back to the little superstitious stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
it's how do you act based off of your superstitions?
Favorite chair.
Sorry?
How do you
I
act?
hide over here.
How do you act based off your
Well, like
superstitions?
this one. Then.
I would argue the way that.
For example, Octavio's mother. This is why I wanted Octavio.
boy.
Octavio's mother is super fucking superstitious.
Why you
What? Because what
He
kind
brought you as a
of? How does your mother treat you?
Like what? Like treat me like how?
How does she treat you when it comes to your safety?
Well, because I'm an only child. Then
Yes, you are an only child. That is true.
What the fuck?
Listen.
Your point, Medina?
Yeah,
What's your point?
Are you gonna pretend? Oh, so you're not gonna act like your mom's never been overbearing?
What the fuck is this?
You're pretending like your mom's
Calling you out!
My mom's overbearing.
This is mom. Okay.
How is that a bad thing?
So you have to understand.
Yeah.
So his mom works at a morgue.
Not
Okay.
anymore. She works with the LA County Sheriff.
Point is, she worked. Okay. She hears a story and she's like, Pablo, I don't want you doing this because I do not.
Dude,
want
she's
you
a
to
Mexican mother. They're always over.
My mom's like that and she
Her
doesn't work at the
basis.
morgue, you
She
know?
wanted to. Hold on. She wanted to
I tell
force
her
you
I'm
to
going
get
to Hollywood.
Didn't
She's
she
like,
want
why
you
you
to
go
get
so
the?
far? That's right there.
Hold on.
Alright.
Didn't she want you to get the COVID vaccine?
Yeah.
Why?
Because everyone else is doing it, and I'm like, why should I?
No, that wasn't her reason. Pablo, you're going to die. I don't
She
want
got
you to die.
propaganda.
Yes, but she is of the culture that is susceptible to that. That's what I'm arguing. The Latin
Culture
American.
of what?
Listen, Andrew.
What is he talking about?
Andrew.
No, somebody put zombies do exist. They're called black people.
She looks at her phone and follows whatever the news says that's true. I mean, she believes
Especially when it comes to
organic
Yes.
news saying it's true.
Yes, and there's
Rather than just
and
hearing
a
from
lot of
someone
people.
else.
I would say the
But
homeless
what
are
I'm
more
saying is your mother takes it to the
zombies
next
than
level,
does.
and
Black
she
people.
forces you like, hey, you cannot do this. This whole culture of
Jim wouldn't
have you
even
ever
say
heard of
that.
this stereotype where, like in Mexico,
Zombies are the
they
homeless.
take their gay.
I'm
Listen,
sorry,
they take
I'm
their
sorry.
gay kid. I'm
Nathan,
trying to explain.
Wait, let him. I want to hear.
They take their gay kid, they kidnap him, and they beat him. Like
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. They told me the same thing when I started hiking Angeles that they used to go kill gay people out there and they never done nothing.
They take him to the mountains
Wow.
to kill him.
I can't believe this. I can't. Nathan,
There was,
what are you talking about?
You're gonna act like that there's not an aspect of superstition to the Latino culture
Are you gonna
that
act like
that
Christians
doesn't
don't
allow
like
their
What is
mentally
manifest, what
to
is
take the next
manifest
step?
destiny if not superstition that you inherently need to expand that way?
That's not my.
That's not. What do you
That's
mean?
not my issue with
What do
superstition.
you mean?
That's not my issue with superstition.
So,
My issue with
what-
superstition
So wait.
is
So
how you
conquering-
act
so-
based off of it.
So
What do you mean,
conquering
how you
other
act?
nations and
What does
killing
that mean,
people
then?
and
How-
to conquer that land. That's not superstitious and leads you to
Manifest
believe that
destiny
you
wasn't a
believe.
bad thing.
You believe,
I'm
okay,
glad the
but
US
it's
went for
superstition. But it's superstition.
No, it's not superstition.
Yes, it is.
It's policy.
The belief
It's
that you
policy.
deserve what's that way.
No, it's not superstition. Superstition is saying, "Oh, God told me." Well, I guess that is what it was.
It is.
Right?
It is. It's superstition. The promise, like
But
the
wait,
idea that
but-
we deserve what's theirs, is inherently.
But do you think that the
Oh
people?
my
You think that
God.
the people needed the fucking religious boost? They
Yes.
didn't need it.
Yes. What are Mormons?
gonna happen
What
either
are
way.
Mormons if not religious
It
zealots
was
that
gonna-
expanded west? No different than
No,
the American
hey,
pioneers
the
going west.
expansion
Is
west
our
was
American
gonna
folk gonna
happen
make us take the
regardless of-
vaccine
No,
now?
it was not. No, it was
Yes,
not.
it was.
It was not the
No, he's
original.
with your car.
And let me
Don't take the
ask you
vaccine.
something. Let me ask you something.
We're here.
Because there's this grander
That's
conversation
that
of whether or not the U.S. expansion to the west was a good or bad thing. Would it be better if we were under Mexican rule today?
I don't know.
We don't.
No,
that's
I don't
not
think
for
Not
us
with
to
Scheinbaum.
We don't
That's
live
not,
in that
that's
world.
Not with
for us to
Scheinbaum.
decide. That's not for us to decide, and for you
No,
to say
it's
that
not
you know,
for us to
okay,
decide.
and if I
History
said-
has
and if-
already
And
decided.
if I said that yes,
But
it
I'm
would.
trying to throw it out there.
No, no,
Would it
If I
have been
told
better?
you, yes, it would. What difference would it make? We don't live
If
in
you
that
told
world.
me yes, it would, then we'd go to the merits of how that would be.
Yeah, let me-
Look at Mexico today versus how the U.S.
A
is.
great country in the world.
The
A
Mexico.
country that is rich in culture and in resource. A country that has defined not only Latin American politics, but democracy on the world stage. When Bukele asked AI what was the greatest
What are you
democratic
talking
country in
about?
the world,
Mexico is
it
the
said
biggest
Mexico.
contender for their government working with the cartel.
I
We
didn't know
my
that.
ass. The United
How do
States,
you know
the United
that?
States
How do you know that?
government.
Why are you gonna pretend like it's not a thing?
The
How do you
United
know
States
that? No,
government
seriously, how do
is
you know
working
that?
with the
How are you
cartels
gonna
too.
pretend to tell me that you know that?
The United States government is working with the cartel too.
Yeah,
What
we
difference
literally
does
just
it
had
make?
the Sinaloa.
Why is everything else? Why is the most
Chicago?
innocuous thing suspicious to you? Which I agree with you, by the way. We should look at the elite and what they do and call them out because we can see what they do. Fucking, what is her name doing the fucking Satan thing? When the cameras pan, you know what I'm talking about. Why is it okay to notice that? But when Scheinbaum rises to power, when she rises to power,
What has she done?
And people,
What has she done that you think that?
the assassinations
What
around her
about the
rise to power?
assassinations? What about the
Oh, what
assassinations?
about them? What
No,
about them, man?
What about? Do you know the people that were assassinated? Were they running for president or were they
Yeah,
running
they
for
were.
judges?
They were political.
No, they
candidates.
weren't. They were running for governor, for mayor of their respected cities and pueblos.
Wait,
What
wait,
the
Were they?
fuck are you
Were they?
talking
Were they
about?
Scheinbaum?
Wait, furthermore, you act like the United States won't hesitate to take out its opposition in a
Yeah.
heartbeat. If they won't kill them, but they'll send them straight to fucking jail and keep them there as long as it takes. If not, kill them while they're in jail. And to argue otherwise is a silly thing. This happens, and we know it happens under fucking
Yeah,
Clinton.
we don't
Well,
like
but
it.
you
We
know
call
what?
it out.
Oh my
No,
God. Who's
no.
okay? So in this case, who's the United States, Nathan? Is it the people that you agree with only, and the people you don't agree with are in a completely another country?
I don't
The
believe-
United States, whether you like it or not, is a two-party system. The Democrats are your party too. You cannot argue that the Republican Party is saints and Democrats are sinners when they're the same fucking bird together,
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
together.
that's it.
To say that your system works is to also acknowledge the Democratic side of it. You can't leave it.
It's supposed
You
to be
can't run
that way.
away from it.
You're
That's
fucking stupid.
that's
bro.
to say, oh, well, I'm a Southerner by pride, and I'm prejudiced against black people, not because I'm a Confederate, but because I'm racist against black people. It's ignoring the fact that, yes, I'm in a Confederate area where Confederate influence is the norm, and everything else is influencing towards that.
Are you kind of getting at the whole bigger issue of the two-party politics thing?
I'm not getting at the issue of the two-party politics because that's inevitable. What I'm arguing is that you can't make arguments, and then when someone calls out a counter-argument to that, you say, like Pat and like so many others, that, well, that wasn't us, that was the Democrats.
No, it's
That's
not.
still your party.
If it's people that I ideologically disagree with, that's not something.
But it's still the United States, is it not? Is it not the United States?
It is. It's not, and it's a problem. I
And
think.
last
Okay, this
time
is where I
checked,
think
you
you're
said that the
mistaken.
United States
This is
is
where I
the
think you're
greatest country in
mistaken.
the
You're
world.
called blame
That
shifting.
include Democratic.
You're acting like we're not
May I
capable of calling out our
interject?
government. Our government was founded on that. Our country was founded on calling out our government. That's the.
If the United States is the greatest country in the world, does that include the Democratic Party and their procedures?
Supposed to.
Wait. Just give it a second.
The fact that we-
No.
the fact
That's a
that we don't
simple
kill them
fucking
and
question. It's a simple question. If
Okay,
the United
lawyer.
States is the
Okay,
greatest
lawyer.
country in the world, if the United States is the greatest country in the world, as you state it is, does that include the Democratic Party, which is a party of the United States of America?
Yes.
Then okay.
Because guess what? We don't kill them.
Then any
We don't kill
Then
them.
any
Wait for a
Democratic
couple
policy
weeks.
in any debate
Wait
moving
for a
forward.
couple weeks.
Oh, right. Well, so what's
Let me
going to
interject
happen?
here. How many people in this room know that the United States of America is not a democracy?
It's a republic.
It's a constitutional
It's a
republic.
republic. We are formed under Articles of Confederation
It's an
before the
oligarchy.
Constitution.
And for the republic for which it stands, one nation under God.
How many?
Commonwealth only means that they formed the
It's supposed
Constitution
to be.
before. Sorry. In American politics, Commonwealth only means that they formed the Constitution before the actual Constitution was formed. That's why some states are referred to as Commonwealths and not states.
How many people in this room know that the United States is not the freest country in the world?
Switzerland.
There,
It's not free unless
there are countries, yes, like Switzerland, Sweden, certain Scandinavian countries
Mexico.
Mexico.
that are much more free than the United States.
When you're poor in
Yeah.
Mexico, you're poor. When you're poor in the United States, they still tax you.
Yep.
They don't leave you
And you
alone.
gotta pay rent, or you gotta live in a
They They
fucking
don't.
street.
Look, the guy you brought is agreeing with me. When you're poor in Mexico, you're poor. That's it. When you're poor in the
You
United
can be
States,
poor in the United
they
States,
keep
but rich
taking
in Mexico, bro. Like,
Thank you,
like, yeah.
thank you.
You can live like in
Making a
an apartment
different
in the States.
We are
but-
capitalists. We are capitalists in a nation that doesn't allow capital.
you get to a certain point where they can't tax you. Like me. I just get my Social Security.
But you're
I already paid
disabled,
into it.
Andrew. You're disabled.
I'm not
everyone.
disabled no more.
Oh my God, Andrew, take us
I'm
down the
retired,
fucking
I'm
road, man. What are you talking about?
I'm a retired. They call me retired. I'm retired.
But you still get taxed on your retirement check.
No. They
you still get
can't.
taxed.
I'm not getting taxed. I make under a certain amount where they don't tax me.
No, but don't they
But
take
if-
taxes out of your Social Security?
No.
Let me ask you guys
Just wanted
something.
to
What
do it.
is freedom?
What is freedom?
What is
Just-
freedom?
If I go
live
to
on
work
your own free will.
and earn over a certain income,
Life,
then
life,
I
liberty,
will
and the
be
pursuit
taxed.
of happiness.
I could agree with all that.
In the pursuit of happiness.
that's why when he
Right?
says
Yeah.
when you're poor,
Okay, I agree with all
you
that.
don't get.
To deny
Like say you
anybody
could
that
do.
is
Once you
unconstitutional.
reach a
Deny
certain
anybody.
income
Right.
bracket,
So
you start taxing.
so someone comes to the country.
That's right. To look for that.
Okay. They don't want to participate in your country.
What does that mean? They don't want to
Except-
participate.
Oh, don't tell me we're going back to immigration.
All right.
All these
Well,
truths
what
to
do
be
you
self-evident and
What do you-
obvious that all men are created equal.
What do you mean participate? What the fuck do we have to participate?
Let's just go back to freedom. First of all, up to this point, we've allowed them to. If you're talking about immigration,
can I
we've
say
allowed
one?
people to do that up to
Every
now.
country
To
has
the point where you could be a gang member, and our government is still demanding that you come back to the country just to get your fair share, even though you're a fucking gang member,
What
bro.
are you talking about? How do you know he's a gang member?
All right.
every
How do I-
country, every
Hey, let me ask you
culture-
something. Is the
What's wrong with
tattoo
gang members?
photoshopped? Is the
What's wrong
tattoo
with- hey, what's-
photoshopped?
What's wrong with gang members?
Is the
We have
tattoo
the
photoshopped?
Are you
Is the
gonna send
tattoo
me to-
photoshopped, Hector?
What? Excuse me?
Is the
I'm
tattoo
thinking,
photoshopped? Yes or no?
The tattoo? Yeah. It is
What about the
photoshopped.
tattoo was photoshopped?
The M, the S, and the 13.
Right. What about the other symbols?
What about those symbols?
Well, let me ask you something. What about them?
Yeah,
ask
what about
ask the
them?
wife. What about them?
Yeah.
Why did you hide?
Oh
them?
no, this one again.
Why did she hide? If the tattoos didn't mean anything, why did she hide them? Do they not? Do they incriminate him possibly?
Okay.
See, we're caught up on these little issues of facts of like, well, how do you know he's a gang member?
Okay. Wait,
Well, we don't have all this fucking circumstantial evidence besides the fucking
Didn't we
tattoo.
visit this subject
We
like a month
did,
ago?
we did, but we're dealing with a situation where
because
people
you're
are just
wrong,
living in a
man.
different
It's 'cause
reality.
you can't stand being wrong.
No,
The original,
You have nothing to base your fucking opinions
You
on.
have literally a tattoo.
just-
My argument is give this guy due process.
That's all
you're
I'm
doing
saying.
is basing
I'm with that.
his
That's what
fucking
I'm saying,
argument
it's a
off
due
of
process.
The
tattoos,
due
bro.
process that this man was supposed to follow to get in this country wasn't followed to begin with.
the original-
Okay, so now we're
What-
here. We have this
what-
situation.
what-
Okay,
what are you-
Wait, let Jim
he went to
go.
court twice. He went to court twice. They said he was ordered to be deported.
Can a criminal
Order.
the original
A criminal
question.
Order.
We don't kill them. We
Yeah,
deport them to where they live.
The original question what is the definition of freedom? Okay.
life, liberty, and pursuit
And
of happiness?
every man from every man or woman from every
They have
country
their own
will have their own
interpretation.
definition. Okay, in this country we may have our own definition. When I was in college, I met a man who escaped from the USSR, which existed at that time. This was in the 1980s. And he got shot at by the KGB while he was escaping from the USSR, and he escaped to Poland. And he told me that you couldn't even pick up your phone and have a private phone conversation and criticize the government because the government might be listening in on your phone conversation and kick in your door at any minute because
We're not too
you
far
had,
from that
you
ourselves.
had absolutely no privacy and no freedom in the USSR at that time.
We're very
So
close to
their
that.
definition and our definition would be completely different. Okay, so that's.
Oh.
I mean, here in the United
Well,
States.
let me just solidify something because I think your
And then Andrew has a point.
is that everyone in the world has the right to come and fuck over America.
What does
To
that mean?
fuck America over the fucking, to bend them over the
We
fucking.
fuck the world too.
We fucked the world first.
Okay, so that
They
makes
can
it
fuck
okay.
us. It's
It
called-
makes it okay to
Yeah, it's
fuck
called
each other.
consensual fucking.
Let's stop
What's
fucking
the
each
word?
other. Why don't we just stop
fuck
fucking
the
each
world
other?
and they fuck
Why don't we
us.
stop fucking each other?
Shut the fuck up.
MAGA,
It's
Trump
consent.
said, let's stop fucking each other. Let's have sovereignty.
Exactly.
Let's have sovereignty.
You don't want immigrants, maybe you should stay at home.
Okay. Ray. Ray. Order. This is the last thing I'll say. Jim, I promise you this is the last thing I'll say. This is the last thing I'll say.
It's a concept. Maybe you should stay at home. Don't go
This is the last thing I'll say about immigration all night. To end this subject, okay?
Because you lost. Because you lost.
Because their arguments for why things are allowed to happen to us is because we do it too. Okay?
Yeah, we do.
Recently, yes, we do. Recently,
I have a point on that.
Recently, Trump in Saudi Arabia was like, you know what? Let's fucking stop this nation building shit. Our cultures are different.
For how
We
long?
tried. Well, if he's saying it, why? If he tries it again, you think he's gonna look like a fucking good boy?
Where's that in Africa,
People are-
though? Hey, where's that in Africa? Where's that in Burkina Faso, though?
Okay,
that in
what
Burkina
is
Faso?
the situation with Burkina Faso, bro?
They're building themselves and they don't want nothing to do with the West.
Hey,
What's
all right.
the crime there?
Okay, Burkina, all that shit happened before Trump gave this
No,
speech.
it didn't. No, it didn't.
It's happening right
Trump
now.
gave this speech.
No, it didn't. That's a lie. That's a lie.
No.
It did not.
Man,
It
listen.
happened 100
The actions, no, you're wrong because in the timeline of things, people can look this up. You can look this up.
Wait, hold on. Order.
What do you know about Burkina Faso?
Okay, you were talking about it before Trump gave his speech. That's what I know. So factually, Burkina Faso was acting prior to Trump's speech. Okay.
Look. But
You ever heard of
Faso
having?
has not given Trump a $200 billion jet. So, yes, it makes sense why he doesn't want to deal with them, bro. All right?
Okay.
That part's true.
Trump wouldn't go on the world stage
Look, bro.
and say,
Look,
"Hey,
bro. Shut
maybe
the fuck
countries
up.
should have their
World
fucking
stage.
sovereignty."
The world stage. I didn't see Trump down in Malaysia.
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't see Trump down in Africa. I didn't see
They
Trump
live
out in
streamed it to the
Siberia.
fucking world. The whole world
stage?
saw the
What
fucking
world?
speech.
Select states.
What
That's
are you
the
goddamn
world stage?
talking about?
Is that the world
What
stage?
is the
You
world
select
stage?
It's
If the
Saudi
world stage happened in
Saudi
fucking
Arabia,
Antarctica is only
you mean
appealing to
Saudi Arabia, the
Antarcticans,
same government
you're
that did
retarded. What a retarded form of
9/11?
argumentation.
What, you mean Saudi Arabia, the
Oh
same
my
9/11
God.
government? The one
You
that
know what?
hate
Why
the
not?
fucking people?
You know what I don't understand? Why not let them give us the plane? As long as Trump don't keep it.
Because that's
He's
against
keeping
the
it.
rules.
No,
He's
I'm saying.
rules.
I know it's against.
But
The same rules that
We
he so
give
valiantly
shit.
accepts.
We give shit to other countries too.
Like
For
what?
free, you give them billions of dollars.
Okay, of our money. That's
Yeah,
correct.
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
correct. And that's another problem. That's another problem.
That's what I'm saying.
We give them billions of dollars. We don't give them a fucking jet. We give them weapons.
We give them weapons.
Look.
We give them
Weapons.
money.
We
Look.
give them
You
drugs.
give them food.
Give them structures.
You give them drugs.
We give
You
them
give them
dictators.
everything.
We give them dictators.
The world has had strife, and we're trying. That's what
why I
MAGA
said,
is trying to
if
do. Is
somebody
trying to
gives us
address
a
the
plane,
strife.
fucking
just
take it.
what
As
strife?
long as you're not, you know,
Stop the nation
we're gonna
building.
take it as a
Stop
gift,
interfering in foreign
but
nations.
you're not
What's
gonna
the nation
influence
building?
our way of thinking.
Or
That's the way I would say.
I want to bring something up.
What's up?
You know what I mean?
You can't be anti-immigration and unless you're anti-war.
What do you mean?
What am I trying to say here? I'm stupid.
So because war.
So well, hold on.
refugees,
You
right?
if you're anti-immigration, I would say that you kind of have to be anti-war and anti-interventionist too.
Right.
Because that stuff is what causes immigration. You destabilize these nations, then you radicalize their people.
Maybe let's stop nation building then and,
Yeah.
and engage in sovereignty. That's what's being addressed, Donovan. That's kind of what I'm trying to get.
Burkina Faso, again.
Burkina
Why are
Faso,
we
the
doing that with
situation
Burkina
happened
Faso?
before Trump went on the world stage.
So why can't he stop it?
It's the same with Haiti.
Well,
Why can't he stop it?
He's trying to stop everything. First of all, if he does stop it all, I think he's the Antichrist. Second, he's trying. The rhetoric he's putting out. saying we need to fucking leave.
But you know what?
Let nations have their sovereignty and stop nation
You know
building.
what?
Why are we doing it?
One thing I hate about Trump, he acts like he's doing it all by himself.
Yeah, that's true. It's
I did it. You didn't do it. Your people that are working for you did it.
everyone that made concessions.
But
Jim has a point. Go ahead, Andrew.
That's the thing.
Finish up, Andrew, and then Jim has a point.
How many people have heard in the news that Donald Trump is taking credit for the election of an American Pope?
yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I think the thing about the thing we have to keep this in mind is Donald Trump is just a puppet. All right, every president is just a puppet. The
Yeah.
real
Yeah.
puppet masters are people like Peter Thiel.
Masonic theater.
Exactly, it's all kabuki theater is what we call it, right, in politics. And the thing about it, it works very well because you got people like Nathan over here who just can't see beyond the facade. Just can't see it. You know, he genuinely is literally bringing in this brand new world
Oh,
order.
then can I say one other thing? Go finish.
Oh, one of the important things is that character Peter Thiel, which I had no idea, but is married to Ivanka Trump, or was with Ivanka Trump. He is building software to scan facial recognized citizens, and if it doesn't pop up in their database, then it automatically detects an undocumented person, and quickly, alerting authorities and bringing that information to their software, and then they can just take care of it and deport them.
That's horrifying.
That's the big plan. That's the mass deportation plan. Is to have software big enough to have a database to have everybody's illegal status and deport them.
That's you're
I
running
don't think
into
there's
that.
anything wrong with that.
But you're running into that.
Exactly. Now and then sooner or later, there's going to be
Mark of the beast.
people are accidentally going to be deported because they might not have their citizenship papers. They might not have the right paper or documents that they need to prove, or they might not even know
Welcome, Bilbo
that they
Flappers.
need to do something. So what happens then? They're going to install hey, you know what? We're going to make it a convenient way. Install the chip.
Mandatory.
Eventually, it'll be mandatory because why? Because people are going to fight back.
It's your passport.
The real ID.
Real ID.
The real ID. 100%
Your vaccination
the real
shots.
ID. Your vaccination shot. It has been set up this way by left and right, so we can continue to debate these useless politics if mandates are acceptable or not, if immigrations are acceptable or not, just so we can ignore the fact that this is what they're doing in the background.
Yeah.
And these are the names. Peter Thiel, that's one of them. That's
The
one of them.
other one I wanted to say.
Is it connected with Oracle?
You
Or
said
Oracle,
about
yeah.
Manifest destiny. I don't believe all 100% manifest destiny, because man eventually starts to go.
Okay,
And they
you
go
can
into
do that.
other lands.
You can do
and
that.
they keep going.
Wait,
and
Andrew,
they keep going.
Andrew, please, Andrew.
And
I
why
have
did
nothing
Mexico
against
take
that.
over all of Mexico?
Andrew, I have nothing against that, but if you are going to do that, then be fucking honest about it.
You can't be honest about it because people won't have an interest to want to go over there.
There was manifest destiny. They did.
I agree, Bilbo.
There is
But
manifest
but what I'm saying, if there's no manifest destiny, it's going to happen anyway.
Look, this is
It's
this
gonna
is the-
happen anyway.
This is the reality of things.
People
all right?
move. They're going to get
Manifest
too many
destiny.
people. One
Manifest destiny
section,
was
they're
used
gonna keep
as an
going.
excuse to expand west, just like climate change is going to be used as a reason to expand beyond the stars. All right, everything is always an excuse.
I don't know about.
We're always using and we're creating the reality that we do because this is just part of the plan.
We're just fucking up our own planet.
Exactly, we're the actors. We're the actors and props of this bigger show that's being ran. Either you play your part or you don't at all. Nathan,
What's your point, Ray? I don't know what
I
your
only
point
got about
is, Hector,
40 years
because
maybe
you,
left on
first
this
of all, do
planet.
you even believe?
If I'm lucky.
Do you understand that Christianity, the teachings of Christianity, teaches you to watch out for
Force?
all the things that you're describing?
the ways of the force?
The ways of the Force.
Of course.
Ways
bro.
that you
The
don't.
force of God.
Yeah, bro, ways that you don't even understand, bro.
Hector,
Love your neighbor.
what is does Revelations not recount everything that you're talking about?
What about
This-
Revelation,
with this
bro?
control apparatus with this Mark of the Beast kind of shit.
Well, that's right, and you also pointed it out during the pandemic how the overreach of government was a problem. But yet now that your party has one, this isn't a problem to you at all.
Yeah, overreach is pretty big. You don't think?
Well, my question is actually.
Well, my question is.
What do you think the government, the Uniparty, was doing up till now?
What Uniparty? The Republican Party won. That's the second party, as far as I'm concerned.
The Uniparty includes people like fucking Lindsey Graham. Fucking, what's that dude, Turtle?
Party won,
and why are they not in jail?
Okay.
Both parties are the Uniparty.
Exactly, too.
Because we don't work like that. Unfortunately,
We don't work
we're
like
liberal
that?
fucking.
We don't work like that. We just said how many innocent
Unfortunately.
people.
And accepted so many more.
How many innocent people did we send to El Salvador exactly?
Where? How? You're. The point that they're innocent is debatable, Hector.
Okay, because they have due process, but
What
we
about
never paid them.
What about
That's
the
why it's debatable.
Wait, what about the Afrikaners? Are we screening them if they're criminals or not? What were they doing back in South Africa? How do I know that the fuckers?
There were
that's coming from
8,000
South
fucking Afrikaners that were brought. We could at least account for them.
And 8,000.
Not for the millions that the Uniparty
Can you
and that the boots
can you
has been
confirm to me
bringing
right
in.
now? Can you confirm?
Come on, listen.
Can you confirm to me right now
Haven't
that
you
there's
said
no
that
criminals
mass
out of
immigration is a
Can
Jewish
you-
conspiracy?
Can you confirm?
Is it not?
Can you confirm to me that none of those 8,000 Afrikaners are criminals? Can you assure me that?
Well, guess
Can
what?
You assure
You could
me
do that a lot
Yes or
easier
no?
than the fucking
Yes or
millions
no?
that were brought in.
Yes or no? It's a simple question. Can
Yes.
you or can you not assure me that 8,000 Afrikaners are or are not criminals?
Yes,
How?
because there's 8,000 compared to
How?
millions.
How?
What do you mean how?
How?
It's a numbers game.
How?
It's
Then
a
show
numbers
that.
fucking
Then break
game.
down the numbers for me. Einstein, I want to know. What are the
Yeah,
numbers?
Mitch McConnell.
Bilbo says yes, the Afrikaners are given refugee status.
What is the numbers then? You want to talk numbers? Let's talk numbers. What
No,
is the
you're talking
numbers?
about possibility.
What is the
You're
number?
like, how can we
you
know?
said, you
You're-
brought it up. I didn't say it. I'm saying, can you assure me with reasonable suspicion that none of the 8,000 Afrikaners are criminals? You said yes.
Yes.
And you said, look at the numbers. Show me the fucking numbers. I want to know the math.
Yeah, what's
Can
the
you
number?
or
I just
can you
said
not?
8,000 versus millions.
Okay, what is that then?
What's
What's
the
the
percentage?
equation? I want
What
to
is
know.
the
What's the
percentage?
equation? How
Well,
many
what he's
criminal
trying-
Afrikaner per Latino immigrant?
You can literally do the math.
Then
First
do
of
it.
all,
Then do
First
it.
of all,
Then do it.
Is there a fucking?
Then do
is there a
it.
board? Come on,
saying?
Einstein.
That's your argument. It's your
8%.
argument. I want to know.
8%.
8% of what?
First of all, a million is a low number for the.
Okay.
For the,
Then do the math. I want to hear it.
But the lower ballpark, 1 million to 8,000 is 8%.
So
if you have to process 8% of people versus 100% of people, of those people,
But there's still
you're gonna have a
so
lot
you're telling
easier
me-
time.
you're-
That's kind of the basis.
You're
You're having
telling me-
the wall
you're telling
and
me-
having a big door to begin with,
You're
so we
telling-
can process
You're
small
telling
amounts
me-
of people at
you're
the time,
telling
so we
me-
can actually
you're
have
telling me-
immigrants who
you're-
we want in this country.
You're telling me that if 5,000 out of 8,000 Afrikaners were
This
criminals,
is such a
it would still wouldn't
disingenuous
matter
argument.
because
We're
it's still a
arguing
less
whether or
population
not
than
it's
Latinos?
easier to
You're-
process 8,000 people
Look, he's
versus
not
a
letting me
million
make my argument.
people.
He's not letting me make my
Well, no,
argument.
but-
I gave you a rebuttal and you're not answering.
Ray,
You're
then
telling-
Andrew.
You're telling me that out of 8,000 Afrikaners, if 5,000 of those Afrikaners were criminals, because it is a less number than millions of Latinos, that is still not considered worthy of scrutiny.
They should all be
No one's
scrutinized.
saying that it's not. No one's saying they're not being scrutinized. They are being
By who?
scrutinized.
By who?
8,000 people.
By who though?
Nobody.
By the
Ray,
same people
these
turning
things have
away
been
Latinos?
happening for years.
By the same people turning away Latinos.
Who's
Who's turning them away?
That's,
who's accepting?
Actually, that's the question. Who is turning them
who's
away?
turning them away and who's accepting them?
Who's turning anybody away?
Answer that.
Less Latinos are coming to the country because they're like, fuck it, it's not worth it.
Okay.
Okay?
So why do Afrikaners want to
So
be
who are
here?
we turning away? There's no one even coming anymore. Who are
So
we
why are we
turning away?
deporting people then, Medina?
Why are we deporting people? That's the fucking fundamental question, isn't
Yeah.
it?
It still came back to
Well,
that.
we've tried to find. They're making it about it.
So if Afrikaners start committing crimes on the same level as Latino, would
If
that
they
be
did,
basis?
we would call it out at the same level.
Who's
it
we?
hasn't
Who's
happened.
we? Who's
Conservatives.
Conservatives, the
Ray.
same conservatives that don't call out each other for their own crimes?
What crimes?
I don't know, maybe pedophilia, drug abuse.
We do
rape.
call out. The
Like
Lincoln
who?
Project is laughed at in conservative circles. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, okay, I don't know. Maybe
The Lincoln Project is
maybe
the-
our own president and his own criminal record. We can start there. Maybe the Clintons.
Hey,
maybe
where's
the whole.
Pam
where's the
Bondi?
Where's the Epstein?
Where's Pam Bondi?
Where's the
and
Epstein list? Where's
Mouthpiece,
the Epstein list?
Where's
mouthpiece
Cash
for
Patel?
legacy media
Where-
right here.
hey,
Where's the Epstein
Why
list?
is you know
If we're calling them
Why-
out, where's the Epstein
Where's
list?
the
Medina?
Where's the Russiagate arrest?
Who's addressing the Epstein list?
The thing
Republican representatives.
So why don't they show it?
Because it's a fucking process. We just don't kill
A process
people.
of what? It's a piece of paper. Just upload the picture.
A piece of paper that was being held by FBI operatives. You can look this up. James Comey's daughter, Josh Dennehy, they were in charge of the New York field office that was
If you're
because maybe James
if you're Donald Trump,
maybe
is the
maybe there's
harbinger of
opposition
justice.
forces within government. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe there's oppositional forces within this government. Oh,
Maybe it's all a show.
Maybe it's all
Maybe
a
it's
show.
all a show.
Didn't
You're
James-
falling for it,
didn't James
dumbass.
Comey just put out the 8647 shit?
That's right.
Yeah, he did.
Right.
First of all, I don't think he should be punished for it
Right.
at all.
86,
I don't think he should be punished for it at all.
47.
But
That's right.
what does this show where James Comey's mindset is? What do you think his
giving
daughter's
Jersey
at?
This guy's gonna lose his
Where's
voice.
Donald Trump's mindset?
Trying to expose it. Why would his administration even put it forward as a fucking thing?
As an all blacked out list?
They didn't like that. And guess
You
what?
know
The
what?
conservative movement didn't like it either.
Why can't they release it?
Yeah, why can't they
Why?
release it, bro?
Because the
Because-
documents were originally in people's hands who didn't want this shit to be out to begin with. That's why not until Trump got elected, it didn't even be brought up as an issue.
So they can't list the names even without
Ray,
the actual physical
who used
list?
to remember when people used to say that Epstein killing himself was a conspiracy theory?
Sure.
First of all, I think Cash Patel's a piece of shit. And by the way, you know he knows what I'm talking about.
Wait, what does he have to do with it?
That's right,
Because
because he said recently that he believes he killed himself.
He's lying. He's either lying or he's.
They killed
I
him.
think there's a. Who knows? There might be something bigger at play. They're trying to fucking like.
There is something bigger. at
They either
play.
killed
You're
him or
just
he's alive
fucking
still.
Stupid to realize it. That's the problem here. That's the problem.
Didn't
Is that the
somebody
people
seen
that
his
you're
body?
supporting
Nope.
are on the
They
same
just
side
put
you're
a picture.
opposed to.
Ray, it's so big.
I have him
that
underground.
It's not as simple as simply.
What's so big? What? Who does it matter to other than the United States? Who's on that list, Medina? It's
The
not
French
an international
Revolution.
issue. It's
No,
not
it
an
is.
international
It is
issue.
an international issue. It is an
The French
international
Revolution. When people look at let's look at the Haitian Revolution too. Both kind of in the same vein.
Give me a cigarette.
issue. What is that
How
talking
do people react to those revolutions versus other revolutions?
What are you talking about?
Now there are tanky lefties that are like, okay, maybe France's revolution.
You're on his
too.
side.
Your guys, you
But
stole
but
that.
people look at those revolutions
Big Junior.
as, those are bloody revolutions. We should not have done it that way. There's a reason why. You're not
But yet-
supposed to do it that way.
But conquest, coincidentally, is always bloody.
It's not okay. It was the West that looked at
Okay.
conquest and was like, wait a minute, we shouldn't be doing this. This is wrong. Like I said earlier,
After it happened.
these other
After it
nations didn't
happened,
get the
yeah.
concept of like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be fucking colonizing us. That's wrong. Until we imported our Western ideals to them. Okay?
That's what
This
happened
is
with the poor
especially
Indians.
what happened with the natives.
May I ask
They
you?
didn't have a concept of property.
Wait, may I ask you what Western ideals they brought with them?
Hey, don't kill each other for the fuck of it, man. Don't
What?
fucking conquer each other. Hey, maybe the
You
rule of
mean
a
like
king.
8, 6,
Maybe the
47?
rule of a king sucks. Maybe a government ruled by the
Gonna have a
people
king.
is better. You know, communism, which I do agree has a revolutionary basis, which I do agree
We'll
with.
say get your ass back to Mexico.
Fuckers, I would get myself back to Mexico if this fucking country allowed me
said-
to afford it. Pay
who
for my
said that?
trip, I'll go back.
Who said that?
I thought,
Kill pot
Wait,
5,000.
get
I'll
your
go back.
ass
I'll go back happily.
back.
Ray, are you poor in
I'll go
America?
back too.
Are you poor in America?
I am
Yeah.
born in America.
Okay, well you're being taxed here. Why don't you be poor in fucking Mexico
Send me
wish.
without
that.
being taxed?
I wish.
Send me
Well,
that.
what do you mean wish?
Hey,
Hey, pay my
wait,
flight.
no, I
Pay my
got it.
flight.
Medina,
You wouldn't have
Send me
nothing in
them.
Mexico, probably.
Let's go. Send me.
Wait, if you're poor in Mexico, at least you're poor.
You know what's
You're not getting taxed, right?
Medina.
No, if you
That's
get,
freedom.
it's the same way in both countries.
Yeah,
You
but
get
that's
to-
something that they
you
won't
get-
acknowledge.
We'll
'cause
put you on
it's just
blast.
language.
You get to a certain threshold of income, and they tax you.
Medina,
That's what happens.
then send me.
I'm not gonna send you.
So
Bobby.
everyone,
I
show
don't-
of hands.
I'm ready.
I don't think that you should be sent.
I'm a criminal.
I don't even agree with that.
So
fucking-
show of hands, how many did their tax returns but had to owe the state?
Me.
Show of hands.
Not me.
No one
I
got the
haven't
I
return.
didn't have to file taxes at all.
Like, did you? Pay
Everyone in this room's a citizen.
Yeah, I haven't done my taxes at all.
And did you have to owe, or did you get some in return?
No,
Oh, you're gonna get in trouble.
I get Social Security and they
all
don't
had to,
tax
like,
Social
we
Security.
all got returns, but
But
this year,
if I
we
go to
owe.
work, same thing with him.
It's fucking crazy.
And we make over a certain amount of money.
A lot of people owe to the
There it
state
comes,
this year,
there it
which is
goes,
crazy.
the
Nobody
tax.
got the returns. Why is that?
I got my
We'll
return.
start the Pan American.
Well, it's because you don't want to.
Well,
That's why when these people say you got,
I'm trying.
Quick
we got
question, guys.
taxed
Quick
enough
question.
to our
Who got
life.
the real
Right,
ID?
Jim?
I
We
know.
got,
Here, hold on.
we got
I
taxed
don't know.
enough.
Hector has a new topic.
Hey, who has a real ID? Just out of curiosity.
I don't.
I don't have a real ID.
I had
You
it.
have a real ID? No. Okay. You have a real ID?
I had it.
That's like-
Then I lost my ID. I didn't get it back. I didn't get it back.
Me too. I had it and I got it stolen.
Fuck the real ID.
Yeah, no, don't get the real ID, guys.
That's what's one step to the mark of the beast.
Don't comply, alright, guys? I gotta tell
They're
you.
tracking you.
Don't comply. I like Medina over here, guys.
Well, it's supposed
alright?
to be so you can go
Trying to
to.
prevent-
Compliance breeds reliance, bro.
We're trying to prevent the Antichrist, alright? Medina loves the Antichrist.
Bilbo Flappers say don't get a real ID.
I didn't get the real ID. I don't plan on getting it
You're
either.
gonna get it soon, bro.
I don't plan on
You're gonna
getting
get
it.
it. You're gonna get your vaccine.
I didn't know that, Bilbo.
You're gonna get your boosters.
Right.
You're gonna
Bilbo
get
is
everything. You're gonna get your citizen
Guy on the internet.
card.
Right.
You're gonna get everything.
Alright,
You're gonna love it, bro.
Just out of
Good
curiosity,
little goy, aren't you?
Good goyim.
Good goy, good goy.
I didn't get a real ID. I'm just wondering, for those who did get a real ID, what kind of information do they ask of you?
It just states
your
that you're a
license.
U.S.
It's your
citizen.
license. It's
Yeah,
your license.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's just a license.
License,
That's the
birth
license.
certificate.
And by the way,
It's just
does
a license.
anybody
Really?
know what a citizen means? I just want to make that very
But
clear.
what I heard
Does
that
anybody
you
here
need-
know what a citizen
It's,
means?
to get a
Medina?
real ID, you
Do
need to
they
get-
ask for anything intrusive?
They want your license.
A
birth
citizen is
Your
an
background?
inhabitant.
I got
Just more information about you.
Yeah.
Your mother's maiden name?
Yeah.
Your
And when I run background checks, two people prefer to bring their real IDs, and so that way it makes it easier for us to run backgrounds. But no, if they have a federal limits applied on their IDs,
You
they
can't
have,
do much.
Yeah,
You can't do much.
They have to
Think
provide
about
more
that.
information.
You have to
That's why
provide more.
I had to
And
tell
then
people,
ask-
hey,
hey,
bring a
then
passport.
fucking ask.
I had federal
or a
limits.
green
I
card.
had federal limits. I had to bring my birth certificate.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
when running background checks, that's what I tell people.
I just realized that. You
People
haven't
get
realized
mad at me about it. Like, hey, don't blame me, blame the state.
I even, yeah, but you know what?
Oh,
Hey, one more question. Is real ID any more intrusive than getting a passport?
Yes.
Because I've
Yeah,
heard that,
yeah.
that getting a passport is very difficult.
Yeah,
No,
but
no,
the
it's
passport,
not.
the
It's
No,
passport,
it's not difficult.
Yeah.
the passport is international.
Not too hard.
But the real ID is a national thing.
It's a state thing.
No.
It's a federal
Bi-
thing.
Bilbo says.
Yeah, it's a federal. Yeah, you're
Within
right.
the United
It's in a
States.
federal database.
Yeah. He
That's
says
actually-
real ID is leading to a national database, which is not good.
Yes, it's a federal database. That's what the real ID is.
Well, if you got you're already part of the federal of a database. When you got your Social Security
That's
number,
correct. That's
Yeah,
correct.
that's kinda
That's
what
correct.
not only that,
Our birth certificates say legal tender. It's like a banknote.
Yes, that's correct.
That's
and
actually
that's
right.
why I mean, what is a citizen, Medina?
Whoa, all right.
You stupid fuck!
I bumped the brake. He hasn't said anything.
What's
Right.
a citizen, Medina?
Well, what is it? Okay, what is a citizen? Let's give an example, right?
Yeah,
What
let's
is,
give
it,
an
what is
example.
a citizen?
I don't care, bro. I'm from
you're
here.
already in a national
So could
database.
you
I
go
don't
to
fucking
Iraq
care,
and live
bro.
there if you want?
I don't
Did you do
care.
your
I
taxes?
don't-
Hold on, Andrew. Hold
Still
on.
act the way that you do.
I don't care, bro. I
You
don't
have
care.
a tax
We're talking about
ID.
here.
Let me ask you something.
What's a
Is-
citizen?
Let me ask you-
What's
Already on
a
the-
citizen?
Okay, well,
You're in
if
the
we're going to
database.
talk about here, America is a very exceptional place. So it's the only country on earth where we're very counterintuitive when it comes to our freedom. where we allow people.
Listen, Nate,
Unfortunately, citizens are slaves.
Exactly. A citizen is someone that is under the jurisdiction of the government. The United States was founded on natural rights as a national, as a sovereign citizen. So, all right, so citizen is a slave to the government. When you're asking illegal immigrants to nationalize themselves, you're asking them to keep being a slave to the government. In fact, the reason why you might be more mad at an undocumented or an undocumented migrant is because they have more freedoms than you.
Right.
They're more free than you. They don't need to listen to the laws of the United States.
So non-citizens are more freer than
Yeah, you can
Yes,
say
because
you can put
exactly.
that. You can put that point.
Because they don't need to listen to any of you guys.
Because they're not controlled.
They're not. They don't need to pay taxes, but they still do it anyways because they're good human beings.
Right.
No, because if they won't give, you
How do
don't
they
pay
pay
no
taxes?
taxes, you won't get your damn check.
Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Paying taxes is being part of this system.
The
It's
only-
being part of controlling yourself or being controlled by the government, I should say.
Well, and you're
Okay,
and
now
to-
what if you have a government that's founded on the idea that shouldn't be the case?
Then you're
Like,
losing
you're not
that.
a slave.
You're losing that idea with the citizen. With citizenship, you are losing that fundamental idea that you are a human fucking
Okay.
being. You
Hector,
stupid
this
fuck.
is kind of what I'm trying to get at. We gotta talk about some fundamental shit. You're talking about. Let's talk about tolerance, for example.
Okay, what about
How far does tolerance go? Do you tolerate the intolerant?
I don't care.
How far do you go?
Last time I checked,
I don't
that's why
care.
we got 50 individual states to decide amongst themselves what they will tolerate and what they won't.
Yeah.
And then federalism came in and screwed that up.
I agree with you. And there are sanctuary states out there.
but in
Not
a way,
anymore,
The
right?
sanctuary
when the
city.
sanctuary
because you're
cities,
trying to
yes.
generalize
You're living
the
in
main thing,
Yes.
all the 50.
Not that bad, is it?
But it just leads to centralized control,
It
though.
could be worse.
I know, but
That's what's bad.
You want to live
That's
in
a
Detroit
bad,
with
but-
American citizens?
It
What
could be
saying
worse.
says we don't want
It could be
niggers.
worse. We could be like
Black people.
England or
Well,
Europe.
I'll put it like that. No, I'll put it like that.
Wait, y'all heard that?
I'm gonna put it like that because there's still like a lot of Confederate states that don't like black people, and they would put it in probably in the we don't want the N word. Okay, I know, but I'm saying we don't want N, but the government, the United States government says everybody's free. You know what I mean? But like I said, that's what I'm saying when you says generalize. That's what I'm saying. He says that it's wrong, that it's secular control. But you're
Singular
trying to-
control, singular
you're-
control.
You're trying to generalize the thing between all the states and say, hey, everybody's free, not just blacks, Chinese, Indians.
You're free unless you got,
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying, but
Yeah, unless you got this.
yeah. Well, you're free, but those people have more. You'd say
I mean,
more.
More liberties.
Their
More
definition of free
liberties.
is you're free
There you
to
go.
choose,
The
freedom
word-
to vote, freedom to
The
like,
word,
whatever
the
you wanna
word,
be.
the word is what he says. They have more liberties. They have more money.
Privilege.
They have
Shut
more-
up. Fuck liberty.
Privileges. That's a good word.
If you're not gonna give me liberty, give me fucking death.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Medina, Mr.
Why are you not saying nothing? He's just.
It's because
it's
he
you.
lost. It's because he lost.
What did I lose?
You
I'm
lost.
listening to you guys.
You fucking lost.
You know, you
Medina,
you
wait,
gotta understand that American exceptionalism. Okay, you're not understanding that people can take advantage of your tolerance. Okay,
Okay.
I know what he's saying.
We've seen
What's the
in
problem?
Europe where a culture that's diametrically opposed to the West, which is Islam,
Okay.
has taken over. All right, there's fear in the citizens
Okay.
because of the way that these other people act. You know,
Medina,
fucking.
may I take a drink of that before
I'm trying to understand this. I'm trying to understand this.
No, Hector. Oh,
You're trying to say that Europe is scared of Muslims?
Yeah, Keir Starmer Who I can't even believe you fucking said this.
Hey, that guy's run by Jews, by the way.
Yeah, dude, he is.
And 20 years
But he
ago,
did something that the media didn't like. He did a no-no.
The Jews are using Muslims to genocide white people.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Kalergi plan.
And the Jews use Christians to genocide Muslim
That's
people
another point.
20 years
Listen,
ago,
yeah.
making them migrate to.
Huh?
The words weren't okay.
No, I thought you were leaving.
Guess what? We have a president that's been on record of saying that too.
And is he stopping them?
Okay.
Okay, Ray, he's. I mean,
Later,
Hector.
Nick.
Is he stopping the
Almost
first
called
of
you Hector
all,
for some
you're
reason.
trying to stop a friggin' train all at once.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Saying
I'm related to him.
that you want sovereignty
What
for
was
the
this?
for
'Cause I forgot his name.
Stop nation building.
Like
You're
you.
starting to put the brakes on.
That's
it,
that.
Don't you think?
Nick,
See?
he got it this time.
No, it's not.
Now, what's your
No, it's not because you're saying it
One
one
time.
side, but then the other part of
He
the
did it like
world
5.
is completely ignored. It's just called.
What part
He got the
part
When?
of the world am I ignoring?
We just mentioned
He got the
Burkina Faso?
Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
The Burkina Faso incident. All this shit with Burkina Faso is happening.
That's a no-no.
It happened prior.
That's
to
him.
the
That's
speech.
Andrew.
I believe that this mindset that he gave at the speech.
Nick's taking off, by the way.
Okay, bye-bye, Nick.
See you, Nick.
Later, Nick. Thor's leaving. He has to go back to Mount Olympus.
Man, you're thinking of Hercules, Andrew.
I know.
He's got to go back to Asgard.
Asgard. I'm sorry.
Did Killpot just say the only good Muslims are the ones in Dubai? You mean the ones
Those-
that fly out girls to eat
So,
their shit?
yeah.
Alright.
Those are some of the worst.
Fuck up, bro.
Those are some of the worst.
Ban this kid.
those are the best.
Ban this kid, bro.
Sausage.
Hey, I agree. Actually, they're the best.
We're gonna find Killpot.
Because the boy fuckers.
Somebody talk
wait,
to
Yeah,
this
you
kid.
know that's a thing.
Wait, Medina, if I heard you correctly, you said
Yes.
you agree? You agree in the nation that is 70% male and is so conservative that they can't even form families there because there aren't enough females to go around. A country that is established on the sand and doesn't even have centralized plumbing and requires slave labor to pump out shit
That's
from
right.
their hotel rooms.
I'm responding to the.
Is that,
The shit that they don't eat, mind you.
Listen very carefully.
Webbacks. Listen, bro. I will find you.
I will find you and I will kill you.
And I'm not gonna kill you.
With Liam Neeson.
I'm not, but I will do something, bro. But I'm not gonna kill you, bro. But I'm gonna make you wish you were dead, bro. I'll tell you that much.
I'll kill you.
Okay, so you're
Those are
saying,
death threats. What the fuck?
you're saying the Muslims in Dubai are bad because they're the ones that fly chicks out and fuck them or whatever?
Easter shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying they're bad because they're fucking stupid.
That
Yes.
says I prefer Hindus
And I'm saying as
Jews
opposed to the other ones
over those fuckers.
who have their little fucking boy lovers.
Let me bring
I
up a
agree.
subject.
They have their boy lovers, bro.
You mean the nations that have withstanded almost 5,000 years of civilization and heritage? That one?
Yeah,
a quick
the
point.
one that you want to fucking preserve of boy love?
Oh, wait.
The Greeks did it too. That's a Western.
Yeah,
one,
that's
right?
the
It's
Greeks
Spartans.
fell.
Hey,
And so
Spartans
did the
were
Romans.
fucking gay, too.
Yeah, I'm glad the Spartans don't
Anglo-Saxons
exist
didn't
anymore.
want-
Hey, hold on.
Quick point. In Muslim countries like that, why is it that a woman can't show her hair or her face, but they demand them to do some of the nastiest shit you've ever heard of?
I know.
Because it's badass.
What?
Hey, I mean, would you rather want to have multiple wives to see which one's the hottest to the ugliest?
Hey, well, you know what? Again, Mormons, right?
This guy wants to have multiple wives.
I don't agree with it more.
Oh, hey, one's
I don't agree
enough.
with
I just want one.
Bunch of prostitutes.
One's enough.
Pays thousands of
He has
dollars.
2 or 3 different wives.
And then he wants to act like a good
One's
Christian.
enough.
No, guys, don't listen to this guy.
I pay.
Yeah,
exorbitant money
shit.
to
He
have
pays
sex
high
with-
quality,
Yes,
like OnlyFans quality.
yes.
That's why I said-
And then they destroy my windows.
I had one wife, and that was enough. I couldn't even take that one.
Well, you went to Fig Street once, and like, that was your only time?
With me.
No, he was married once.
Oh, you're married once.
He was
Oh,
actually married. He was actually, believe it
I was married for 8 years.
damn, 8 years.
And maybe the first 4 were good, and after that,
Downhill.
phew,
Wait, first 4 wives? Or
first 4 years were good
With the one wife.
with
Oh,
the
yeah.
one wife. And then She went loca completely.
How'd she go crazy? How'd she go loca?
She was already strange.
What do you mean strange? I don't know what that means.
She was a hoarder.
She was a hoarder.
And she had 20
She was a cat lady.
She had 20 cats.
She
Took loads of meds.
took loads of meds.
Did you give her kids?
What else?
He tried.
She listened to her sister too much.
Practiced witchcraft.
Her sister used to control her, like she didn't have her own.
Her younger sister.
Yeah, she didn't have her.
Practiced witchcraft.
She did. The little sister practiced more witchcraft than that. And their family, third world nation way of thinking.
Jim,
Yeah, I would say
I
that.
actually agree with it there. 'Cause,
No, I don't. Not being disrespectful, but they had a way of thinking.
Yeah.
What's a way of thinking?
Okay.
The way
what
from
does that
you,
mean?
you're not.
And
You,
what-
Okay,
what
before
third
you
world
tell your
country
wife's
is that?
story,
Ecuador.
Ecuador
you know what?
and Argentina.
Ray has a point. He wants
Oh
to
no,
bring up.
all right, Medina.
Ecuador and El Salvador. That's what it was.
Karaoke night.
Those are very far separated countries, I might say.
I know, but the father was from Ecuador, and the mother was from El Salvador.
Right on, right on. Sounds like a great Pan American. All right, Medina. As a self-elected representative of the children of destiny, the people destined to keep time and children of the Sun Belt, I propose a government, one of which is of economic justice and redistribution, and advocating for a stronger welfare system and universal health care. A government which supports land reform and wealth distribution in historically unequal countries. A push for taxation and multinational corporations operating in Latin America. Regional integration promotes stronger and regional blocs like CELAC and UNISAR, and oppose U.S. homogeny in the region in favor of sovereignty and multipolar democracy. Indigenous and minority rights take hold as demand and land rights, language recognition, and political autonomy for indigenous communities, and advocacy for policies to address systemic racism and colonial legacies, environmental protections, and strong opposition to extravating from the earth, such as mining and oil, and the expense of ecosystems, and supporting global climate action, indigenous-led conversations, and sustainable developments. Lastly, anti-imperialism and criticism of U.S. intervention, in example, coups and sanctions in Latin American countries, and support for nations like Cuba and Venezuela in examples of resisting United States control, emphasizing free markets, foreign investment, and trade agreements,
Is that
and
Islam?
oppose heavy state control, and emphasize the right of countries to control internal affairs without foreign or even regional interference, upholding the conservative family structure and religious influence in politics, and skeptical of progressive gender and sexual rights politics. That is my Pan-American belief.
Bilbo says that sounds like communism, and Kilpot says communism is gay.
I'm gonna murder you!
Look,
Wait,
I'm not even going to respond to
Is that from what country? Or
Because
is
I
that
want you to...
That's me.
That's Ray's vision for an ideal
That's
society.
the perfect thing, but it's not going to work. You get too many people that are they're greedy.
Then kill him.
Kill the poor.
Fucking murder them on the street.
But then you're going against your own religion,
No, I'm not.
your own views.
When did I say in that
Because
we are
you
opposed
say
to sacrifice?
everybody has their own freedom.
Not Medina.
If that guy thinks that he wants, and I want to do it my way, not your way, then you kill him. Yeah.
Drax says those communists won't be able to go to Starbucks and write shitty little poems if communism takes over.
I don't even drink Starbucks. Coffee
I
makes
hate
me anxious.
Starbucks.
Yo, why is this
I go to
chat
Starbucks to play with the
so
baristas.
fucking dumb, bro?
Right.
Dead ass, bro.
Everyone else is dumb.
All
right?
they
Or
just
Hector.
say, communism this,
Pass me a
communism
beer.
that. It's
It's not
fucking...
because
I mean,
that wasn't
bro.
communism.
Pick up a fucking book.
No, it's
oh
not.
my
Look,
god, bro.
No, I know, but that's what he said.
it's not communism, but why are they saying all of that?
No,
Because
no.
they're fucking
They
dumb,
even-
just like...
No, they're not
bro.
dumb. There's a basis from which they're saying all that.
What basis
I
is
wanna
that?
hear-
Redistribution was a big topic in what he said.
Well, you know
It
what?
was a point in my whole spiel. But Medina, if a millionaire dies,
No. When he said by redistribution, like, you know, all these millionaires have billions and billions, and they don't even know what the fuck to do with their money.
Thank you. If a billionaire dies and has no heirs,
Kill
That's
pot.
not true.
Kill
with the
pot.
money.
No, they-
USSR.
You know what?
Stop
Scrooge
the
McDuck
Nazis,
is a
you
caricature.
stupid Fuck.
I understand that, man.
What's the name of that guy that he's going to give all his money away now? I can't think of his
Bill
name.
Gates?
Yeah.
Yeah, he announced his name, 200 billion.
He just says, I have so much money, I don't even know what the fuck to do with it.
Well, look, listen,
that's another
stop,
issue
Stop
entirely.
fucking lying to me. Stop lying to the people here. Stop lying to chat.
That's
all
what it said. I
He's
didn't
saying
say.
he's giving 200 billion back to the Gates Foundation. All right,
it's his money.
First of all,
It's his money.
It's back to his organization.
He's putting it in a different bank account, essentially.
Oh, that's good.
Don't listen to that guy. That guy's lying. He's lying to you. All right.
First of
These
all,
people
you're
will
right.
believe it. These people will believe it. All right.
Medina, if I may ask, if a billionaire dies without any
That's right, Bilbo.
for the money to go to,
That's right, he's
what's the
satanic.
problem with
Yeah,
redistribution?
Bilbo, just like you said. Yeah,
The children of
Well,
this
what was in
person-
the billionaire's will?
Hold on.
You mean after
The
they
children
gave
of this
all
billionaire
the
have not
work
earned
and
that wealth for
first place
themselves.
used, though.
And?
Why do they have access to it?
Do you understand how generational wealth works?
Sure, I do. But my
It
question
disappears after 3 generations.
Bill Gates is also a Jew in name only, by the way.
My question is, if illegal immigrants can't come to this country and expect just a handout, not that I agree with it or not, but expect a handout, why do people that have never worked a day in their life have access to such wealth? I'm not saying that they shouldn't have access to it at all. I'm saying, why do they have access to the whole cake?
That's a misconception.
Why?
You're acting like they don't work.
How so?
There's
They
so
did
many.
it. You don't-
There's
I
people
don't
that
think you've
never
ever
work
talked
and
to-
they get money.
I don't think. You
Yeah, that's
understand.
true.
I don't think you've ever talked to business owners and like people
Maybe.
who actually own businesses.
I own a
They're
business.
always on the clock.
Wait,
But
They're
I'm
always
not
on the
talking
clock.
Wait,
But he's
Medina.
not talking about business, man.
Medina,
You're talking about.
He's talking about
people-
like rich estate
Yeah,
babies.
we're talking
Yeah.
about
Wait.
upper middle class here.
Wait, everybody, hold.
Wait.
Hold on, rich
Medina.
estate babies. Wait, we're not. Can we establish who we're talking about? You're saying one thing. You're saying one thing.
That's what I'm getting.
Wait,
So I actually
Hey,
do with. I thought that you guys were talking about rich estate. Are you guys talking about rich estate babies?
I have a
I'm
statement to
getting
make.
that too, but
I have a statement.
That goes into generational wealth, which, like I said, disappears after 3 generations.
Medina, maybe I haven't spoken.
Why do you have the Rothschilds?
Hold on,
and
hold
you
on.
have the Rockefellers
Because the
and
Rothschilds are able to maintain the wealth.
The Vanderbilt.
the
They're able to
Vanderbilts,
maintain
Medina,
and now you're
Medina,
gonna
hold on.
have the
Wait,
Gates
everybody, please.
and the
Right.
Fords and
Let-
the.
Order, please. Medina, maybe I haven't spoken to a trust fund kid or a multi-billion dollars son, but I argue, have you spoken to any culturally political Latino American from their home state?
But you got
You
this.
want to
Doesn't
make the
sound.
argument that I don't know what I'm talking about, then I can make the exact same argument. Have you spoken to passionate Latin Americans about their politics?
Of course I have. What are you talking
Like
about?
who, Medina? Aside from
Talking
me.
to us.
Well, I mean, I've talked to people in college all the time.
Which college?
I actually stopped going to college because I'm just like, man, this is some claptrap, man. In English 101, I was learning, like,
Which
I'm not
college,
even
though?
shitting you. The English professor was like, so, guess what? So, his story is biased towards men because of that. His story, and
I
I'm
don't
like, wait a
believe you.
minute. No, it happened.
Which college?
I believe
The
it.
dude in
I
the
believe
wheelchair.
it. I
The dude
believe
in
it.
the
I
bald
believe
dude
it.
in the wheelchair at ELAC.
Professor X?
That's
No,
it.
there's
Bald
a,
dude in
there's a professor in a wheelchair who's Hispanic, who's all bald and shit. Like,
Super fucking
Yeah.
dude. I don't think you like going to college. Like it was a really eye-opening
Okay.
experience because I'm like,
I
wow,
think-
I could see how
Medina,
people get indoctrinated.
What are you trying to get at exactly? What
Well,
are you
he's
get
trying
at?
to make the assumption that I don't understand the Latino like I guess perspective on politics. I totally get it. It's coming from a left-wing perspective.
Okay.
You know, that's why when Ray presented to me all the Pan-American leaders that
A lot of them are, Bilbo.
I was like
I only presented 2 Pan-American leaders to you. Relax.
you presented 3 and or no,
No,
4 and
let-
3 of them
let-
were left.
Let me,
I
let me,
presented 4 and
let me
2 of
go
them
into
were
the opposite, the other
Pan-American
side of the
leaders.
fence.
One was Asian,
You got
the other one
you got all
was
those millionaire people, the kids that never worked in their life, and they're rich. But there's another point. You got the poor, like the never worked their day in their life, and they're getting benefits and
Dude,
benefits
Israelis-
and benefits
Israelis
and
never worked
benefits,
a fucking
and
day
they
in their
never
life.
worked in their life either.
Wealth.
That's what
yeah.
I'm saying. It goes.
Okay.
I'll just say this
Okay,
about wealth,
okay.
though.
Wait, hold
Wealth
on.
doesn't stay in a family unless the family's working towards it. He made the point about the Rothschilds earlier.
Look,
the
look,
Rothschilds
look.
still engage in their business
Look,
practices.
guys,
They're Jews.
Look,
Which means they still work.
Look.
Yes, they
look.
are.
I'm gonna tell you guys. Look, we right now we don't know how the Rothschilds truly got their wealth.
Oil,
Right.
Lying and manipulating.
Right. It's a lot of manipulation in the background, a lot of shadows, a lot of handshakes, a lot of fucking rituals, secrets that we will never begin to understand.
They'll
okay?
never find out either.
We probably will never find out in our lifetimes. But one thing for sure is that we can talk about our lived experience. All right?
Yeah.
And we know for a fact that they are very fucking rich kids who are spoiled, who get to live everything, who don't have, who
They
don't
spend
ever
all their
have to
money,
work,
don't they?
spend all their money on whatever they want.
Yeah.
Doesn't really
and
matter.
it's creating a lot of business, isn't it?
Well,
Not really.
What do you mean, not really? A fucking
When they spend all their money, they're not reinvesting. They're
not reinvesting in themselves, which is why the generational wealth disappears.
They reinvested in their friends.
Wait.
Okay,
Most of that money stays
Wait.
concentrated with
Wait.
other rich people.
Listen.
What do they spend it on?
Kill-
Lavish parties?
Exactly.
Yachts?
You stupid fuck! I'm gonna fucking find you, you son of a bitch! Alright? Bukele is a fucking faggot.
When everybody's made their final point, I have a very
Let me borrow the mic.
I have a very interesting segue
Who's it?
into all of this.
Who'd you say, Hector?
A fucking kill pot said Bukele's the best Latin American president.
What's his name?
Fucking kill pot 5,000.
Kill Pop 5,000. I'm gonna sacrifice you. I'm gonna sacrifice you, and we're gonna have great agriculture because of it. I'm gonna sacrifice you. He may not kill you.
Hector,
I'll kill
explain
you.
why Bukele is bad. Because he works with MS-13. I literally have
Because
articles.
Bukele likes boys.
And also because the
Because
fucking
Bukele likes
drug
boys.
trafficking never stopped.
And
It
because
never
he likes
stopped.
boys. He likes boys. I'm gonna sacrifice him too. Nayib Bukele, you're gonna get sacrificed.
And he's a Jew. He's another dirty Jew.
And he says he cleaned up his nation. By Bilbo
He
Flapper.
cleaned up his nation. Well, how did he clean up his nation? Through fear? Through putting innocent people through
Hey,
jail?
I know someone else
You
who
have-
fixed their nation. His name was Joseph Stalin.
Hey,
Mao.
Oh,
And the great leap
Hitler.
forward. That was.
And Adolf Hitler.
Adolf Hitler fixed his nation.
Hey,
Fuck,
hey, and to name some lesser,
Genghis Khan.
Hugo Chavez, maybe.
Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro.
Castro.
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan, bro.
Genghis Khan.
Genghis fucking Khan, bro.
Hey,
Mao?
Bill.
We said Mao.
Mao? You
We
said
said
Mao?
Mao. We said Mao.
The one of the
He
Cameroons.
had to enforce the rules.
Pol Pot. We don't wanna
Okay
talk
then,
about
why
Pol
is he not in jail with them, moron? Shut the fuck up, Bilbo, and the other guy. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up, Killpot.
He says, clean up your beard, you look like a
You look
Muslim.
like a Muslim faggot. Alright, you fucking Christian faggot.
wait.
You fucking Killpot.
Wait, whoever said that. Whoever said that. Whoever said that is uneducated.
Fuck you, and say that to my 4 wives.
Hey,
Fuck.
whoever said that's uneducated under St. Augustine and the Orthodox Church, beards mean a spiritual maturity and a sense of right under them.
We really
Okay, then what is
Even the pew beards.
What does mustache mean?
Wait.
What does mustache mean?
Yo, mama, that's what it is.
El Salvador is now safer than the U.S. For how long?
And
It's not safer than the
For
U.S.
how long?
Yeah, where did you get that information? From Bukele? The dictator? The government?
The one that-
go
The
take
one,
your
that,
booster.
the one that modified the pictures in the media?
Right, go take your fucking booster,
Hey,
fucking
Ray, a message
dumbass.
to you. Orthodox aren't saved, Ray. A message to you.
Let me ask you something.
Your
Why?
mama's not safe.
Orthodox
Why-
are insane. Wow. Hey, this guy's going to hell. Bro.
Why did Bukele manipulate the picture?
Because he needs to improve.
Because he
people like
likes
you.
boys.
No.
Because he likes boys.
It's because he wanted to juxtapose
Boys.
the
The other
position
guy
of,
looks like a bigger
hey,
faggot.
CCOT is killing these fucking people like a concentration camp, versus the reality of the situation, which is Kilmore is alive and able to talk to his former fucking representative. You know?
What are you talking about, bro?
Do you not think? Do you not remember? In fact, we're positing the idea that, hey, maybe Bukele or fucking Kilmore is actually dead. He was actually killed. That's why they're not fucking doing anything about it. This wasn't just you positing this.
Well, look, hey, listen, Nathan, there's 250 people that they sent over there, all
Right.
right? There's a bunch of other people that we don't even know their conditions. There's only one guy we're talking about.
Yeah, you're right.
So
It's the guy that the media cling to.
It's because there's a lot to be cleaned about, but the media's clinging about it because it's getting people like you, people like Bilbo, people like fucking Kill Pop
Andrew.
5000,
And Andrew.
morons that can't think beyond themselves or beyond the bigger pictures. Listen, bro, read a book. Chat, read a fucking book.
None of it.
Just read a book.
What book?
Any book. Any
What
book.
book?
David, read
yeah, I have a
David,
question
stop being a
to ask.
bad kid.
No, David.
No, David, bro.
Okay, what about Guns, Germs, and Steel? What about Death of the West?
What about
Okay.
what about Fire and Steel, the death of the conquest?
Well, maybe you should read. Maybe we should read all that.
I had a segue.
You know, they're two opposing ideas.
That's the problem, man.
So if we are going to be
Diamond.
educated men, if we are going to be educated men,
Hey,
shouldn't we be
hey,
educated
hey,
men
hey.
first and not bigots?
Yeah.
What did you call people who come from privilege and millionaire what?
State babies?
Trust
Yeah,
fund
state
babies.
babies.
Or trust fund babies?
Okay. I wanted to get to that subject before we got into other things. Okay, talking about estate babies. Have you seen how the news has been filled with reports about the Menendez brothers?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Okay, talk about estate babies.
Yeah.
These two brothers, they were adults. They committed cold-blooded, premeditated murder against both their parents,
Okay.
and they got
Jim,
Yeah.
did the parents do something to the boys?
You never know.
they claimed that they were physically and emotionally and sexually
Who
abused.
claimed that?
Both brothers.
Okay.
In court.
Is there any evidence to back that up?
No, there's absolutely no physical evidence at all.
But how do you
And the-
prove that?
And the thing is, they were both adults, they both had money, and they both had vehicles. They could have just left their parents' house.
How
Yeah.
old? Wait, how old were they when they commit the murder?
I
They
don't remember. I don't
they were, I think they're
Early 20s, no?
early 20s.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how
Yeah.
old they were, but they were both legal adults.
They were legal adults.
Yeah.
What jobs and did their parents give them money? Like, first of all, just because you're a kid of some rich family doesn't
Yeah.
mean you're gonna be given the money, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's up to their parents.
Okay.
But they had
Sorry.
financial resources.
Yeah. They already had.
They had what financial resources? Their parents.
Yeah.
The one thing that can cut them off.
That's what
No,
they
they
had.
had-
That's what.
They had money in the bank.
What? Outstanding.
How much money in the bank?
Ray, can't you like look in
See,
the mirror and say like, why do you
More
think
than
they
the
call
average person.
Okay, look,
Pan-Americanism
first, before I-
communism?
look,
Okay, but I want to.
Because you're fucking morons.
All right, what do you want?
First of all, I don't agree. I don't think
Okay.
they're right specifically.
Now
they are right that
They're
it
not
has
factual.
socialist ideology.
What?
They're not factual, but it's true.
Order.
They got a
can't be
resentencing
drinking
hearing, as you might have heard about in the news.
Smoking's one thing, but
Andrew, order. We got order.
They were sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now they're
An American prison?
yeah.
Yeah.
An American
They were
prison?
resentenced
Here in California.
to life in prison with possibility of parole.
In the United States?
Should they have gotten life? I don't think so.
No.
I don't
But they're
think
in
so.
the United States. What does it matter?
they killed. They
They,
killed.
they
their parents.
committed
They-
premeditated murder on both of their
Premeditated murder.
parents.
Yeah, life for a life.
By your standards, they're deadly criminals and they should be deported, but yet they're being held in American prisons.
No. Well, what is a prison as opposed to deportation?
That you're in America. You're in your home country.
In a cell.
Still in your home country.
If you get deported, you get fucking sent back to the where you used to live.
Still in your home country, though.
They were born here.
Yeah,
But
you're in a fucking cell, dude.
Some of those that
In your home country.
some of those that got
What does that
deported-
mean? What is a country? What does it mean to be of a country?
The United States.
You're
is
like you
the
said
most
it.
country
You're
that
slaves to
incarcerates
that
most
country.
people of the world. We have plenty of prisons here for everybody, and yet we still choose to send them elsewhere, despite having the most prisons in the world.
Look,
Okay, what if we
wait,
just
okay,
incarcerated
wait,
one?
wait,
Would you
wait,
prefer that?
Wait,
I don't like. I don't
To
know.
go on, has anybody ever heard of
What?
American Indian activist Leonard Peltier?
No, sir.
Okay, you haven't heard of him?
No, sir.
Okay, well, he was involved in a shootout with the FBI back in the 1970s. He was he was an American Indian activist.
Yeah.
They convicted him.
They stole his land?
Oh, they stole all his people's lands
Yeah.
because he lived on a reservation.
Is that the one that they did that? He was not the only one. There was like 5 or 6.
What was the conviction? What did they give him?
That he shot 2 FBI agents.
But what did they give him? Life? Did they give him death penalty?
They gave him life in prison, and from all investigations, there was perjury, there was coerced testimony, there was false evidence, screw-ups by the local police department,
Sounds about right.
screw-ups by the FBI, racial prejudice,
Yeah.
political pressure because people, certain companies
Right.
wanted American Indian lands. So he got sentenced, and he spent 50 years in prison
Oh, thank you.
When the
without a
vibration-
shred of evidence against him. And,
What do you truly believe about those Pan American stuff?
and
Look, man. I mean,
let
I
me show
wouldn't
you
be
a list of people
opposed
who
to
supported him.
unification.
Okay,
Yeah. I remember that.
Jesse Jackson, Mother Teresa,
But in the
Nelson
same way that-
Mandela, Desmond Tutu,
In the same way that I'm
the Dalai
better
Lama,
than my next coworker,
United Nations,
I think I should be paid more than my coworker.
ACLU,
To each his
European
own. To
Parliament,
each. Look,
Belgian
I'm
Parliament.
not arguing that. No
All
one's
these
arguing
human
that.
rights
It's the super wealthy
organizations
that we
supported this guy,
redistribute.
but yet he still
I just don't.
spent
And
50
here's
years
this thing
in
about when it
prison.
comes to-
Well, okay, hold on.
One of the last things
You
President
said
Joe
that
Biden
you deserve
did
to be paid more than your coworker, right?
his sentence
Say you are, right?
house
And
arrest.
God forbid that you meet your untimely death.
indefinitely.
Right.
Your son deserves to be taken
so
care
they
of.
sent him back
Nobody's
to his
saying that he
Indian
shouldn't.
reservation,
But
and
to
that's
keep
where
your
he's gonna
whole
remain
wealth,
for the rest of
he
his
didn't
life.
earn that himself.
The thing is,
Under house arrest?
yeah,
And that's what I argue.
No,
under house arrest.
but
for the
because
rest
he
of his
didn't earn
life.
that himself, he's not going to
So-
value the
Can he
money.
work or like?
Okay.
When you
I
don't
think
own
he's got,
things, when you don't,
organizations
it's like
who are
it's like
gonna
communal
provide for
ownership
him.
of things.
Okay.
So the thing is,
You know, there's no
why do
value
two rich boys
in the
get a
ownership of that thing.
resentencing, and this guy
So
spent 50
you treat
years
it.
in
I
prison.
think there's an
All
actual
he
term
was
for
was
it.
a
It's
peace activist
it's
for
the
the
tragedy
Native
of the
American
commons or
people.
something like that.
And there's not a shred of evidence that he
you know,
did anything.
He's not going to value that well.
So
what he does with that wealth
is more of the
is
fact that
going to be
you know you're dealing with the federal
contingent on
case.
whether he
You're dealing with
continues to
FBI
stay wealthy
agents,
or
you know?
he fucking spends it all like an idiot.
The odds are stacked against
You
you.
know, and if he does spend it all like an idiot, guess what? Someone else got rich, fucking making money off of this rich kid that was willing to pay anything because he's got a trust fund. He's like,
Whatever the
80 grams for a gram, or $80 for a gram of weed.
Whatever the case, but in the society in which we can prevent something like that and give him his fair share while still giving back to the community, I don't think it's so far-fetched.
Right.
Enough to keep him alive for maybe a year or two, but enough to feed his kids, I don't think that's fair at all. Because by that logic, then your own logic, the fact that I should be paid more than my coworker for whatever reason, your son breaks that rule because he's inheriting such a money.
I'm also allowed to.
Oh man, I got it all up in your shit. My bad.
But I'm also allowed to give my grandchildren
Real quick,
the benefits of my wealth too.
Absolutely,
Listen,
no one's
Bilbo,
saying you can't.
You're not
And
gonna
that's
be
just
saved
kinda
by
part of it.
salvation.
You know, my
You're gonna
grandfather
go to
died.
hell. All right, bro. You're a stupid fuck.
Pass on me, pass on me.
Just like fucking your homie over here.
Pass on me,
What's
pass
his
on
name?
me.
What's his fucking name?
Oh, Kill
John
Pot.
Pork.
Kill Pot.
Listen, Kill Pot. you're gonna go to hell too.
Pass him to me. Pass him to me.
None of you guys
Pass
are
him
gonna
to
Hector,
me.
you don't believe in
Pass
hell.
him to me.
Here.
Pass him to me.
All right, here we go, bro.
Hector,
Don't
I'm
listen
willing
to him.
have these bigger
Don't listen to
conversations
him.
with you about,
Hector's
like,
an atheist.
if
He
I'm
doesn't know what
actually-
he's talking about. I'm a minister, and I can tell you, as long as you do good unto others and do good for yourself, love thy neighbor, and
Constantly repent.
and follow the word of the gospel, you will be saved, and you will meet us in heaven. As long as you are prejudiced and biased against other cultures, you are disobeying the word of the Lord.
And that's
Damn, that
Bilbo.
sounds like that's me.
That's Bilbo right there. That's Bilbo. So listen, Bilbo.
Hey, I admit it. That's me too.
Bilbo, I'll see you in hell. All
I'm not
right, I'll
prejudiced
see
against
you.
anybody. I'm prejudiced
I'll
against
see
everyone.
you in hell because you're not saved, homie, and you know that.
Hold
Don't
on.
lie to me, bro. I
And
don't
I'm a-
appreciate liars.
And I'm going to send you there. I'm just saying, you can send it away now.
I'm prejudiced against everyone,
Hold up, bro.
even against myself.
It's not faith alone, dumbass. It's not faith alone. You stupid fuck. You don't even have faith in God. This guy right
Oh,
here.
he's gonna
I'll see you in hell, bro. I'll see you
Oh,
in hell.
oh, okay.
see you in hell, my
So-
friend.
so-
I'll see you in hell.
Oh, see
So
you
I
in
kind
hell,
of
my
agree
friend.
with Bilbo, but I agree more with Hector because I think that if you do have faith
I hope I
alone,
won't be there.
if you do have faith alone, your acts will reflect that.
Yeah.
However, if you have faith alone but your acts don't reflect that, what the
Yeah.
fuck are you doing with your faith?
Not faith.
It's
Well,
not.
it is faith,
It's
but
not-
it's,
it's
what,
hollow.
what is it for?
It's hollow.
It's hollow
It's hollow.
faith. It doesn't mean
It's
anything.
hollow.
It's hate. It's hate. It's not faith.
It's hollow.
Hate.
It's
And
just
an
hollow.
excuse to hate. So listen, Bilbo. I'll see you in hell. I'll see you
I'll see
in
you in
fucking
hell,
hell.
But Bilbo, no, you're right though. You have to have faith in the right thing, which is Christ.
So much attention.
You can't have faith in the media that tells you that an innocent man got deported from Maryland and he was just a father and he didn't do nothing.
going back to this? I just got back.
The main thing that ended, they didn't get due process of law. That's the That's the main part.
The
of it.
Bible is clear on a lot of things, Bilbo, and I'm sure you've never read it yourself. So don't talk to me about salvation when you can't even understand simple compassion. So shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. I'll see you in hell. Remember that, bro.
Well, you're not showing compassion either.
I don't even believe in God. I don't have to show.
to, yeah.
I don't have to show compassion.
No,
I
but
don't believe in God. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to other people and say I'm saved because no one is saved in this world, in this realm. All right.
Well, if you want to
So,
believe that, then
shut
you
the fuck up, Bilbo.
Look at the red dot, bro.
I forgot to put
I just bought this today.
What's
No,
that?
you have not
You're
read
good,
it
Drac. You're good.
12 times. All right, Bilbo. you have
I'll
not
explain
read it.
tomorrow what's going on.
Now I'll drink a beer.
It's like
I think my stomach's got
Yeah.
Did you see
enough food in there.
The crossbow, yeah.
No,
And
it has a
and
red dot.
even if you did read it 12 times, all right, just because you
I
read
believe
the
it or
kitty
not, that's
version
$150.
doesn't
reading
mean
the
you've
Bible.
actually read it, all right, bro? Just because you read the King James
no,
version
no,
doesn't
80
mean
pound
shit,
version.
bro. Which version did you
Wait,
read,
no, don't pull out
dumbass?
the boat, bro. Don't pull out the boat. No, dude.
That's
Yeah, yeah,
No.
Shoot it at a log or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot outside.
I knew you read King James.
It might
Bro,
break to be
shut the
honest, so
fuck
I don't
up,
give
bro.
a fuck.
Shut the fuck up. You haven't read shit. Listen, bro, you
No,
haven't
no,
read
don't
shit,
shoot
bro.
that in here.
You haven't read shit, bro.
It
Shut the
might
fuck
just
up.
bounce out and
Hold
shoot
on,
somebody.
okay. So,
I don't even like the Quran either, bro. I don't even like no religion. Literally, bro, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
you guys are
I-
no good people. None
Yeah.
of you guys are good people.
I don't think
No,
he actually
we're
hate
evil.
like I don't think he likes Islam. I think like when they defend
Are you
Islam,
happy with yourself? Too?
it's just like
Fuck
it's a
no.
reaction
That's
to
such a problem.
the way that the United States has
I'm happy
pursued
with myself.
people of
I have to
Islamic
live with
faith,
myself. I have to be
which
happy
was
with
wrong in the
myself.
past, but it does
That's
have
why I'm a whack job.
Islam doesn't make
You're
it
that
easy,
Henry?
man. They don't make it easy to make themselves not the
That's
bad
why
guy.
I'm
You
a
know what I
whack
mean?
job.
No, that's why they gotta
I
lie.
have to live with
That's why we
myself.
both are whack jobs.
Huh?
But look, at least we don't lie to each other and
Hey.
say we're saved, all right? Because listen, Bilbo, you're not saved, homie. Neither are you,
Hey, does it have a safety?
Killpot.
Killpot never said he was saved.
Oh, I know, but Killpot isn't a good Christian either. If
He never said he was Christian.
I hope he's not a Christian because he's not a
I mean,
fucking
I
good
can't-
Christian.
We're all evil.
If the trigger
It won't fire.
isn't firing.
Right?
Oh, okay. So
But
this is
Bilbo, you're a fucking
Okay.
fraud, bro. You're a fucking
Yeah, there's
lying
a little
fraud,
bit
bro. And I just discovered
Okay,
you
okay,
for
okay.
who you are, bro.
It's on right now.
Load it
by
up
the way.
there.
Alright, let me get it.
I just know I have to read
I'm a
myself. I'm
Baptist.
crazy.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
crazy
wait a
too.
minute, wait. All right.
Legend.
He says he's a Baptist.
Baptist?
What a joke.
What a joke, right?
You know, honestly, religion is kind of gay. That's why Christ is king and Jesus Christ is the truth and the way.
Yeah. Well, he didn't say one specific religion. He just said,
New IFB Baptist.
Hey, Baptist, what do you guys think about purgatory, by the way? Or
Yeah.
the rapture?
What's new IFB Baptist?
I don't even know.
believe that the same way.
Was it
Religion is gay. Yeah, religion is pretty
There you
gay.
go.
That just sticks to the Bible.
That's right. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Found by who?
Yeah.
Who did you found? Who were you founded by exactly, bro?
Joseph Smith.
Are they Uncle?
Oh, no way! You believe in the rapture? Why do you believe in the rapture, bro?
Wait, that's not a Baptist belief.
No.
I'm just putting it out
Wait,
there.
hold on.
Yeah, Bilbo is a fucking. He's a. What do we call that?
No, I don't think that is reflective on Bilbo in general.
He's
Leaving already? All right, bye-bye.
National Christian or whatever.
You're
Maybe.
taking, you're taking our main
Might be.
person away already.
Now,
All right, take
Bilbo, Revelation is clear. The Antichrist comes before Jesus.
Yeah.
See what?
The second coming,
The
the
problem
second
with
Revelation.
the problem with rapture is people that think that they're gonna get raptured think that they
Rapture
don't
never
have to
takes
go
place
through
in
the
Bible.
tribulation.
What is this guy talking about?
No, hold on. They
That's a Christian
listen.
thing, though.
They don't
Wait,
think that
it's
they
not.
have to go
It's
through the
not.
tribulation.
It's Gnostic.
They get just fucking raptured up. But the thing is, all Christians have to go through the tribulation.
Yeah.
So when it comes to pass that a bunch of people don't get fucking raptured up,
I don't even hang
but some dude that claims he's Christ is here,
See you later, man.
they're gonna be like, fuck, I guess I wasn't Christian enough. I better fucking worship the dude that says he's Christ and the Savior, who's gonna be the Antichrist who comes before Christ.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you gotta
Born again barbarian is my guy.
you gotta understand the
That's
post-trib
what that
rapture.
means. Yeah.
Well, maybe who knows what happens post-trib, to be honest.
I don't need to worry about the end
But-
because
but-
we got an American Pope
look,
now.
As long as you don't take on the mark of the beast and you don't worship Satan, bro,
It's
this
not
is the
mine
final
even. I
test,
didn't
bro.
even drink one.
Just God is the creator. God, we
I'm
do
listening
submit
you.
to God.
On the top one.
We love God. God loves us.
I
And
can
Christ-
used to read
Christ-
the
King James
KJV.
version.
We love Christ, and Christ, we
I
understand
read the King
God
James
through
version
Christ.
in high school. That's why I say it's kiddie, bro. So look, hey, listen.
What do you like better, the Ethiopic?
No. I like. I'll probably say the Masonic one because there's more
Really?
truth to it. Yeah, the Masonic Bible, there's like more truth to it.
Well,
There's-
the only thing I hear as criticism to the Bible is the translation shit, which I get. I totally get.
you very,
I heard that the King James Version is the most accurate, except for one line, which doesn't really distinguish
hope you didn't
well
shoot it into
between the
some of the
principalities of the
I mean, if
world
it's fine, it's cool. I mean,
and then like the leaders of the world.
What are you talking about? Well, first of all,
Okay.
the King James
Yeah.
version is
Yeah.
in
You'll
See you a long time ago.
modern English.
Yeah.
Laters, Renee.
All right, man. It was nice meeting you.
I'll
yeah.
get you your hat one day, dude. I work in downtown LA area, so bro, just fucking text me, bro.
Just let Ray know. I'll look you up. I asked for your
You
Instagram.
fucker, I know you have Instagram. I'm fucking.
The
I'll message
original,
you.
the original Bible was written in Hebrew, then translated to Greek.
But translation exists. That's my point. And
Yes,
and
but-
if there's an accurately translated version, I heard it's the King James. And then the only
How is that possible? King James is literally almost the last one to be made when it's being translated from
No,
multiple
it's one of the
languages.
very first.
well, I
King
mean,
James.
I don't
Because
think
that's-
that has a bearing.
1700s.
There's before that. What was it? The one that
Ethiopic Bible was one of the
priest
first.
of no, there was was it a Jesuit priest or some? He was the first one to translate the Bible. He was trying to make it for everybody, and they persecuted.
All the Protestant.
Yeah, they prosecuted. They got him. They killed him because they said the Bible's not for everybody. But they got rid of him.
Yeah.
Hebrew, Greek,
Oh.
Aramaic, and then Latin,
and-
English, Old English.
Hebrew was first, and then
Hebrew was Greek.
I think Roman.
No, Roman was later, much later.
Give It To Me, Baby is a fucking amazing song, bro.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Rick James is fucking amazing.
Oh, that one.
Burned who at the stake?
The dude that
Tyndale?
translated the Bible.
Tyndale was burned at the stake?
Yeah, because you can't have people know the truth. You can't have people know the truth because then what happens? Enlightenment. That's what happens after you read the Bible.
You mean like
society?
You mean like Copernicus when he said that the
world
Earth
was round?
that the Earth was round, and that
Well,
the
he
Earth,
wasn't right, but it was in the right direction, wasn't it?
But they tortured him.
Well,
and
the
burned
Catholic
him.
Church that didn't want the Bible translated
Yeah.
burned him at the stake. Yes.
What are you talking about?
Well,
No,
when
they
people
did.
read the Bible, they become enlightened. Like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't
I don't
treat
know.
other
I don't
people
know
like
if-
slaves. You know.
You don't never know if Copernicus read the Bible.
I think what you're mistranslating or misunderstanding
Misconstruing?
or misconstruing is the fact that, for starters, that
He
was
said the
just
world
a
was
fucking
round.
punishment that they will do to people. All
He
right.
said that the world
Revolved around the sun.
So that's right.
And
That's right.
The heliocentrism.
Anyways, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Earth was not the center of the universe.
Yeah, and they didn't
About
like
the
that.
about how for starters, burning people on the stake, torture. That's just been a thing of humans forever.
And you're right, and it's unfortunate.
Ever since
I
we go,
don't
Exactly.
want to excuse the Catholic Church on that point because
Well,
they were
it's wrong.
supposed to be representatives of Christianity. They need to be confronted.
Well,
on
you know
that
what?
point.
You know what? It's not for us to judge them, but
Yeah.
they're going to get judged.
Yeah.
Believe me. All those popes, all those priests, all the ones that did that, they are going to get judged.
Yeah.
And
Bible is-
believe
I
me,
agree.
and believe
I love
me,
Tibet. I love all
they're
my
going
brothers
to,
and sisters in Christ.
that again,
Laters, Bilbo.
what God says,
Bilbo,
you know what I
I'll
mean?
see you in hell.
they're going to
Not
be,
saved, all
the,
right,
what the
bro?
ones that are supposed to be
We'll read it
in
together.
His name, they're supposed to be in His name,
And the
and do
bedtime
bad
story.
things in His name, those are the ones that get it the worst.
Actually, I want to make
That
this
is
very,
true.
I want to make this very clear.
They're
too.
God bless you, Bilbo.
they're gonna get more.
What's
toasted and-
what's
yeah.
the first commandment in the Bible?
To love thy
Thou
neighbors.
shalt not kill.
First
The
commandment.
first one is
Oh, thou
love
shalt
thy
not-
neighbor as
No,
yourself.
not love thy neighbor.
You know?
I have no other God.
Thou shalt not
before me.
steal.
No,
Uh-huh,
yeah,
that's
it.
right.
You have
That's
no
right.
other God before
worship
you.
all.
No, have no other God before me. So is he implying that there's other gods? He's not denying
he's
it,
not-
right?
Yeah, there
Well,
are.
they are. They're
Those are
Satan.
the fallen angels.
They're Satan.
Well, we're gonna just casually
And gods that we
say-
make of our own.
because I've always had to believe that monotheism was just to believe in one God,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But in the very Bible says that do not put a God or any other God.
Well,
before me.
anything could be a God. Like my mom says.
At the very least, representative.
Yeah, like I buy a lot of the Star Wars things. The only thing is I don't go pray them and worship the thing, but I still good.
You don't worship the Force, Andrew.
I'm
Star
not.
Wars is God.
I'm not a
brings balance to
Jedi.
the
I'm a
Force.
space pirate.
Wait, if you want to.
And then people would say Lemmy is God.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lemmy's my God. Yeah. Yeah, see?
Did,
Then you're putting another.
did you ever realize that in Star Wars, all the talk about the Force and everything came from Zen concepts,
Yeah.
Yeah.
from Zen Buddhism?
I'm one with the Force is with me. Badass shit, bro. Some badass shit.
I'm one with the shit.
That
The
all
shit is
came.
in me.
That's right. That's another way to look at it.
All those concepts came
But
from Zen
just-
Buddhism.
I just want to make that very clear, though. You guys are aware of that, right? Like the very first commandment in itself says that.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have the God.
And another thing about our God, he's a very jealous God.
Oh
too.
yeah.
Very jealous God. Jealousy is a very main theme. You guys,
Is he afraid that there's other gods that are more better than him?
But they've always told us that.
But then when
I'm not-
could it be?
But that-
Could it
Well, hold on,
be?
Jim's got
Like
Jim.
a
Jim,
Buddhist could be better than God?
Jim,
Like-
Jim, then Andrew. All right, go ahead,
I'm
Jim.
not a Christian at all of any stripe, but isn't jealousy one of the 7 deadly sins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's think of the original murder in the Bible, Cain and Abel. Right, Cain and Abel. Why did Cain kill Abel?
Because he was jealous.
He was jealous.
And that's what created thou shalt not kill, right?
It was already in there. It was just that.
Well, that was before the Ten Commandments.
That was before the Ten, and also the original sin was eating the apple, and then it was the murder of Abel. But also, we need to remember that the reason why he was jealous was because Abel's offering to God was a lot better than Cain's offering.
Yeah.
You guys remember what was Abel's offering?
I don't remember. I was reading that and I forgot because
It's a sacrifice.
I was gonna say that. I forgot.
Sacrifice to an animal, and Cain's
was the wheat and everything.
was was the fruits of the earth. And God preferred Abel's gift better. And Abe or Cain was.
But that's
jealous.
why he said, "Why did you kill him for? You didn't have to do that."
I think it goes to the question of what is jealousy. Are you a jealous person if your girlfriend is giving the eyes to some other man?
Okay, well let's say the other man. It's kind of like the incel. It's the incel question where it's
let's ignore hypergamy.
Well, no, let's
just
just
in
say.
general, if she's your girl,
Well, let's
do
just
you
say.
feel jealous if she's looking at another man?
Well, of course, but let's just say in this situation, Cain was jealous because Abel's gift was better.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, Abel's gift was a sacrifice, a bloody sacrifice of an animal to God.
Yeah.
All right. This is kind of like if your girl, or not your girl, but like your crush, Gabby, right?
Hello, my wife Gabrielle.
is literally into a different type of dudes.
No,
Like,
she's into. I don't have the beard now, but
But you know what I mean, though, right? Like,
yeah, I know. What
and it's like you're kind of like in that, like, why does she love me? Why does she love me?
of course,
Because she loves me.
but she's but I also know she's not my girl. I hate to say that.
But do you?
I also like to live in a fantasy, but I do gotta say though, like the reason I ask you is because the reality, and this is the truth of the matter, is when it comes to God, we're married to God.
Oh shit!
What?
We're married to God.
How? Why?
God is our
there a ring on
creator.
my finger?
Yeah, is there a real like?
No, we're not fucking God, and we're oh God, I'm gonna go to hell with this glasses, right?
Me too.
But we're not fucking God. We're not having kids with God.
But a God can put a kid in us.
Well, I guess if you're married, if you wanted to, yeah.
But what's your point? What do you mean we're married to
My
God?
point is we have a relationship with God.
Okay,
He's
what
our
relationship
creator.
is that?
He's our creator.
Your
soul is the one.
So
who's our creator? God or our dad, our mom?
our
Bass.
Our creator created our dad.
Our creator, not our grandma,
father.
not our grandparents.
No. So let's use the father-son analogy for example. Your father, how would your father feel if you're like, if he put his best foot forward and trying to teach you like, hey, just do good, right? Or if let's say he tried to fucking,
Showing you the optimal way to go about life.
show you the optimal,
be a good role model, yeah.
Be a good role model. That's the best way to put it.
Father.
Is that what you
Be a father. So
Yeah.
what if your son started to cling to another man, and this is more of a role model than this other man is more of a role model than my own father, who just trying to.
Well, that
teach me.
happens sometimes.
That happens sometimes.
But
Yeah.
what are you trying to say here? What are you?
Well, let's say that. This is a hypothetical. You as a father absolutely know what's best for your son.
By the way, the guy who came up with evolution is a Satanist, so he has his own god.
Well, my point is, God has the right to be jealous about shit like that. He's like, dude,
I don't know.
I created you. Where the
He's a
fuck are you
Satanist.
worshiping this other shit? That
Funny
doesn't,
enough.
first of all, in some cases, doesn't even exist. Other cases, wants to ruin the fucking situation that we had. The good situation we had in heaven.
What are
prior.
you talking?
Bro, you love Spanish chicks, don't you?
Well, you
I
have
would
to
say
understand.
God created my dick to create like miracles.
We're vessels.
Yeah,
We're vessels.
It's like God.
Or life.
You gave me a dick. So I'm gonna make my miracle come to life.
Or in other words, in art,
You're
thy
creating
Father.
Yeah. So I'm.
In art, thy Father, the art of the Father.
Yep.
In art, thy Father, in the image that he was made in.
Yeah.
Well, we are his creation.
We
We're
are
a work of art.
We are literally the
We're all
Father's
created in the way
We're
eyes
God's
of God.
creation,
Look,
And
bro,
we're made
and we're
in his,
attributing
Look,
our
God-
success
and we're
with
made
God
in his image.
to
God,
something
we're
else.
made in his image, just like our fathers. Father, thy in
I'm
heaven.
gonna jam.
What does it mean to
I gotta
worship?
go home
Look,
early.
That's another question too. What does it mean to worship?
Look, bro. What I'm trying to get to you is that if you read the Bible one more fucking time, alright? Actually read it. You'll actually understand it's just it's a book of illusions. It's a book of a way of life. You should probably look into it, bro.
That guac is good.
You're welcome.
Be a good person. That's all I'm gonna tell
I'm
you.
gonna swipe it, take them back, and take it in the morning.
Clearly,
Oh,
man, you're
I'm gonna go.
trouble.
All right, later, Andrew.
But do you
Good night.
understand that Christ, that God is our creator, though?
Good night, because I haven't been feeling good.
You got your phone, Andrew?
There's one fundamental truth.
Andrew, phone, wallet, keys.
Believe me,
Phone,
I'm a
wallet, and
libertarian.
keys.
Phone.
What did God create the
Later, Andrew.
as well?
Yeah.
Did he create the angels?
Ah!
Did he create the animals?
Animals, yes.
All right. Do the animals believe it? The same God
The animals were made to serve us.
to serve us.
Yes.
What are we supposed to do?
We're supposed to understand our relationship with God.
Our relationship with God.
Does he want us to understand, or does
He's
he
our
want us to
creator.
follow?
He could literally do whatever he wants. But what he decided to do was allow us to
Get
choose
tracked, bro.
through free will. And not only that, but sacrifice himself, put himself in the
What's
worst.
the point of making us figure out his fucking game plan when he can already make it?
Because God, when they say that Christ is the truth and the reality, that's because God, his existence just is. It's the truth. It just is.
You ever read DC? That literally is what Darkseid says. Darkseid is.
Yeah,
You know, it's like that's
yeah,
what he-
DC,
yeah.
which is a very famous, a popular media conglomerate. Eventually, they had a character that made that point. Sure, for what reason? Who knows? Could be predictive programming. Who knows?
No, it's just to tell you that that's what a God is. A God is more real than you.
Yes, that is the one fundamental truth.
But that's
God
just a story, though.
Is
That's just a story.
we are His story?
Oh.
His story?
God's story.
And what story is that?
It's the hero's journey. It's whatever you make of it. It's just understanding our creation.
What up, Colton?
What's our creation?
Our creation is our existence. Is us sitting here, being able to actually, talk about these things. Us being in this world, actually being able to enjoy things. Then being able to understand. Maybe that's what God intended for us all along. But we have to fucking, choose for ourselves to actually go along with it or not.
Choose for ourselves to go along with
Yes.
God's plan.
Yes.
Or otherwise, or our own plan, if we so wish.
Because
It's up to-
in some ways, it's all God's plan.
In a way,
It's all free will and creation at the same time.
yes. We do have free will. We have the freedom to choose God or not.
But God knows what we are going to choose.
Yeah, but that's why He doesn't force us to choose one way or the other. He lets us choose. Why would God create something, give it free will, and then make sure that it always chooses Him? That's the whole point of free will is us choosing whether to acknowledge God as the creator.
I look, what the fuck is free will?
What is free will?
What's free will?
It's a song by Rush.
No, what is free will?
Free will is our ability to pursue godliness.
What does godliness mean? To be like God? To
be
be like
able
God?
to do
Could
what
be
we want
godliness,
to
Oh
do.
my God.
To follow God, to follow His rules.
Yeah, well, honestly, God, what is
So,
God's
Does
rule?
he want it to be our own
So
God?
to follow rules.
Not just godliness, but it could be to follow chaos. Could be to follow whatever we want.
This-
That's what free will is.
To follow God, does that mean you're choosing, or are you following exactly?
Choosing to
No,
follow.
you're choosing.
Choosing to
Choosing
follow.
to follow.
Following
Yeah,
him,
But what do you
like
want
on
to
a slate?
follow? Like, you have two choices in front of you. You have a plate of shit, and you have a plate of, let's say, I don't know, chocolate grapes.
Why did Lucifer rebel?
Because he thought that he could do things better. But what is he? Let me ask you something. In the same way that communist countries, how do they deal with the people that don't want to participate? They kill them.
Okay.
You know,
How did God deal with the people that don't want to participate with His kingdom?
he gave them a chance to choose again.
Are you sure about that?
We're in the second world age.
Are we?
This is where we're at.
And we're gonna be burning in fire.
Yeah, if we don't choose, if we choose once
You
again,
mean, so he sunk the world, right? Let me get this right. He made a mass flood, killed billions of people, and now in the Bible it says that He's going to do the same thing again, but this time with fire.
well, think about it this way.
That's what it says.
Think
That's
about
what
it
it
this
says.
way. Can we agree? I mean, let's say that none of the MS-13 or the other gangs exist. Let's say none of that exists. But the elite, let's consolidate the evil to the elite, right? Back then, everyone acted like that. Most
Acted like
people
what?
acted like that. The
Acted
way
like
that the
what?
elite do. You know, this fucking weird shit with fucking adrenochrome. I don't think you realize, like, the people that were exposed, if you look at the canon of Christianity, and it's arguable, the Book of Enoch, actually. I consider the Book of Enoch canon.
I'm hearing shit, man.
Yeah. Well, this is where it gets spiritual. What happened was that the angels gave us information, like
a devil.
how to fucking conduct warfare, how to make fucking silversmith and like
Okay, but
make
what-
weapons,
What?
magic, how to kill each other.
Okay.
And most people were acting that way. They were like, you know what, let's be fucking evil.
Okay.
So God in that moment in time was like, look, I'm giving humanity the chance,
Are we
but
not an
humanity
evil
fucked
world
up.
right now? Are we not a fucked up evil world right
It's
now?
not in the same level.
No, it
It's
is.
not in the same level.
It's not in the
And
same
I would argue
level.
that we're in such a level that it's kind of
Mother-
like the.
I think
the
I
time
know what
of
he's trying to
choosing.
get at.
No,
He's trying to get at
We're
that
at the time of choosing right now.
God did the flood and He's gonna do the fire because
We're
God,
back at it.
God
We're
probably
back-
thought.
Because it's his God plan.
Well,
It's God's plan, right? Exactly. It's part of His plan. He saw it coming. He said it's going to burn in fire.
Well, that's
Well, you
after
see,
the tribulation. The tribulation
God's probably
has to
saying,
happen.
"Oh well, they're destroying themselves. I might as well wipe them all out."
Part of God's plan is the tribulation, and that's
Like,
where
he
we
relied all
choose.
of it
Like,
into one person.
which
He's
Hector,
telling
can I
them
just tell you
people.
something? I don't think that you would actually. I don't think that you're actually going to fucking fall for the tribulation, bro.
I know what that means.
You don't have to know what that means. I do think
Oh, that's my phone.
that you will not take on the mark of the beast.
No, fuck no. You already know, Brian.
I don't think you do, even though you don't believe in it.
Yeah, of course. You already
Okay.
know.
But I'll say this one thing, Hector. The one thing that you have to realize at the end of the day,
You're already fairly Christian.
in a way, yeah. But the one thing that you have to realize
What the hell is my phone?
is that the guy that gave you this choice to rebel and gave you this logic and said and gave you these ideas to say, hey,
Call it.
we're not going to fucking deal with this anymore. We're not going to participate in this. That's all from Christ. That's the truth. Christ is the truth. Christ is King. God.
Look.
Elon took off. Yes.
Look. Nate, I think in the end of the day, we're gonna arrive to the exact same conclusion that either with God or no God, I think that we agree that being part of this global government scheme is just bad all around.
Yeah.
You know, I think total control of human will is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
You know.
I hear it.
And I'm not saying that I don't see what's happening with the Trump administration. I said earlier, he might even be the Antichrist.
Yeah, I think there's multiple people.
He's doing things that go on that level, but maybe his successor is.
Right. Maybe his henchman.
I felt the phone vibrating right here.
So that
Were you
was-
calling someone?
Oh yeah, that's what. There it is. I left my damn bitch ass phone there. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
And I just would like I would like you to understand where I get my perspective on. This is why I kind of tout the whole conservative thing, because I'm getting my news from conservative sources as well. And the conservative sources are the ones that are calling this out. The successor to Dan Bongino, who is the current FBI guy, the successor to him and his talk show, he's openly inviting people onto the show to discuss the very issues that you have concern with, you and Ray have concern with.
Okay.
Which I'm glad. I'm glad these things are being addressed.
Look. It doesn't matter how long they're being addressed when they're not being done about anything. These people have power. These people can easily arrest them. They can easily tomorrow. We can wake up, see the news.
They can get the
people-
supporters and all that.
Exactly. All this is just a big show. I don't understand what you want. Like, what are you waiting for exactly, Nate?
I do think that a lot of it is a show. But I do also think that you have to understand that when you go after power structures, you can't just go straight for the fucking CEO, for example.
What does that mean when you're going up for power structures?
I would like to give you a personal example. I used to work at Super A. I was Super Nate, right? I love Super A. I love the company. But I was involved with a really shitty situation where a manager was taking advantage of the fact that there was a high school hire program, and all these 16-year-old girls that would get hired.
Because the manager wouldn't hit.
Well, he's a 4-year-old dude. He's over here fucking them in the back room. He's fucking. I'm telling you, he's fucking.
It's a power trip.
And
It's
it's
a
all
power
of them.
trip.
I'm telling you, it's multiple girls. Like, he legit was grooming all these girls.
And it happens more than we think. It happens more than we think.
Little fish in a big pond.
And I was involved in that. I knew about it. But the thing is, everybody knew about it. And the more I started to find out, I'm like, wait a minute, this is being enabled from the top down.
Very correct, right?
Okay?
He did it.
So if you recall, they actually thought that I was gonna shoot up the store.
Oh shit.
Yeah, dude.
You were gonna go
So
postal.
yeah, they thought I was gonna shoot up the store.
So false accusations.
Yeah, they said that I was gonna shoot up Super A. There's an actual police report documenting all this. And you know what? They gave me an ultimatum right there. You need to explain your behavior, or else you're gonna get fired. And I'm like, you know what? I will. I'll explain everything. And because I had their eyes on me, I had the corporate's eyes on me.
What was your behavior? What did you do?
Well, I mean, like, look, when people are taunting you,
Yeah.
you're like, you know what, get the fuck away,
You get coerced.
So there was a moment where I actually got transferred because, my boss, the manager who was doing all that,
Yeah.
he knew that I was, like, trying to tell on him. Because I actually did tell the next person in line, who technically you're supposed to go up the ladder when you're reporting these things. I told her, she told the store director, instead of doing what he should have done, went to the manager and was like, hey man, be careful.
Yeah, they're all in on it.
They were all in on it. So eventually they got a third party to look in on this. Her name is Jill Rosenthal. She's a private investigator.
Sounds like a synagogue of Satan Jew.
She has a very unfortunate name. But she, with her investigation, her listening to me and actually going after this dude, this guy got fired.
She did something, yay.
So I was vindicated. They weren't going to fire me, Super A. They kind of told me, like, oh, okay, it happened, but they tried to sweep it under the rug.
Right.
So I was at another store, and then I eventually get transferred. I eventually found out that they were actually treating me shitty because they wanted me to quit. It's one of the things that jobs do, right?
Yeah.
So I get transferred again to Temple City, and then one of the dudes that's involved with corporate, the owner of the company, we call him the Praetorian Guard because he's loss prevention. He's a narc. He was a former narc for the company that now works at the behest of the owner. Yeah, so like for example,
Does it get that?
let me tell you something that he did. So there was an employee, a low-level employee who was buying coffee. They got the coffee and they were going to go to the register to pay. They took a sip of it before they paid for it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the sitting manager that was there, that Praetorian Guard guy would have gotten that guy fired because it's grazing. So this is the kind of level that the guy operated, but he would go around and fuck all the cashiers. That's really not allowed. That's a no-no.
Yeah.
That's really not allowed. So he would go around and do all this, but he would go beyond that, and he would show up at their house uninvited. And I even interviewed, I got to the point where knowing that I'm like on the shit list, I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to see how far I could take this. So I started talking to all these people who were involved with this dude. And by the way, this is why I started going after this dude. Because at this new store, he told one of my coworkers, he's like, hey man, if I was you, I'd watch out for that Nathan guy. You know, he could snap at any moment, man. Shoot at the store. This is a year after I beat those allegations. So that's when I figured out from the top down, they're not going to let me move up in this company. You know, so that's when I went after them. And I went after them by going after the Praetorian Guard, the person who made everyone's life miserable. I got 56 people to sign this petition. Or a petition which stated, we know about what this guy does, and we want it to be...
Petition?
Yes, I got 56 people from 7 different stores to sign this petition. And they couldn't get rid of me. So I went after the power structure in a proper way. I crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's. I didn't go in there and start like killing or beating up people that were committing these evils.
Well, how did you get fired? How did you get fired?
I got fired because, you know, at this new store, and trying to get people to come forward, because sometimes people are complacent with the evil. Let's be real. So when you're trying to be like, hey, like, you know that he fucking, like, you know that these things are happening, just fucking speak out about it. If I'm keep on badgering you about that and you don't want to say anything, you're not going to like that.
That's not good.
So there was a girl that I had tried to get to,
Did you know, or did you accuse her of doing it?
No, she didn't do anything, but she knew. And she knew because she had admitted before, but then she didn't want to tell me because there was the culture at Super A was fucking evil, bro. Like when I got to that store,
it's work culture. It's work.
Yeah,
Bruh.
when I got to that store, that one of the managers there also was like, "Hey, why don't you go and fuck what's her name?" And I'm like, "Nah, I don't really want to do that. I don't like girls like her, you know."
Yeah.
She's one of these girls that fucks all they do is and acts like the tough shit, and then gets away with everything, right? But so I'm like, yeah, you know, I don't fucking like girls like her. So ever since then, she hated me. So you could hear her talking shit about me. Like imagine Jim was talking to someone next to him, and I'm like fucking working the check stand. So I hear him. They're talking loud to piss me off, and I'm staring at Jim.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the point here?
Staring is harassment.
Wait, what was your position there at that
I was a cashier clerk.
cashier clerk?
But Hector, staring is harassment.
He got fired because he sucks at his job.
Dude, wait,
He couldn't bag shit right.
before we go into something else, let me bring up a very interesting segue that deals with your very situation.
So he had to get a petition to keep his job.
No, I still lost my job, but I got the dude fired. The untouchable dude, he got fired.
Has anybody seen this movie?
And that's what people told me when I was doing the petition. People that didn't want to sign but believed. Spotlight, no.
You haven't seen? Nobody's seen this?
Heard of it.
Okay, a few years ago, it won the Academy Award for Best Picture, and it's the true story of the Boston Globe newspaper. And the reason that movie fascinates me is because I'm a journalist, and it's the true story of an investigative journalist team which investigated abuses of sexual nature against children in the Boston area. So they started out with one priest, and eventually they found out there were 90 priests in the Boston area who were abusing children. And so what happened was the reporters from this Spotlight investigative journalism team, investigative journalism team in these days is very rare. Very few newspapers do that anymore. So the editor of this newspaper said, they reported to him, look, we got 90 priests who are guilty of molesting maybe hundreds of children. And the editor said, no, let's don't go after the priest. Let's go after the system. Because he goes, if you go after the priests, we're just going to get into the same cat fight we've always got into, and nothing will get done. Just like what Nathan was saying, let's go after the system. It comes from the top down.
The whole situation that's going on with Los Angeles, how the taxpayers of Los Angeles had to foot a bill, $4 billion, to amend the wrongs that we did to a couple of kids that have been abused since the 50s, spanning all the way down to the 2000s.
Yeah.
And this involved a network of child protective services, California Sheriff's Department, California highway patrols, the school systems, everybody, the orphanage, they all had this deep connection in this underground children trafficking system that they had got going. And instead of jailing anybody, we, the Los Angeles taxpayers, have to pay $4 billion
in settlements.
There's no
settlements.
Yeah, that's fine.
You want a can?
Yeah, I can find.
In settlements. No real justice.
Did you hear what we were talking about, Nathan?
Yeah, generally. And, you know...
What we were talking about was this film where they were making accusations against priests, and the editor of the newspaper said, no, we're not going to go after the priests. We're going to go after the system. And that's exactly what you were talking about. Yeah.
Well, I think though the process though, what I'm trying to get at though, because originally I'm trying to address the whole accusation of why isn't anything happening despite the fact that we know these, like Epstein for example, is going on.
Yeah.
And you're dealing with a power structure, and when you're dealing with a power structure, you cannot go straight for the head of the beast.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know, I have to watch the movie, but I'm sure in the movie, they don't just, when they're going after the system, they don't just go after the Pope directly. They, you know...
have you ever heard the saying, if you shoot too high and you miss, then you screw up everything. You got to start at the bottom sometimes.
Yeah, and what's happening is just a lot of addressing of these lower level bullshit that's going on. And if I'm being real, bro, this like the addressing of MS-13 and for all these groups, for example, for years the Uniparty has defended them.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, Nancy Pelosi. Well, first of all, what do we do? Is MS-13 a bad group, bro?
Yes, MS-13 is a bad group.
I do think so.
No one is not denying that.
All right, and I agree. So then, why are people like Nancy Pelosi saying that? Well, you shouldn't call them animals. They're not animals. They are human beings, but they're acting like animals, bro.
Who's acting like animals?
MS-13.
How so?
Okay, their slogan is what? It's like fucking rape, shoot, kill, or whatever the fuck.
But they come from the United States, Nathan.
Does that make it okay?
Doesn't matter.
That doesn't make it okay.
It doesn't matter. If we're gonna call them that, we have to acknowledge that it's a reflection of us.
Okay.
Are we the same thing?
Well, first of all, I think that us making it is not us, the current
Nathan,
regime that's in power.
Nathan, are we the same thing? Don't we rape little kids? Like, literally, our government is known for being child trafficking rapists.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
Okay, Nathan, so what is your problem with a gang when your own government is doing the exact same thing?
I could be against two evil things at the same time.
Okay.
And
Is it possible-
these gangs are a
is it
reflection
possible
of
that
the
the-
lower level
is it-
that's eventually going to
Is
lead
it
to
possible
our
that the
leaders.
gangs are just
These-
created to create disruption to society?
Fall Guys.
These gangs are the apparatus in which these elites are able to conduct their trafficking. That's
Because
what I'm
they're able
arguing.
to make people like you focus on the problem like gangs instead of the bigger issue at hand over here, that there's real criminals on top of power.
Dude, these gangs sell aluminum cans at the corner.
Yeah, one says that all the MS-13 can all die slowly. I mean, can't let's
think
think of
they have
benefit,
that
though.
much
Like,
power
can I
in
report
your
them to ICE so we can make money off of them? I mean, they,
For starters,
No, that doesn't
okay,
work.
look, I don't understand if you guys even understand what an MS-13 gang member is.
Well, to be in the gang, the actual gang, you have to kill somebody, apparently.
What's up?
Well, to actually be in the gang, you have to kill somebody, apparently.
Okay, alright. Okay.
That's not a good start.
Okay, okay. And are you saying that that's not a good thing, right?
Well, I don't think it's a good thing to kill people.
someone's going
Now-
by.
You ain't gonna do nothing against the government, Hector. Sit down, little boy. Hey, unless you're the government, shut the fuck up. Because you're right, I'm not gonna do anything. Unless you're the government, shut the fuck up. But other than that, what was I gonna say? MS-13. What do you know about MS-13, Nathan?
I know that MS-13 is a gang in America that also has presence in El Salvador and other places in Central America
So they're all
and
mostly
South America.
Salvadorians. That's
I don't know
the
what.
gang.
Well, I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't say that they're any one thing. I think anything. Point is, what they do is things like kill people. They act like a normal. They do the things that a normal gang would do, I suppose, which is
Initiation.
But what is the problem here? I'm failing to understand.
Like, why are
well,
you
you
so-
have an organization whose slogan is like rape, kill, and control, or whatever the pillage.
Okay,
there is
but Nathan,
Right.
We just concluded that rich people are literally getting away with that for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Are they not getting the exact same MS-13 treatment that you're giving them?
They should, but there's enough plausible deniability that if we were to go after them directly, we would be seen as the bad guys in history.
What?
Who cares?
Unfortunately, there's I think we could all agree. We think Bill Gates is a fucking one of these dudes, right?
Okay.
But there's not enough. I hate to say it, but Jim, you gotta admit, if we were to go after these people that we're accusing of being pedophiles, elites, and whichever,
We'd be squashed right away.
I don't understand. What do you mean accused when there's a fucking list that we have?
I get it.
What would happen, Nick?
Well,
I think he's saying if we were to take action, that we would be squashed and
Right.
we would be made to disappear.
There is no party like a Diddy party. There's literally videos out there of every Diddy party out there and the members. I don't understand. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it's like I said earlier. It's the whole
what is this guy
the way that you pursue power structures.
What do you
can't
power structures?
It's like a video game. You don't fucking fight the final boss at the beginning of the game. You gotta fight all his fucking 8 legions, his 8 generals or whatever the fuck, and collect each medallion until you get access to his final dungeon. I hate to say it that way, but that's simplified
Okay,
the way
but we're living in real life.
It is. Well, unfortunately, the real life reflects that.
Okay,
you can't go
Nathan,
after the boss
Nathan,
just like that.
Nathan.
Just what I said a few minutes ago. You can't aim too high and then miss. Because then if you miss, you're screwed.
And
You lose your integrity.
And when they have plausible deniability, it's fucking easy to miss, dog.
Yeah.
You know? And unfortunately, they have plausible deniability. I hate to say that. Believe me, I see all the same things you do. But there's plausible deniability. Like this Israel conflict, bro. Believe me, I see the plight of the Palestinian people. But Israel has this plausible deniability in which, yes, you know, unfortunately, they are fucking terrorists. I hate to say. You know, they act like terrorists.
what's a terrorist?
Well, a terrorist is someone
A person who
who...
terrorizes.
Nah, Hector's not one of those freaks. Ain't no way.
No. Well, I would define a
I'm not
terrorist...
gonna deny. I only went there for business advice.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
I only went there for business advice. All right. Fucking Bill Gates, bro. That's his excuse.
Fucking idiot, bro. He's an idiot. But that's why I think that's why he was kind of used as the fall guy. Because he was the one guy that everyone could make the connection to if you want to point at media sources.
What are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Bill Gates, wasn't it revealed by the media that he's the one, like for sure that got paid by Epstein? Or no, he paid Epstein so that Epstein didn't shut the fuck, or that he shut the fuck up. It was in the news, bro.
He paid hush money to
Yeah.
Epstein.
Yeah,
Who paid hush money to Epstein?
Bill Gates.
Fucking
It was like the only story that came out that corroborated the formerly called conspiracy theories that Epstein was controlling these elites through blackmail videos. So it was the only article that was linked to that. Bill Gates is really the face of a lot of this. I think Bill Gates was a fall guy, but
I think he's a bad guy too.
But it doesn't change the fact that Bill Gates is still a bad guy.
He's a very bad guy. Yes.
Very
he's a
bad guy.
Very bad guy. Very bad guy.
Well, you guys are. I'm a lot older than you. I remember this from middle school. You've heard about the Watergate case in Washington, D.C.
Of course.
Okay, there were two reporters from the Washington Post called Carl Woodward. They were called Woodward and Bernstein. They were a journalistic team. They were the ones who inspired me to go to journalism school. And the thing is, they didn't start out at the top. They started with a break-in at Democratic headquarters in Washington, D.C. It looked like a minor crime. And then they kept getting more information and more information. They built their way to... And it finally ended up that the whole figurehead in this operation was President Richard Nixon. And they got him... I am not a crime. Yeah. They got him to resign because of his corruption. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. You can't shoot. Where's my puppy? Yeah.
What is he doing here?
Yeah. You can't shoot for the top. You have to start out at the bottom. They conducted their journalistic investigation almost like a legal investigation, and they just built their way up, and they eventually busted the President of the United States of America. And I think that's what you're talking about there.
I don't know. I don't think he ever got impeached.
Yeah.
I think he quit before he got impeached.
He was
right?
forced to resign. Yes.
Which I don't think we've ever got a president to be legally impeached in office. Which I also want to bring up this article I read a while back called Bukele has been negotiating with MS-13 for reduction in homicides and electoral supports. Mm-hmm. This was written in Sunday, September 16, 2020, if anybody wants to see.
Oh.
What's the name of the site? El Faro?
Alfaro.
Okay.
If anybody wants to see. Just want to make sure.
Whoa.
Put it up to the camera, nice and close.
So you guys can read it for yourself. Was it Pol Pot? Was it Kill Pot, whatever his name was?
Oh, Kill Pot, yeah.
Kill Pot was praising this guy. The proof that Bukele's administration is negotiating with Mara Salvatrucha 13 in its own internal documents, El Faro obtained copies of hundreds of prison reports confirming dozens of covert meetings between government officials and gang leaders since 2019, as well as intelligence reports detailing the outcomes of the encounters. Representatives of the executive branch and MS-13 agreed in the reductions of homicides, prison privileges, and long-term pledges tied to results of congressional elections in 2021.
That's crazy.
Let that sink in.
I'll ask something. What do you extrapolate though from that article?
From what I'm understanding, so there's a lot. There's actually a lot in this article.
This is fucking Lemmy. Fuck off, you bunch of cunts.
The administration, through its work in its prison system, has documented some of the covert deliberations between officials and the criminal organization in great detail. The logbooks obtained by Ed Faro shows that the repeated entry of Osiris Luna, the national director of prisons, and Carlos Marquin, the director of Tejido Social Fabric, a government office created by Bukele government to address the country's gang crisis, accompanied by masked men to meet with gang leaderships incarcerated in Zacatula and Icazo prisons. The prison's records, which have been signed and stamped, contain the names of officials and gang members participating in meetings, entries, and exit times, notes on potential illicit activities, vehicle license plates, and notes on locations of prison cells or other spaces meeting have been taking place. The records also include confidential intelligence reports written by the prison wardens and deputy wardens based on information provided by prisoners cooperating with authorities. The administration's own intelligence officers deem information in the official memorabilia reliable, which is a bunch of documents over here that shows members of MS-13 talking to government officials.
Oh,
But what is the content of their conversation?
The documents registered the administration's concessions spanning across months of negotiations, ranging from small day-to-day privileges at the beginning, such as permitting the sale of Pollo Campero, a popular fried chicken restaurant, pizza, pupusas, candy, and gang cell blocks, as well as the transfer of prison guards that gangs view as particularly aggressive, to reversing the decision made in April to merge the cell blocks of opposing gangs, and even promising to soften the maximum security regime, repeal laws, and give gang members benefits in government if the government can take control of the Legislative Assembly in elections in February 2021. Which again, Pollo Campero is Salvadorian food chain. Official documents confirm that some of it, which also it's no different than the other cartel.
Pollo Campero's involved. That is funny, dude.
Another one that's involved, if you guys don't know, is the Michalanda. It's an ice cream shop.
The Michoacana?
La Michoacana is owned by a bunch of cartels. It's a cartel front shop.
No way!
Yeah,
I believe that.
Yeah, that one, because there's never no customers in there, but yet they make rent
Open
daily.
24 hours?
Almost open. Some of them are 24 hours. Some of them, and all the workers are from Mexico. They honestly, it's a front for cartel business laundering operations.
Oh my god!
So
I had no idea. Let me guess, Michoacana cartel.
Exactly, the Sinaloa, exactly.
Oh my
exactly.
god!
Official documents confirm that some of these agreements have begun to materialize.
I didn't know
in
that.
In memorandum, the warden of Zacatula on August 8th, the facility deputy warden wrote that Osiris Luna had ordered the reversal of decision to merge cell blocks of opposing gangs and return to norm of gang-based segregation. A source within Centros Penales, the prison administration headed to by Luna, confirmed Ed Faro to reverse had been instituted by all prison housing gangs. So just like they said that, you know, they in the news they reported that all the gangs are within the same cell block. But now we are learning that they actually made a special privilege where all the gangs are going to get the tougher cell blocks and the MS-13 members are going to get the easier ones. And whenever you see photos of people like Christy Nome or a video of her take on a background of it's all just optics. They're all agreeing to that just so. Like, think about all those people with tattoos and everything. They're just actors. They're just optics to make it seem like they're doing something. And right Patsies, exactly. And right after, they're like, all right, bro, enjoy your fucking cheesecake. Enjoy your fucking porn. Enjoy your day over here. You guys are going to leave like Keens. If you want to kill this innocent person we just locked up, go ahead. Because there has been people that died over there. Innocent people.
Have you seen those TV commercials where that Noam chick? She reminds me of a porn actress.
She's a porn actress.
She's a stripper, no?
She killed her dog because the dog wasn't listening to her.
I didn't know that, but she's standing in front of a cell in front of.
She looks like she's about to get fucked by them.
Yeah. And she's like all concerned, pointing, wearing a baseball cap, and she's like, "Well, who are all these guys?" And I'm like, dude, if all these guys could open those bars,
it's over.
It's something.
You'd be ground beef. And she acts like a tough chick.
In exchange for these concessions, the gangs with the highest membership in the country committed to shut up valves of murders. More recently, to support, as written literally in prison intelligence reports, nuevas ideas in the coming election. Next year, there will be an election as a barrio. The gang leader says that will turn out to support the new party, says one of the reports. By the way, Nuevas Ideas is the name of the political party of Bukele. The documents reveal ongoing negotiations in which agreements have yet to be finalized, and some administration promises look forward to the future. Among the intercepted communications of various wilas, gang vernacular for internal messages written on bits of paper in which gang leaders reportedly order gang members on an outside stand down from violent encounters due to ongoing dialogue with administration. The documents and sources confirming the content of those communications describe high and low points of fluctuating negotiation, including the days of increasing homicides and periods of tightening measurements within the prisons. So essentially, they're communicating with these little pieces of paper using code to make sure to tell the gang members, stand down, make it look like we are doing something, like make it look like the president is doing something, and when you go to jail, don't worry about it. We got you covered.
Let's put up a front.
Put up a front. Put up the show. Make it seem like, they're making it safe.
Lie.
Like a fascist leader. Lie. It's nuts. This is stuff that has been reported. There's documents. They even show you the documents right here to show you, to back up the fact that they have meetings with MS-13 gang member, high membership leaders.
So does that mean that crime is more or less essentially the same as it has been in El Salvador, and a lot of that coverage is getting squashed? Exactly. A lot of the stories of people's families being murdered, they're not being
reported. And
wow.
Also, the families are being taken by the government. Because there is no due process in El Salvador. That's the thing about El Salvador. It's been like that since 2021 when they gave Bukele all powers to repeal the Constitution, to arrest anybody they want because they had an emergency crisis, which was with the gangs. And now
which in itself was fabricated.
Which in itself was fabricated.
Oh my!
Let me bring up a point.
That's.
Don't you think they're playing up this MS-13 gang to enforce their immigration policies to get people out of the country?
100%.
Well, That's causing chaos to bring in order.
Cause and effect, and not only that, but then you're gonna start meeting with people like the private prison organizations, who are the ones who are funding SecCop, who are the ones who are funding Gitmo, who are funding the immigration operations by ICE. You have to remember, somebody profits out of keeping people in the jail cells.
Just like over here?
Just like over here. It's all profit and power. And not only that too, but we're using these people to create labor, to create products for cheap. Because AI isn't going to be here anytime soon, so we need brand new slave labor.
Thing is, here, I grew up here in East LA since I was born in 1961, and there's always been violent gangs here in East LA. 18th Street, Barrio Nuevo.
Yeah, late 13, Cam, right? Crazy ass Mexicans.
Yeah. There's always been violent gangs here in East LA. Why now is it a big thing? And those are people, those are vatos who were born here in East LA. Why now is it a big thing that MS-13 is
such a problem?
Is a problem, and they want to deport everybody of Latino descent because of them.
I think honestly, gangs are gangs. I think the problem here.
There's gonna be new gangs and more gangs that's gonna build up. Like that's gonna be more better than the other.
No different than police, right? The deputy gangs.
Yeah.
And them getting their tattoos after they killed the first person.
Yeah.
They do that?
With the county sheriff?
County sheriffs, yeah. We have the Vikings and the fucking Albandinos in East LA.
Oh my god.
They have their own gangs.
They got their own gangs, you know. And there's nothing wrong with being part of a gang. They're unit, right? It's nothing wrong with being part of. There's nothing wrong with being part of a gang. It's just a tribe, just a militia. It's just a group of people that believe in something. It's when violence is involved.
It's a subset.
But to the higher if you're working at like a higher corporate job or something, like if they see gang, like I don't know, signias or signs of that kind of activity, then they're gonna find out like no, we don't, it's a risk of our, I don't know, they don't want to be affiliated with it, or so that's why they just terminate them or disband them, or they just kind of like
they don't want to take the risk.
Yeah,
they kind of want to take the risk, which is completely understandable. But honestly, to that I say, well, you know what? They're gonna take the risk with their CEO and their bosses having sex with underage people all the time. Yeah. You know what I mean? They'd rather protect the sexual deviants instead of the gang members.
Right.
You know, like he just mentioned, and I know this happens almost every workplace. I know that there's a lot of sexual deviants taking power control of boys and girls. You know what I mean?
Right.
A gang member, from what I understand, a gang member is only trying to look out for their fucking barrio, even though they don't own anything.
Right.
It's just ignorance at its very very like low center. But to be honest with you, I think that's something admirable to protect your community. You know, you're kind of a cop in that sense. You know, like to look out for your street. That's a gang member.
You're just not officiated.
You're just not getting paid for it. You're just looking out for your community.
You know, I would agree if it was normal. I don't think that these are normal gangs.
These are not normal gangs.
I don't think these are normal gangs.
We're not dealing with normal gangs now. We're dealing with international crime organizations.
I agree with that. I agree.
Government backed.
Government backed.
I agree with that.
Government backed.
And I argue that these are like the ground troops.
Yes.
Of the human trafficking,
yes,
especially
pawns.
Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but when you told me about that Bukele and MS-13 stuff, what I hear is a dude that's trying to negotiate with a very large organization within his country that has this influence so much so that it's causing everybody to leave. It's causing all these issues. You're negotiating with, it's like the mob, bro. I'm pretty sure the U.S. government at some point they're like, you know what, mob, look, we know you exist. We fucking have to deal with you. And for a moment, they actually had to work together. Now, I'm sure they did. Apparently, JFK
That's right.
That was a
Mob.
collaboration between the mob. It was, between the government. I think.
And he tried calling all that shit out, and he got killed for it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to. He didn't want to be part of it anymore.
And do you know that it took decades to actually prove that the mafia existed, the Italian mafia?
Yeah.
It, the FBI and other organizations, local police departments say there's.
Because they're all in it. They're
Yeah.
all in it. 100% all in it.
And then
And these Italian guys would say, "Hey, what? It's just me and my cousin Vinny. What do you?"
and then I think that is a shining of the spotlight of the Italian mafia to take away attention from the Jewish mafia.
just like the Russian mafia.
Yeah.
Just like the Mexican mafia. Just like all these mafias, they're all 100 crime organizations. 100% crime backed by the government, backed by taxpayers. We fund these fucking organizations. Just to let you guys know, we fund them. We fund their weapons. We fund their fucking missions. We fund their cars, everything.
And we wonder why there's trillions of dollars in debt.
Exactly.
And why the audits don't show all this
The
stuff.
Saudi mafia.
Let's
Oh my god, they got a mafia too.
Let's look at it logically.
Jeez.
I've heard the same thing accused of ISIS, right? ISIS is
Israeli State Intelligence Service.
right. Okay, they took the words right out of my mouth, right? So ISIS is an Israeli intelligence
That's right.
service.
That's right.
It exists to be a boogeyman.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Great.
So as long as it exists, it enables governments in the Middle East to act the way that they do in an authoritarian manner.
No, you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Right.
It acts as a way to get the people to act for the government.
Well, that's my contention.
The government creates the problem so the people can ask for the government to help them.
Yes,
Usher in draconian measures.
But they keep the problem. They don't get rid of the problem. Because if they got rid of the problem, they get rid of their excuse to get the people under control.
They created the problem because they are the problem.
Create a problem, create a solution.
Yes, but they keep the problem.
Because
so my point
they
is,
are the problem.
Yes, but if they get rid of the problem, for example, this is why I brought up ISIS, for example. If ISIS exists, if it's meant to exist and keep the people in line according to the government, getting rid of ISIS as an apparatus takes away the excuse to say, hey, we need to come in and control you guys, or hey, the people don't have a boogeyman to fight against, so we don't need regime change. We don't need any of this, whatever the fuck.
Well, the problems are created and fabricated to bring in a desired quote-unquote solution.
Exactly.
In order to give them more power.
Exactly. If you stop the problem, then you're just giving them an entrance to what they wanted from the very beginning.
It's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
No, I know. Think about it in this terms. COVID. Okay? If they had found a cure for COVID, if they had found a cure for COVID, they would not have wanted to put a cure for COVID forward.
What about COVID?
Okay. COVID was the boogeyman to get people to take the vaccine. No?
That's right, yeah.
If there was a cure to COVID that wasn't the vaccine,
ivermectin.
They wouldn't promote it. They want to keep COVID as the issue.
Yeah.
If you cure COVID, you don't have the reason to give people the vaccine.
I don't think you're understanding this.
No, you're not understanding.
No, bro.
If I create,
Nathan, listen, bro.
I kind of think you're both.
Look, COVID was created to kill a certain amount of the population, just like the vaccine was created to kill a certain amount of the population. They're both
specifically whites. Everyone else is just a bonus.
Exactly. Everything else is just optics. Optics, bro.
Just deport all brown people.
Just deport all, bro. Listen, Killbot.
Timmy, that's very
I'm
true.
gonna deport your ass, homie.
Hey,
all right.
Who's gonna mow their grass, clean their pools, bring their wives?
Give you tacos.
I agree with Timmy Angelo, right? So, cure for cancer. If I think we've all heard the same thing before.
There are cures
They don't
for
want. They don't. Yeah, exactly. We've all heard the same thing before, though, that they don't want to cure cancer because if they cure cancer,
Takes away their
then
power.
it takes away
Takes
their,
away their profit.
medical. Yeah, exactly.
And they don't want to
Takes away control.
It takes away control.
So let's say you have a leader that's coming forward and saying like, you know what, fuck this shit. I know damn well we can cure cancer. We're gonna cure cancer.
Okay.
That should be in your favor. For someone that wants to,
Is there someone like that?
that's what Trump is. That's what Trump is.
I
Did
don't
he
know if
literally
he's-
not just cancel the Cancer Research Foundation?
Okay.
Oh, he did that?
Yes, he did. That was one of the first things he did.
Oh, the Doge? With Doge?
Yeah, with Doge.
Wait a minute. Let me bring up a point. If there's some secret behind the scenes cure for cancer, can wealthy, powerful people access it? Why do wealthy, powerful people?
I feel like they're gonna make it more expensive.
That happens a lot, Timmy.
Still die of cancer.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think they're like level 32 people. If they're rich and powerful,
Because
they're
they don't
not
want people-
33 people. They're 32
It
people.
decreases the people buying prescriptions on medications that help get better from their cancer. But no, I mean, they just want people to spend more money on medication rather than just buy for the cure of cancer itself.
But is there a cure for cancer for
People saying there is, but they just
like
haven't
say
proven
for
it.
the royal family or for the Bush family or for
See, but the thing with cures
Donald
is
Trump?
cures don't make money. They just don't because
If Donald Trump or one of his
Or
sons
if cures,
got cancer tomorrow, would he have access to the cure?
I think there is something to be said about a cure because is there a cure that we can think of right now for any sickness?
Yeah.
Like something that you guys know it's a go-to
fasting.
that will work.
Fasting for diabetes, for cancer, for heart disease,
Fasting.
Alzheimer's. Yeah.
Wasn't that-
Not even eating. Not eating. That doesn't make money for shit.
You know what's a cure? A gun for pedophiles.
A gun for pedophiles.
A gun to the head.
Gun to the head for pedophiles.
Well,
That's a
hyperbolic. It's hyperbolic, but it's a cure, isn't it?
Okay.
It's a deterrent at the very least, I guess.
No, I'm only asking because I honestly don't know if you got what is a cure. Have you seen a cure for anything? Not just cancer. I'm talking about for real.
Yeah, for ISIS.
ISIS.
ISIS is ravaging the Middle East. It's used as this boogeyman. Take out ISIS, it's no longer ravaging the Middle East. Who's the boogeyman ravaging the Middle East now?
What are you talking about?
ISIS is put forward.
I thought we were talking about sicknesses.
Well, the reason we're talking about sicknesses is because I was trying to say look at it in a different perspective.
Well, like a mental contagion? Social contagion? Is that what you're trying to...
Yeah.
Diabetes. I'm
You
not
say
too
that.
sure that's a tricky one.
Fasting
There is
for
no
diabetes.
cure. You guys realize that there is no fucking cure for anything. And don't listen to this guy. This guy's an absolute fucking moron. Bro. Why is he bringing up ISIS?
Because the whole
Let me go take
point,
a piss. Hold on.
you know, I'm trying to compare, like, understand the situations, right? The reason I brought up COVID, for example, was I personally argue that COVID was used as an excuse for all this COVID policy, this draconian COVID policy. Like,
I told you which book to read, Timmy.
you can't go outside, for example. You can't be within 6 feet of your fellow man because COVID. You know,
who's having
you have to get the vaccine or else you're gonna die because of COVID. You know.
and people dying, they label it as COVID related things rather than
Point is,
regular
they
natural causes.
use COVID as this boogeyman, right? But they couldn't cure COVID because if you cure COVID, which was allegedly what ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine
No, the
did.
people who kept proving things like, oh, we created, someone built the cure for COVID and they want to make money off of it.
I don't
They're
know.
trying to sell to the highest bidder.
See, I don't know about all that, but my point is they couldn't allow a cure for COVID because if you allow a cure for COVID, it takes away the excuse for the draconian policy.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? The
What
whole
the fuck
basis.
are you talking
The
about?
basis for the draconian policy, for example, mask mandates.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
why did we have mask mandates and
For our safety.
for our safety?
Yeah.
Quote unquote.
From what?
You know what I believe?
Getting sick.
That's not
No.
an issue anymore, is it?
You know what I believe? The whole COVID crisis was a fire drill to see
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
much they could control you.
I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Could you stand 6 feet apart from your neighbor? Can you keep your kids home from school?
Oh, we all know how that went.
Can you stay home from work? Can you wear a dog muzzle?
Can
over
you
your
take
face?
this experimental drug for us?
Yeah.
It's not can you, it's are you willing to? And a lot of people would prove that they're very much
Have you
willing
proven
to.
that you're vaccinated? Let me see your card.
That's right.
It was
Papers,
all-
please.
Yep.
It was all a fire drill.
Oh, you want to come to this restaurant? Let me see your vaccination card. Oh,
You wanna go to a concert?
You guys a bar? Let me see your card.
Oh, you want to have freedom? Let me see your document, please.
We all agree that was draconian.
It was a fire drill.
Yeah.
Do we agree, Nathan?
Well, we agree, yeah.
Are
we
you
do.
pro or for immigration? Show me your documents, please.
I'm
Show me your documents.
I'm against mass immigration.
You're against mass immigration.
I'm
all
not
of a sudden.
against immigration. I'm against mass immigration. I'm against unchecked immigration.
Hey, show me your documents, please.
I don't mind going to Mexico and showing them my
No,
documents. If I'm going to Mexico,
no, we're not talking about Mexico. We're talking about
Okay,
here.
well, we're talking
Show
about
me your
the US.
documents, bro. Show me your documents.
I have my documents for the U.S.
Show me your documents, bro.
You have it on you right
It's
now.
on my phone.
Show me your documents.
Hey, you're not barring me from participating in commerce, Hector.
I'm not. I'm just.
The
I'm
only
asking
time
you.
that I've been asked to show my documents in my whole life, when it came to participating in commerce, was with COVID. If I didn't have a fake fucking, COVID ID,
So
I
very
wouldn't have
soon,
been able to see my son
very
in the
fucking
hospital.
Soon, very fucking soon, you're gonna have to be asked
Timmy, read
to
this
participate
by this guy.
in civilization to show your fucking documents just because of you.
All about COVID.
What do they say? I still feel like COVID was a man-made government to clean part of the population. Not to clean, but to destroy.
And reduce.
They're not clean. Yeah, to reduce. They're not cleaning anything.
Cleansing, if anything.
Yeah, they're not cleansing anything. They're not.
That's what they would call it.
That's what they'll call it. Yeah, like that wording, that framing is very dangerous.
That's
Don't say
it's
that
ugly.
I would even actually contest that COVID didn't really kill people the way it did. Okay?
No,
I think
yeah.
people got a respiratory virus. And if you've ever
Seriously,
had
read that book. It's not a joke.
You've ever like breathing, you're like when you're sick before?
Okay.
A lot of people were reacting that way. And it was probably a bad sickness, but when you look into a lot of the people that died because of COVID and you couldn't really explain anything else, it was always the meds.
Yeah, actually that's one of the things that we know now is the
COVID
was
is a
that
eugenics program.
A bunch of people that died from COVID was due not because of COVID, but rather because we put them in the breathalyzer machine.
And just did a bunch of shit to them that would kill them. For example,
Keeping them indoors so they don't get vitamin D.
And we wouldn't give them ivermectin because we banned, or not banned it, but we made sure
Demonized it.
We demonized it.
Would we be able? But before I go, the last thing I would like to play a video of Jim Brewer talking to Joe Rogan about an experience with his friend that mirrors exactly how people who I've talked to in my own anecdotal research, how they have passed away. Same exact way from COVID. If I could just play like a couple minutes of the video.
Yeah, you could throw it on the live on the TV screen. Yeah.
All right.
I had COVID once 5 years ago, and I didn't even realize it until the taste and smell disappeared.
And you know what's crazy about that? That did happen.
That happened a lot.
I didn't lose my taste and smelling.
I had COVID. I lost my but I did gain it back though. But I got COVID like twice.
Did they fucking give you the test? The brain test?
The brain test.
Oh, you mean the swab? The
Swab,
swab, yeah.
It's a
You're
swab
talking
or a
about the swab.
fucking, like, they jump
See,
something and grab something and you know?
That's being used. That's being used for cloning.
I don't trust that either.
It's being used for cloning.
Yeah.
DNA
And there's
cloning.
Firefly DNA in this vaccine soon.
Not just DNA
All right.
cloning, but mainly also to create.
Go ahead, look it up.
What Jim said earlier about how that was just the preparation. That is to create
Testing
the
ground.
perfect super weapon, or
Oops.
super bio weapon, is to get everybody's DNA and finding the one thing that can kill everybody. in a sequential.
Oh
moment.
shit! A genetic bioweapon.
Genetic
Oh my
bioweapon,
god.
Exactly.
Gain of function.
Gain of function research, exactly.
That's. Hearing that made me shudder.
It's a fucking, it's a Pukeli thing for me, bro. It's how the fuck can you really like?
Think he's a good dude.
But the thing that really blew my mind was how many people spoke out about the pandemic policies and the vaccines, and they just got scrubbed off the internet.
Oh, dude, yeah, mass censorship, man.
And they would brand it as misinformation.
Misinformation.
I never heard. I'm a college graduate. I never heard the term misinformation.
That's scary. Dude. That's fucking scary, dude.
He wanted, whatever.
Disinformation, misinformation.
Biden wanted to come up with that misinformation government agency.
That's right. That's right.
Hector,
What's
you
up?
gotta listen to this shit. So this, I got chills in the back of my neck when I was talking to these other people. Same, or when I saw this, because I'm like, holy shit, this isn't just like.
Gonna miss chats for a bit.
Week 2.
You can full screen it.
I get a test. The same test I just took here, which is a very reliable test. And I told my doctor, hey man, it's official, I tested positive. Which test did you take? I said, I took the rapid because I don't accept that one. You don't accept that? Infectious disease doctor, and you don't accept that test.
What did he want? The PCR test?
He wanted, whatever, it's got to go to a lab. Now we're going on day 12. And you still telling me to take vitamins and stuff? So finally, I said, I'm not doing that test, because then I got to go in the state and the system and what I'm doing and how I'm treating my 16-year-old. It's a very frightening place. And I just left the town of Chester, New Jersey, and there was there's about 15 of us, a group, that formed this community during the whole COVID. And this one woman just got it, and she got hospitalized. And I went, whoa, what happened? And she said, I waited 12 days, and then I had a problem. I started freaking out breathing. Went to the hospital, they gave me steroids. And
I'm so sorry.
Dude, JFK's coming back. I was
Okay, this is.
He was full blown.
This is what I was looking for.
Tripping my wife. I come back. Did you hear what's going on, Rob? What? He's in the hospital. What? He's on the ventilator. The ventilator. What? Now he was a crazy Trump guy. He was like, Trump, full blown. I would go there like, oh my God, these guys are talking politics again. Please get off. Every morning it's the liberals, the Democrats, non-stop. Like, oh my God, I just want to have a muffin and relax. So, with that, and I got caught up too. I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't caught up in some stuff for a while. I was on the internet like, dude, JFK's coming back. I was, makes all sense in the world. I was in, right? But this guy was like, if I ever get it, I'm taking hydrochloroquine, all right? So now, and this is all still going, by the way. He gets admitted to the hospital, and here comes my next question. And there is an ending to the story. He gets admitted. They say he's got brain damage from COVID. It's brain damage.
Oh my
God! This is the information we're getting. Like, what? Never heard. What do you mean brain damage?
No one. A lot of people didn't ask further questions.
What? He has brain damage. Then it turned out he had strokes. The COVID caused strokes. Then it turned out no. He asked for a specific drug. They said, we can't give it to you in the state of Jersey. And we're going to have to do testing before we can do stuff. Next thing you know, the guy's on high blood pressure, pills, and all that. They didn't give him his meds. He stroked out.
Exactly how Adeline's father died.
He's brain dead. His wife can't. His wife and 11-year-old, 13-year-old have to say goodbye to him before they pull the plug. They're not allowed to be with him. They have to FaceTime. So here's a question for you. No, this is going somewhere, bro, right? Thank God, one of our crew said, please send this person there. It just took one last look. The specialist shows up, said he's not brain dead. He's dehydrated. Who's been taking care of this patient? And who said he was COVID? I want everything. Gets everything, said, I need the wife and children in here. Oh, well, it's against our... But again, what's keeping you safe? What's keeping you safe? Bring his family in here. His family talks to him. His heart rate starts going up. In a week, he opens his eyes and communicates for the first time. It's 6 weeks later. He now stands up for the first time. It was October. He finally got out, and he's still taking physical rehab. I got pictures of him, videos of him, and all that jazz. But he's recovering. So the point of my story is two things.
They were ready to let him die.
They were willing. They already said he's dead, and you can't visit him.
Jesus Christ.
So where?
What fucking hospital is this?
It's in New Jersey.
That's crazy.
But my question is this: when it comes to not being able to see elderly in elderly homes, you've got to quarantine and all that. What keeps the workers safe? What keeps the quote heroes safe? And why can't you allow someone with a human touch? Because when you're at your weakest moment in time, you need a human.
So
you need pure.
I think that's when he starts going more into that, but I don't think he realizes in saying that, like, the same exact story that he told happened to several people. I've talked to Adeline's. I'm telling you, Adeline told me what happened to her father. The hair on the back of my neck just straight up like, wow, this is legit. You know, they straight up blamed everything on COVID. They straight up blamed his death on COVID. That's exactly how he died. It was the meds. It was the fucking meds. He had a stroke.
Oh, well, see, my mom died of COVID.
So what happened? I know I don't mean to be insensitive, Jim, but what happened?
She was 95 years old. She started showing symptoms of like a bad flu. The ambulance took her, and I could not even go see her in the hospital. I couldn't hold her hand. I couldn't comfort her.
That's wrong.
And
dude.
nothing.
That's so wrong.
And my sister kept calling the hospital, and the nurse told her that my mom kept waking up and saying, I gotta go to the hospital, because she didn't know where she was. So
did they put her on the ventilator?
Yeah.
That's weird.
And I have no idea what kind of meds they were giving her or what kind of treatment. I couldn't go into the hospital. I couldn't go see her. I couldn't talk with her.
You know, the thing about the ventilator here, because for the people watching in chat, it said that because COVID is a lung infectious disease, when people would be put on the ventilators, it's just air expanding into the lungs.
Go to the Twitch page.
You would expand COVID further into the lungs.
And then full screen it.
Making it the process quicker to kill them. That's why they stopped putting people on ventilators after.
Hit the down arrow.
I heard
there you go.
theory
Cool.
that almost everyone who was put on a ventilator died eventually.
They all died of COVID because it just expands. It expands COVID.
But hey, you mentioned it. Long COVID, right? They put out this idea of long COVID, the effects of long COVID. You have scarring on your lungs because of COVID. That's why you have to follow COVID policy, right? More of the fear mongering. The scars came from the ventilator.
Hold on, guys.
Right.
Piece of shit.
Just some very creepy stuff. The fact that they were able to really do that.
But Jim, hearing that, what do you think of that? What does that tell you?
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that I couldn't even go and visit my mom in the hospital.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And we could not get any straight answers about what kind of treatment she was receiving or
Nothing.
what kind of medication.
Doctor-patient confidentiality.
Yeah. I do know that she was put on a ventilator. And then a few days later, told me, "Oh, she's gone." I'm like, what? How? What? They couldn't give me no explanation. What were the medications she took? What treatment did she receive? Oh, that's
Jim.
It was part of a big plan. It was
Yeah.
definitely part of a big plan. My sister, she got the vaccine not because she wanted it to, but because the school told her she had to.
Yeah.
And she recently, like 2 years ago, she suffers from some kind of like, it's like a genetic disease. It only happens to women, but from what I understand is that if you look up online that certain disease, they said that the COVID-19 vaccine accelerated those genes. Like if you had the disease in your genes, like my mom probably passed that down to her, that the COVID-19 vaccine will
Exacerbate.
that fucking disease in the gene. Or the whatever you have in your gene that might fuck you up in the future. Diabetes is another one. You know, it's just it's one of those things where it's like we still don't understand because they don't want to put it out there yet.
And then you can't sue the manufacturers of the vaccines either for 50 years.
You can't.
They have immunity.
Yeah, there's a congressional act that prevents you from.
Done under, I believe it was Nixon as well.
Yeah.
That was done under Nixon.
And now you're seeing not only what Hector's talking about, but the nerve damage, like with Jimmy Dore and Ray.
Oh yeah, Ray.
Myocarditis.
Tinnitus. No, it's just
Cancer. Cancer's exploding.
Cancer, heart rates. The list goes on and on and on and on, dude. Like they literally fuck.
Infertility.
Fertility.
Miscarriages in women.
Miscarriages, cancer rates in baby newborns.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that too. That too. Cancer in newborns. I forgot about that one.
Poison blood.
The thing is, I was talking about this with Donovan the other day. When I was in school, I never heard the word autism in my life. Now every other kid I know is autistic.
That's right.
Like, where the fuck does that come from?
Not strict to me.
Can tinnitus lead to deafness? Yes, it can. If it's not treated, yeah.
And if it's severe enough, I guess.
If it's severe enough, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
And then you have these allergies, like where if a kid eats a peanut, they will die. I'm like, what are these?
That's right. Or like milk allergies, or like allergies that just popped out of nowhere.
Hey, we gotta get going.
Y'all heading out? All right.
Where does that come from?
Wash my hands real quick.
It's the same thing. No, it's scary. It's fucking terrifying, man. It's fucking scary.
It's good to have you and your
Poisons and bioweapons.
Glad to be here, man. It's fun, man.
Yeah.
I look forward to it every. Oh yeah, I'm going with you.
Alright.
Hector.
All right, man.
Bro, it's good to have you in the conversation.
Always, always. Alright, bro.
How are you? See you later, man.
You too, bro.
Look forward to these
Love having you
meetings.
Always, always.
Oh, he's a good guy. He's a funny guy. I don't know who he is, but he's a good funny guy, yeah.
Other little side conversation. Off the camera.
Oh yeah, like coaches.
I'll consider that one.
Coach is talking to
Run.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. An agitator. I don't know.
We'd have to talk more, not over text,
All
in
right.
person or something.
Alright, Jay.
Later, Nate.
All right.
All right, see you, Don.
You take out the armband, son of your gun, something.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Of course.
And fucking make sure you scratch off the barcode.
But,
Fucking start heading out too.
Head out too. All right.
I fucking love that shit, bro.
What are you talking about?
The fucking courage, the cowardly
Fucking. All right, chat. Outskis.
Don't take the vaccine. All right, guys.
If you did, if you took the vaccine, don't eat for a very long time. You'll recycle that shit out.
That's true, though. That is true, man.
They don't want you to know. Laters.
All right.